Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Empower You Expo virtual event. Thank you all for your for showing up today and participating in this event. We are going to have a fantastic day. The first presentation this morning is going to be from Marta and with Shine with Light. Now, hers is a video presentation. She is not here live with you, but she will be presenting. I will be popping in and out as we switch presenters. You have the schedule, which is posted over in the units section of the Facebook group, or if you're watching this on YouTube, I don't know where we posted it. So this expo is usually in Salt Lake City at the Sandy Southtown Expo Center, which is now called Mountain America Expo Center, is usually live and in person. We typically have between 100 and 120 exhibitors. This year for 2020, we were shut down, so we were not able to do an in-person event. So we got creative, and we have decided to bring you these amazing presenters. And I've had people ask me, why are you doing this? This is a lot of work. It's all new to you. Like, I've had to learn a whole lot of new technology. I've had to learn some new things. So the reason I'm doing this is because the world needs the brilliance and the magic and the amazingness of all of these presenters. And every time I say that, I get emotional. Please comment below in Facebook to let me know if my sound is working correctly. I have a few people watching the sound here and there, but I need to make sure that my sound is working correctly. So if there are any issues with sound, please somebody comment and let me know. But so this is going to be a jam-packed day today. Tomorrow's schedule is a little lighter, and then Monday's schedule is pretty full as well. You can gain access to all of the recordings in the member area. So we are going to switch to Marta's video here. Give me just a little pause and we will be ready to go.
I'm here to talk to you about light. I'm with Shine with Light, and normally we would be here at the Empower You Expo live with a few really beautiful smiley faces to share light therapy with you, and we would be having you lay down on a nice reclining chair, and we'd be talking about the value of light while you just listen in and receive it. And a little later, I'm going to have you do a virtual light therapy session because it's really powerful what light can do. But I want to first help you understand the science of it, spend a little bit of time talking about that. I'm excited to give away some free virtual sessions, and you'll be able to do that through the link that's down in the comment section here, or that is provided. You'll be able to enroll in someone contacting you for a free 20-minute session, because that's to experience harmonic light therapy is really to see its value and to really feel what it's like on a cellular level, on a mind, body, spirit level, and how it empowers you. But I wanted to start by just talking about light and helping you understand why I even talk about this. A few years ago, let's see, it's been almost 9 years ago, my dad had a blood clot, and he had a blood clot in his lower leg, and he was really struggling with a wound that was forming there. Let me start this slideshow so you can see it. A wound that was forming there, and he was struggling with the wound healing, with cell regeneration and circulation, and also some pain. And someone mentioned that you could take a pad of light or a source of light and shine it on the skin, and I had never really thought about what that might do. The idea that light might, kind of do anything more than bounce off of you, I didn't realize that light might actually go through, and you can kind of see it pulsing through my fingers here, and might go all the way to the bone, and then might do something. And so one of the big things I do now is help people understand why it's such a powerful modality, because at 75 years old, my dad was able to utilize light to help his body to heal a wound, keep it from getting infected, and really credit it towards being now almost 83 without any medications. He was able to go from his leg up, big swollen leg, wound, prognosis of a long recovery, to downhill skiing again within a few months. So we realized the power of this quite rapidly. So I want to talk about how you shine with harmonic light and what that means. I work specifically with a company called Lumiceuticals, which is light instruments that are self-healing tools. Because really it's your body that is so innately wired to understand and utilize light, like a plant. And so, harmonic light is just an environment that you give the body. You shine into the body. You can send to the body, and it will then have the ability to do its best, empowered regeneration, healing, and thriving. So that's what we're doing. We actually are applying specific wavelengths of a low-level pulse light, and you can even see, there'll be several opportunities, I think, for you to see the pulsation of this light. But the light pulses at different harmonic resonances, and this provides information to the body, as well as shining into the body as a nutrient. It's able to help tune the mind, body, and spirit, help to raise your vibration, and it's very comfortable, non-invasive, and most people, when they do the light sessions, they're just like, oh my gosh, so comfortable, so amazing, so relaxing, and they realize the power of that. And so I want to just talk a little bit about the science, and then again, I'm going to give you a free session virtually, so you can experience that. I love that light both has this scientific backing and also has this intuitive wisdom. So we have the FDA clearance for pain relief and injury recovery because we're working with light-emitting diodes that are able to deliver light effectively without worrying about safety considerations in terms of home use. You could use this at home. You can own these lights, and this is one of the things we do is we help make it available for every home. It could be in a professional situation if you're a practitioner, but it could certainly be something that you use at home every day. Everyone in my family, all ages, utilizes light therapy daily. It can go right on the skin. It's economical. It's really pennies to use per session. Very long lasting, and it's effective and here to stay, says Harvard Medical School. So we know that this is an effective modality. We have the FDA clearance to relieve pain, to improve circulation, and to enhance recovery. And this is an over-the-counter clearance for all kinds of things like muscle aches. You think of sore back. I know for me, I was working with sciatica, some arthritic situations, TMJ, back pain, repetitive use injuries. I love to use it as an athlete for boosting my performance and my recovery. It's used by some of the great athletes of our time, like Roger Federer loves to use light therapy. So we see this is becoming really a modern day tool with ancient wisdom behind it. Diabetic neuropathy, or just neuropathy in the extremities, is another FDA cleared use for a red and near infrared pad, which is shining into the body to basically help have a positive change at a cellular level. So I want you to understand how that works, and then how some of the other colors of visible light can also benefit you in mind, body, and spirit. So just remember, you're a being of light. I mean, this is the most empowering thing I can share with you today, is you are a light being. You literally emit light and you receive it in. And so it's really important for you to have that awareness, that light shining into the body is like, like a plant eating that up. And then you also shine it back out. And this is really what we're meant to do. We are living photocells. We're designed to take it in through our closed eyes, through our open eyes, also in our field. And the field of light is a cool aspect of how we can send this light to you virtually. And then really quite powerfully through the skin, into the cells, all the way to the deep brain and the bone. Your body has what are called chromophores, or molecules that are light receptors. So we really are light beings. So we can, again, either be receiving light into the skin, over the closed eyes, or visually, and then in the field that we all share, and in our personal field. So let's talk a little bit about each of those things. When you receive light through even the closed eye, and this is what we normally do, is someone lays back and they rest back, having just a nice amount of light over the closed eye. And this really speaks to the autonomic nervous system, as well as the pineal gland, which is the tiny gland in the center of the brain. And this is your light meter. And this is why when you're awake, you like to be awake when it's bright and blue sky, and when it's a gray day, you want to take a nap. This is literally lighting up your consciousness, your sleep cycles, your hormone cycles, your sense of consciousness, memory, intuition. The pineal gland is known as the God gland. So if you want to be empowered, you want to have a nice, shiny, healthy pineal gland. And one tip I have for you is make sure you're sleeping in absolute darkness as best you can, and then that you're supplying the pineal gland through the closed eye, through the open eye, and through the forehead. Think of the brow chakra here, with adequate amounts of light. That you're helping to decalcify the pineal gland. And we have some special frequencies the light pulses at that people have found really helpful for that. And that you're making sure you have some of that darkness time too, because body needs both. So if we want to look at issues of empowering our hormones, our creativity, our consciousness, we want to recognize that the pineal gland is part of the whole endocrine system. So if we're struggling in the adrenals, being fatigued, if we're struggling in the pituitary or the thyroid, struggling in the thymus for our immune system, struggling with the pancreas, maybe blood sugar-wise, we want to make sure that all of these organs are tuned in and receiving amounts of light and communicating effectively. So when you rest back and receive light maybe over the gut, so then you're getting the pancreas and the gut. When you're receiving light on the lumbar spine, so the adrenal glands are receiving it. You're receiving light with a pad shining into your chest for your thyroid and thymus, and then receiving light through the closed eyes. This is a powerful way to supply light energy to the endocrine system to help to bring balance to it, because light naturally helps the body to balance. If there's too much energy, the light won't really flow there. But if there's not enough, the light really goes in to charge those cells. So it's really a powerful balancer, and being balanced is truly being healthy. So we also see that light shining into those closed eyes is meditative. It doesn't seem like it at first. It almost seems counterintuitive that bright light shining into the closed eyes would relax you. But everyone who experiences our light systems in a 20-minute session is always remarking how amazingly relaxed they feel. It's because your autonomic nervous system receives light as its messenger in order to turn off the fight or flight response and turn on the rest, digest, and heal response. And all of us could use a lot more time in the state of being resting, digesting, and healing. And so it's really critical for our immunity, for our sense of well-being, for our moods, for our endocrine system, for our whole circulatory system, digestive system, respiratory system, reproductive system, for us to have this time every day to relax. So what I want to give you today is that meditative sense of relaxation, and you'll find that when you receive the virtual session by clicking at the link and enrolling in our free offering today, you will feel really relaxed and yet a calm sense of energy. And this is really one of the most powerful things about applying light to the closed eye and to other key places in the body. When your pathways through the nervous system are open and flowing and carrying the right light information factors, this is literally your rest, digest, and heal, or parasympathetic dominant nervous system in control. And this is taking the stress response out and adding in the healing response. So it's a critical thing to give yourself. It's quite powerful, especially for immune health, autoimmune health, mood. It's very critical. Stress takes us out of our proper response for disease control as well, because it changes our heart rate, it changes the stress hormones change and suppress our immunity, and they disturb our digestion. And all of these things put us at an increased risk of disease. And in this day and age, we all know that being at an increased risk of disease is not where we want to be. So we want to be in a place of meditative relaxation, where our inflammation is turned off on a gene level, where our metabolism is ignited appropriately, where the energy centers in our cells are functioning appropriately, where the insulin secretion and blood sugar is appropriate, and where we're able to maintain and protect our DNA so that we can live long, healthy lives and feel youthful and act youthful. Now that I'm 52, I really appreciate how my skin, my bones, my whole well-being is impacted by light. I've been using this for 9 years, and I can honestly say that it feels like I've been able to find a little bit of the fountain of youth, because I'm able to give myself a light bath every day and really change how my cells regenerate and how my body directs its energy. So the second cool thing we talked about is that light traveling into the body, and what we call transdermal application. And I just want you to have a real simple understanding of how powerful light is to your cells. So it doesn't matter whether this is a skin cell or a bone cell or a brain cell. It could be the cell of the liver. Different wavelengths of light determine the color and also some of the behaviors. So the most powerful wavelengths of light in terms of your physiology, in terms of cellular change, are in a positive direction, are near infrared, which is just a little longer than red, through the visible colors. So we think of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. And when we get smaller than violet, we get into ultraviolet, which does have a lot of cleansing capabilities, but is also damaging to our cellular tissue. So we typically don't apply it to the body. We might apply it to aspects to sterilize or clean, but we don't typically use it as a nutrient for ourselves because it can damage tissue so much. So we look at the different wavelengths of light, and they have different properties. Like blue light applied to the body can actually help ignite immune system response. It's also anti-pathogenic, and it's the way it presents both out of the body and in the body. It helps to calm our nervous system. It helps to reduce our sense of agitation or inflammation. It's a really powerful immune system support without overstimulating the immune system. And I actually have a class that's all about boosting your immunity. That's in one of the modules that you can drop down and read through this with more detail. And I invite you to do that because it's quite fascinating how you can support yourself with light. So this is why you want to be outside on a blue sky day and want to take in some light for 20 minutes from the sun, and why you don't want to have sunscreens on all the time. No, it's good to have them on to be careful, but we also want to receive natural light without any filter, right? Green light is a wonderful light in terms of supporting immunity as well, research is showing, and it has some really cool research out there about chronic pain and how it helps to modulate the body in a drug-free way to help it work with and not experience pain to the same degree. They find that mice don't take their paw off of a hot or burning pad when there's green light applied in their environment. So green is calming to us, and it can help us with coping with chronic pain situations. Red light and near infrared light can travel into the soft tissue and all the way down to the hard tissue, bone, ligaments, tendons, to actually help with igniting cellular metabolism so that we actually can look at the root cause of why we have chronic pain, and we can look at how we can help the body increase its circulation and flow so that we can live thriving, empowered lives. So every cell in your body can do this. It can take this visible and near visible light, take it into the cells, and there's something called cytochrome oxidase C in the mitochondria, and this is a little chromophore or color molecule, aware molecule that will help you produce energy. So you're literally eating light and producing energy, charging up your batteries of your cells so that your cells can do their job. You're also going to produce a nice amount of oxygen that can help signal, help inspire the immune system, and can bring balance and homeostasis into the body. This is critical because as we're learning about certain viruses of our day that we're all concerned about, if we don't have good cell signaling, the body can literally overstimulate in its immune response and cause us a lot of peril. So we want something that brings balance into the body, and it's wonderful to know that light is an innately wise tool that our body knows how to use without us really having to target it. So we can work with light to give ourselves that clean response. It can also help with our pH balance. It can help provide a more alkaline environment, which we also know things like viruses are very prone to like an acidic environment. Certainly cancers are like an acidic environment. So if we can keep an alkalinity to our internal environment, it helps our body to maintain its immune system response. And then we know that circulation is huge. We want to have good flow through the body. This empowers us to better health. So nitric oxide is a little signaling molecule that light ignites and it induces so that it will help to open up our vascular flow, helps oxygen and nutrients to come in and toxins to leave out. And this is a big thing, and again, you can read more in my whole class about how it helps with so many of our issues cardiovascularly, immune system-wise, how it literally is our life force in a molecular form. So having more light coming in, this is a good reason to spend more time in the sun, to utilize light therapy, specifically the wavelengths of this visible and near visible spectrum, and to do so in a safe, effective way on a regular basis can really make a big difference in the way we respond. And we see studies and studies about this, about how nitric oxide helps with wound healing, like what happened for my dad, how it can reverse diabetic neuropathy, which is how light has received this FDA clearance for its work, how it can help with pain, and how it can help to keep viruses from replicating, which is really a promising area of research, because of course we all are aware of the dangers of a virus that replicates and out of control. It also helps us to modulate tendon and wound healing in the body. And we see this, we've seen multiple people who work with our systems who are able to see wounds heal faster, even when they're diabetic and might have a compromised immune system. And so we love the idea that light is helping somebody thrive and be empowered to their highest health. And then finally, all of these things are factors that help you to regenerate a healthier cell. And this is anti-aging, this is feeling great, this is light as a particle of energy that your body can utilize to help regenerate. And this looks like better athletic performance, better endurance, better recovery, and we're seeing this on study after study with athletes and your kids and high-level athletes, and even your weekend warriors. We're seeing it in the brain with brain injury. We're seeing a lot of cognition, neurodegeneration studies, memory studies from places like Harvard, where they're seeing that the light is able to actually reverse vascular damage. And still, we're working on exact ways to make this optimal, but we love having a tool that we can offer to the body to help it regenerate more effectively. So we see lots of studies. You're welcome to visit my Facebook page, which is Shine with Light, where you can actually see how I've pulled these studies from NIH, and you can see different things like how pulsing light at 40 hertz per second is helping to impact memory and reversing symptoms of Alzheimer's. You can see how light applied through the body is helping with things like depression and helping with concussion and post-traumatic stress. We love that we've seen really great results with some of our clients with Parkinson's, with memory, and again, we don't make claims about it for everyone, but we certainly know that our light pads are working to help increase that circulation, and that's such a critical aspect, that cell regeneration. We're not just seeing it in the brain, we're seeing it in the eyes. We're seeing the ability, all the screen time that's being harmed with sunlight can be also reversed with other wavelengths of light. And so we're seeing this ability for people to really help to regenerate every aspect of their being. We have doctors who are utilizing our light pads in their offices, and they're seeing great results. Like everyone's having vision improvements, which is so exciting. And so we love this. We can see on the skin. I use a facial rejuvenator pad that I'm going to be sharing with you. It's this white silicone pad, and it really has a wonderful effect, an FDA cleared effect on fine lines and wrinkles. It helps with cell regeneration. This is a great way to help reverse that lovely time you spend in the sun. And then, so this is what we're seeing when we look at this is my mother and my daughter. You see that my mother started using these lights at the age of 70, and now, goodness, it's almost 9 years later. I need to get a new picture of her, but you can see she actually has, in her 70s, completely defied aging. Like she looks the same age or less now than she did at age 70. Less lymphatic swelling, more healthy collagen, and it's just really an impressive thing. And then even within complexion, we can work with blue light to help with bacteria that might be associated with acne. We can see changes exposing the skin to help with a clear complexion. So we take all this light and we pulse it. And the pulsation becomes a whole other level of fun, where it can help to organize the cellular water and create a whole other regenerative environment. And so we're going to pulse that for you during your virtual session, and this is another added layer of goodness and benefit that empowers your wellness. So light sent into the body does amazing things in terms of helping us to create an environment for the body to do its best work. So we have different pulsations we can do to support your tissue health and awareness. And so today I'm going to do this solfeggio frequency. I'm going to offer this to you, and we're going to do it as I begin here. So I'm going to go ahead and stop this share, and we work with these solfeggio frequencies, a series of frequencies that help to tune the body more emotionally, to empower you to release energies that don't serve you and open up to that which does. So I'm going to start the lights, and I'm actually just putting an intention that each attendee of the Empower You conference will receive energy that they're ready to receive in terms of balance and joy and love and light to help you have at your highest vibration. And while I've been talking about this science aspect, this is a little more of the feel-good, intuitive aspect of light. So I'm going to turn on my light system. And you're going to see at first this pulsation in the background, right? You can see this pulsation. And as this pulsation, it moves, then I'm going to offer this light session. And now you see the pulsation has changed. And we have a control box that's modulating the different frequencies through the box that the pads of light are offering you. And at the same time, I'm going to offer this really cool tool that we have, which is a chakra wand. And this is a pure source of light at the ends. And as we share this light with you, I'm going to be giving you the energy of this light through the chakra wand. And I'm going to shine it right up to the tip here and read to you a little bit about what each frequency is offering or can in terms of environment. So I'm going to turn off my other lights. So you have a sense of the vibration. You can see this behind me. See the vibration that the camera's picking up. I always think this is super fascinating how the camera can discern things a little bit more than our eyes are aware of. But the light is always pulsing. Right now it's pulsing at 63 hertz per second. So that's 63 pulses per second to give us a nice grounding energy. We recognize that if you just start focusing in on breath, we can really begin to benefit the psyche here. So the water of your cells really responds to the near infrared light pulsation, and it begins to help to structure it, to change it on a molecular level. And this is the work of a doctor named Dr. Gerald Pollack. And he's written a book called The Fourth Phase of Water. And so you can see some of the effects that are just going on there, and then you can imagine your own body full of water and the effect of shining light on it. So as we change with the different vibrations, we begin to recognize also the power of color. I'm going to start with an awareness in our root chakra of how we're going to help with a sense of being calm and stable and secure. In this day and age especially, we find our root, our connection to the earth, to our ancestors, to our family, to our homes, to being a really strong way to benefit our sense of well-being. So I'm going to offer this energy as well, that you might be able to see this pulsation happening through this wand, and allow you to just kind of take this in. You might be able to breathe this in on an inhale and release it on an exhale. And exhaling as a focus to begin with, like focusing a little more on the exhale helps to cleanse the space. And you can also imagine the energy moving. So a release to one side in one direction is a release to release any energy that's not serving your highest good. And then to the right is welcoming in more positive energy that does serve your highest good. And we're at a vibration of 174 hertz. And this is a vibration of calming. It's been found to support relaxation by creating a space of calm, safe, peaceful meditation. So we want to bring that energy into your well-being. And you could close your eyes and feel this with breath. You can watch the light and take it in visually. You can kind of Gently close the eyes just a little bit and feel both, some visual and just some energetic changing. And we have a sense of our next frequency here as we shift. It shifts to 285 hertz. And we can begin to have an imagination of kind of a figure 8, which is a lovely movement of flow. Figure 8 represents both the masculine flow and the feminine flow, the yin, the yang, the earth, the moon, a really nice sense of both the inhale and the exhale. And this is about renewal. This is 285 hertz. It's a vibration that's been found to support cell regeneration and deeper movement into meditation and relaxation, where the body naturally rests, digests, and heals. So as we've talked about, this ability to shift you into rest, digest, and heal mode is critical. And we love giving it to people at the conference, and we would love to give it to you. So when you click on the link at the and in the comments here, and it's dropped into our packet, this is how you sign up for a free virtual session that will be targeted to you personally. It will be offered to whatever your intent is. And you can sign up there, and you'll also be able to receive a little bit more notice on once a month or so on just different ways you can utilize light. From here, we begin to look at the ability to tune into this frequency of 396 hertz, which is a frequency for liberation. And this is all about releasing lower energies like guilt and fear, and supporting the freedom and expansion in the root chakra, which again is your legs, your vascular system. Think of your knees, your hips, your ankles, your feet. Also think of the vascular flow throughout the body. Red is invigorating, it's tonifying. So it's a sense of bringing in a sense of warmth and vigor into an area. So areas that are sluggish in their circulation really appreciate the energy of red. And as I complete here, we feel like moving up, you can feel the vascular flow in your whole being opening up and releasing a little more of that nitric oxide, that signaling molecule that helps the body to open up vascular flow, to increase lymphatic activity, to cleanse toxins, and to bring in more nutrients and more oxygen and better signaling. And so it's overall a balancing energy. As we shift from here, we move into the next chakra up. So while the red chakra represents the earth, and we've stayed here for a while, we're going to move into the orange chakra, which represents water. And as we represent water, I mentioned that water is structured by our the energy of the light. This orange is representing the sacral chakra. We think of our hips, our pelvis, our reproductive organs. We think of our water organs of like the bladder, kidneys, uterus. We think of the ability to create, to celebrate, to feel emotion. And the energy here is all about empowerment. This vibration, as we shift into 417 hertz, which is 417 pulsations per second. You'll notice this is just a reconfiguration of the 174 that we did before. So the solfeggio frequencies are all about shifting and working into different things here. So 417 is about facilitating change. It helps to break up crystallized emotional patterns, destructive influences of past events, and limiting beliefs in the sacral chakra. So we begin to see the movement here. from this space, as I bring energy in, we want to feel like we're assisting enhanced cellular DNA and energy. Again, this water aspect of our being, this is where emotions reside. So we want to feel like the hips are free to move, that we're free to adapt and change. And we feel the color of orange. And again, then a figure 8 is moving through the body throughout. We're not limited to only our sacral area to feel this orange. We can feel the same energy in all aspects of ourselves, all aspects of our being. As we move up, the next area that we'll be changing is the solar plexus. And so I want to play with this and help you feel the energy of 528 hertz. 528 hertz is all of, in here is going to be about transforming and helping not only the cellular DNA, but the solar plexus is the sun center of the body. You think of the sun, and you think of how your body brings light in and then has it like a flame in the gut. So we think of our digestion, right? In yoga, it's called the Agni, or the ignition. And so here we're thinking of transformation, like our digestion transforms nutrients into energy. This vibration has been found, 528 hertz, to support the transformation of miracles, experiences of love and peace, and increases in life energy in the solar plexus energy center of the body. So this is your torso. This is your gut. This is the digestive system. We also think about our liver, our pancreas. Okay. So in the pancreas, this would be yellow, kind of represents joy, right? It represents also our, strength and optimism. So there's an optimistic aspect to yellow. And yellow also is one of the last 3 wavelengths we've worked with, the yellow, orange, and red, are also really good for that anti-aging and the collagen, as well as regenerative cell regeneration in other tissues like the eyes. There's been research on those frequencies there. Yellow is also an interesting frequency or wavelength of light for helping the body to burn fat. So we think of this ignition of metabolism here. And so as we flow in that figure 8, imagining the flow of yellow light moving through the body. And you can really feel this energy as it comes to you. And I love that, you can be resting back to hear this. You can be really visibly watching it, be taking notes. It's all, receiving what you're meant to receive. And then finally moving up from there into the green light of our heart chakra. So green light is all about harmony and balance. So here we've shifted to 639 hertz. We see the power of the green, and we're talking about harmony. This area of the body, it's our heart, our lungs. It does incorporate, for a lot of people, into the thymus, the liver, as well, and into our hands, how we receive and give love and compassion. So we can think of a circle that's releasing any energy that's not serving our highest good in this area, releasing an imbalance. The element here, we've gone through soil, water, fire, and now we're into wind or air. So we're having a sense of air that's flowing as we bring in a sense of harmony. And the pulsation of the lights that we're sending is 639 hertz per second. And this is all about harmony and connection. So this vibration has been found to foster connection and communication from cell to cell and person to person through balance, awareness, and acceptance in the heart chakra energy center. So balance is this big thing we're moving from, the masculine, the feminine, the yin, the yang, the in, the out, the inhale, the exhale, the moon, the sun. There's a place in the body, and here's where the heart chakra has this lovely symbolism, because we have the lower chakras of the earth, the water, the fire, and then we have the upper chakras that are going to represent ether, light, and divinity. And right in the middle is the green, the central chakra, the space where, if you think about this figure 8, it's kind of the middle part, middle portion. All centering on love. So as we release from this place, we move into the ability to move into the throat chakra, but we have a little special treat. We go to the high heart for just a moment. I'll spend here some time where in the high heart you can feel this turquoise. High heart is about intention and integrity. And so we're able to take from our loving compassion sense and bring it into a sense of true integrity. This high heart speaks to our thymus, or immune system. And it really speaks to this ability to cleanse and communicate in this space. So it's a really good one to send out to each of you, especially in this time of challenge with immune systems globally. From this space, I'll go right into the throat chakra, which is also about cleansing and bringing in a sense of cleansed space. This is a big one our society, especially in the West, is working on right now, and it's a space of truth. Ether is the element, and this is about illuminating, a sense of illumination. This vibration of 741 hertz has been found to support stability, power, and self-expression in the throat chakra. So this is the throat, the ears, the mouth, what we speak, what we hear. And it also helps to cleanse cells of electromagnetic radiation. So we think of people's concerned around 5G and wireless pollutions, as well as infections like viral, bacterial, and fungal. So 741 hertz is a nice one to offer to yourself as a cleansing frequency. So you have both the light, the color, the wavelength, and then also the pulsation. All of these things helping the body to receive, to up level to a higher vibration, and to balance and open. And then we move into the next chakra, which is the third eye. And the third eye is the element of light. We think of the brow chakra right in the center of the brow. This brings us into that pineal gland that connects us to nature, that helps us to have a sense of consciousness, to be guided by light. Light comes in through the eye, goes down to the gut. So we have an intuition about something, and then we act on that gut instinct, right? So this is a pretty powerful awareness that light is guiding us. What we notice, what we see, what we're about. And this frequency of 852 hertz is about awakening. Awakening in the sense of vibration. It's been found to support communication with an all-embracing spirit, as it raises awareness and awakens intuition and divine purpose through the third eye chakra. So we have a sense of light coming in through the closed eye, through the brow, and really lighting up the brain so that it can work in harmony, and it can help to be guided by intuition from a higher power. And again, this figure 8, as we balance out intuition and action, divinity and humanity. And finally, we move to the last frequency selection of this session, and giving this to you today, having fun with it, is the hertz value of violet light. And I'm going to turn off my extra light so you can kind of just see this a little better, because violet's a little more subtle. This vibration that we're sending in through the pads to you at this time, and through this energy and intention, is the vibration of connection. It's been found to support a sense of enlightenment and oneness with the light and an all-embracing spirit through the crown chakra. And we want to have this awareness here of this connection to the divine. However you define that for yourself, a connection to this higher power that loves you, that loves all, that's connected to all. So we have a sense again of the figure 8, of the energy that flows all around us, within us, this connection that we're never separated. That whatever is happening to one of us is happening to all of us. And as we breathe this energy in, just really have a sense of feeling our whole body connected, guided, and aligned. And this is the kind of energy we'd love for you to be using on a daily basis. So we make these systems available to own. And if you just need a little time to try them out, they really range from about $1,000 to $8,000. And so we have a trial system where you can utilize them for 2 weeks. And you can use them every day for your family. You can share them with clients if that's what you have. And what you'll feel and find is that you're able to kind of finish off there, able to really impact and empower your wellness in multiple ways on a daily basis through the exposure to this environment. So what we want to offer is for you to check out our specials. We have them listed down below. You'll see some cool specials on our chakra wands. You can save $100 there. You can save $25 on a trial of our systems every day for 2 weeks. That applies to owning our systems, and we have several cool things like the reclining chair we have there, a blanket, extended warranty, and some specials on some of our systems. We really want you to have a long-term experience with light. We want you to utilize it and be aware of it every day, and we hope that will help you to truly shine. So again, I'm Marta. I want to thank Tina for having me here and for giving me a chance to give you light. Thank you for letting me give and receive. And we encourage you to check out the classes, the connections, and definitely sign up for that free virtual session because you're going to experience this in an even deeper level. And we are confident that it's going to help you feel great. We have wonderful, wonderful testimonials. People are very surprised and astounded with how much they can feel even when they're miles and miles away. So be well. Shinewithlight.com is our website, and we hope to see more of you. Be well.
Good morning, everyone. This is Tina Jones, and I'm here with Allison Chavez. How are you today, Allison?
Oh my goodness, I'm beyond amazing. Do we need to record or are we good?
I've got recording on this end. It's not recording on Zoom. It's recording on the live streaming platform. So, and we could even do this so that we could be side by side.
I love it. I love it.
But yeah, so this has been quite an adventure to get this going and get us all like up and running. But here we are. So, Allison, you have the floor.
I got the floor, huh? Awesome. Well, for those of you who don't know me, which is probably most of you, my name's Allison Chavez, and I'm a prosperity transformation coach. And I am passionate about helping ambitious, God-centered women and men learn how to get out of their own way, finally lay down the struggle so they can manifest their dreams, and most importantly, love the journey as they go. And Tina, are you cool if I give like 45 seconds of my background that got me in this field anyway?
You are more than welcome to do whatever you want to do. Yes. We have time and you have the floor. So,
yes. Now I can wax poetic on this stuff for days. So like you need to let me know, like we gotta wrap this up, Allison. So.
Oh no, yeah, I'll give you a heads up. We've got about 20 minutes, 25 minutes in here, and then we got someone else up next.
Okay, perfect.
I should know who that is since I'm in charge, right? But I'm just following down the sheet, and it's all working good. So, yep.
Yes, it's perfect. So I've been a mentor for the last 20 years, and about 8 years ago, I was inspired to leave the company I was with and build my own online mentoring company, which I did. I built it to multiple six figures in about 2 years, but because I didn't know how to manage my thoughts, I didn't know how to manage my energy, my business began to collapse. And no matter what I did, no matter what strategy I pumped into it, no matter who I hired, no matter what happened, it just continued to tank and tank and tank. And it crashed. It crashed in a really, I lovingly call it financial Armageddon. In August of 2018, we were $150,000 in debt. $90,000 of that was in credit cards. We had like virtually no business. And so I shelved it for just a little while. I loved what I was teaching. I was teaching mindset. I was teaching universal laws. So I knew they worked, and I was fully aware that I was getting in the way of them working for me. So I got a full-time job working shipping and receiving and a part-time job as a crossing guard, and I got to work. But I didn't work on my business. I worked on my mind. So I did some thought experiments, and I'm not going to go into any of the details of that. I onboarded my family. We all picked something impossible for us to want to manifest in 3 months, and every single one of us picked something completely different, and we all manifested exactly what we wanted within 3 months. And so I decided to take that same experiment and apply it to my business in 2019. And I went from zero in my bank account to $232,000 in 6 months by learning two things. I learned how to change my beliefs, and I learned how money actually works. And in that process, I learned how to raise my financial frequency. I also went from 8 clients in May to 97 clients in October. And it was fun, and it was easy, and I was no longer tripping up over the house, and I wasn't getting in my own way, and there was no more struggle in it any longer. And so I sat down and I documented what I did to have such a dramatic turnaround in our finances in such a short amount of time. And hey, if you're hearing lawnmowers and stuff in the background, like, whoo, it's Saturday and we got good weather going on. So anyway, I sat down and wrote down exactly what I did in the inner game that changed my outer game and had such dramatic results. So I want to share with you some tips on how to raise your financial frequency, because there are very specific things that you do in order to raise your financial frequency so that you can get money coming in. And so this isn't about like, oh, let's just feel good that life is falling apart. This is like, how powerful am I? Can I actually harness the power of my thoughts and then leverage the power of the universe so I'm no longer doing the heavy lifting, I'm getting out of my way, but I'm manifesting what I want as I go, and I know how to rinse and repeat it so I can do it for anything I want. And those are the questions I asked, and these were the answers that I got. So one thing that I noticed first and foremost, that changed everything for me is the way that I played the game. Most of us, particularly where money is concerned, play the game not to lose. I just got to be 2 steps ahead of the bills, or 1 step ahead of the bills, or maybe just 1 step behind the bills, right? Like, we're playing the game not to lose, but we've got to turn that on its head, and we've got to start playing the game to win, because those are 2 completely different games that we play, and they end up with 2 completely different results. So I invite you just to think about yourself in relation to money and how money comes into you and how you receive it, and how are you playing the game? Are you playing the game in scarcity? Are you playing the game in prosperity? Are you playing it to win? Are you playing it to not get hurt and not to lose? So that's the first thing. And then you got to learn how money works on a vibrational level. Money is just like everything. It's energy. Money is energy. The universe is made of energy, and this universe is also expansive. And so it wants to grow. Energy wants to grow, and it wants to expand, and that's what we're here to do as well. Now, money is a means in which we use to expand. It's so that we can have those richer experiences. It's so that we can live life more fully. It's so that we can actually love more fully, because when you are in a natural expression of love, a natural expression of love is to give. And if we are so tied up financially, we actually can't love to the degree that we want, because we're stifling our ability to be able to give. And so we got to understand that money is currency, currency is energy. Most people go after money because they think money will bring them a sense of security, or a sense of safety, a sense of control, a sense of comfort. And I know when I was in that, Armageddon stage and everything was falling apart, it was actually falling together. But when I was there, I realized, holy cow, like, I'm trying to use money to make me feel secure and to make me feel safe. And that's kind of like drinking a can of Sprite in the hopes that it will quench your thirst. Sprite will never, ever quench your thirst. It's not designed to. It doesn't have the properties to be able to quench your thirst. And it doesn't matter what you do beforehand, before you drink some Sprite for it to quench your thirst, it's never going to do that. Well, money is the same way. Money is not here for us to feel safe and for us to feel secure. It's here to bless our lives, and it's here so we can express ourselves more fully. But most of us make money our source. We make our boss our source, the bank account our source, and we can do it or not based on what our bank account says, and we let money be the boss of us. And so we got to understand that money is just a channel. God is your source. Now, if you don't resonate with God, then whatever word you use to describe your higher power is perfect. Universe, infinite intelligence, whatever that is, mine is God, and so that's what I use. So God is my source. Money is just a channel to come into me. And so if I'm connected to my source, and my source is unlimited supply, and there's no kink in the hose with which I'm connected, then even if a channel dries up, it doesn't matter, because I'm connected to the source, and the source is going to open up here, like anywhere. It's like the genie in Aladdin, right? Here, anywhere, with channels in which money can come to you. And so there's no need to go into panic, especially, where we're in this transition phase right now in the world. Like, people are really concerned about money, and they're really concerned about working and economy and all of that. And there's this mass consciousness of fear simply because we've made money our source. And money's not your source. God is your source. So really understand that. Now, on a surface level, there is an amount of security that money will bring, and there is an amount of safety that money will bring. But that deep soul level kind of security that you are looking for, that comfort, that safety, that cannot and will not ever be found with money. You must be connected to your source, and that God is your source for your safety, for your comfort, and for your security. And money is just a tool to help you express life more fully. So you got to learn to put faith in your source. You've got to learn to put trust and certainty in your source, and to know that no matter what's going on, God is aware of you. He hears you. He knows exactly what's going on. He wasn't surprised by any of this going on, and he will help you. But you've got to continue to connect to your source for that inspiration. You got to get out of the fear. You've got to let money just be what it is, which is a channel. You've also got to raise your vibration. So when you raise your financial frequency, we're always in a frequency or a vibration. In fact, Einstein said everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. It can be no other way. This is not philosophy, this is physics. And so how do we know what vibration we're at any given time? So what you're wanting as far as money is concerned has a very specific frequency. It vibrates at a specific level. We've got to match our vibration to that vibration financially in order to experience that kind of reality. So here's a moment of awareness. How much money is coming into your account right now? How much, generally speaking, consistently moves into your account? Well, then you can know that that's the vibration that you are vibrating at all the time with money, because that's what you're experiencing in your physical circumstances. It's so cool. So how do we know, though, at any given moment what frequency we're on? We have this beautiful, beautiful tool that is built into our bodies called our emotions. And emotions are a physical indicator of where we're vibrating at any given moment. And most of us are so afraid of our emotions. We're afraid of despair. We're afraid of depression. We're afraid of fear. We're afraid of anxiety. And then when we're feeling joy and hope and possibility, then we're afraid those aren't going to last. And so rather than being afraid of your emotions, let them be that indicator of where you are. And then you can raise them or lower them at will. You really, really can, because thoughts actually create your emotions. Emotions don't create your thoughts. So we've got to understand cause and effect. And so understand that there is a specific and definite cause that results in the emotions that you're experiencing. So go to the cause, which is the thought, change the thought, and focus on that new, better feeling thought, and you will just naturally begin to rise. It's a really, really cool experience. There is another way to raise your financial frequency is you've got to change your beliefs around money. And beliefs are so powerful, but they're so simple. Beliefs are just decisions. And so we get to make a new decision about how money comes in. We've got to understand that we've got these two parts to our mind. We've got the conscious mind and we've got the subconscious mind. And the conscious mind works to manifest our results. So we're working and we're like, yes, of course I'm worthy of money. And of course I'm a good steward of money, and I'll take care of large amounts of money. And of course I'll be generous when I have money, right? So we have all these ideas and we're working for those results we want. But the subconscious mind, which is what runs the whole show, it literally creates your reality, works to manifest your beliefs. And of the two, you will always, always, always manifest your beliefs over your results. It's why when I built my company to multiple six figures, we're making about $25,000 a month. The belief was, this is too big for me. I don't actually make a difference. I can't handle this. I'm probably a fraud. I don't know that I'm actually worth this, which meant I had to manifest my beliefs, because that's how it all works. And so then, like, boom, yeah, then the money went away, because I couldn't sustain that level of income because my beliefs didn't sustain it. And so we've got to change our beliefs and understand that beliefs are just decisions. You know that you've changed the belief around money because you feel differently around money, you start thinking differently about money, and then you start getting different results around money. Different opportunities drop in, connections happen that you would have never been able to make. Money starts showing up in really fun and diverse ways. I mean, God just wants to dazzle and delight you with his riches. And when we're changing our beliefs, when we're raising our vibration, when we're trusting in our higher power as our source, it opens up the universe to be able to really play with us in really powerful ways. In order to raise your financial frequency, you have to raise your wealth consciousness. You've got to expand it. One of the reasons why I couldn't hold the money was that my wealth consciousness was about the size of a pea. Like, it was teeny, teeny, tiny. And it was, oh, this is too much for me. And there was this constant struggle around money, and it didn't matter how much we were making. When we were broke, I was awake in the middle of the night going, if only we had more money, then life would be so much easier. So I was in anxiety. Then we were making 25 grand a month, and the bills were no longer an issue. And I was still waking up in the middle of the night in anxiety over money going, oh no, I've made this lifestyle for my family, and now I have to sustain it. And what if I can't? And what if we lose it? So I was in this constant struggle and this back and forth around money because my wealth consciousness was not healthy. And like, look around, 97% of the population does not have a healthy, expanded, big wealth consciousness. And so you've got to get out of scarcity. You cannot create lasting prosperity from a scarcity mindset and from a really poor kind of thinking. You just can't. They're two completely different vibrations. And my whole mission is to end the struggle and bring joy to the lives of 1 million women and men. And so you get to lay down the struggle with money long before the money shows up. It's one of the ways you get money to show up. But start working on expanding your wealth consciousness. I started saying, I can afford to be generous. I can afford to be generous. And it started at like $2. I would leave a tip for somebody that didn't like deserve the tip. You know, like when you go to Five Guys, you go to Cold Stone, and they have those tip jars, and all they did was like type in your order. They didn't actually like serve you, but they want a tip. Like I started like putting that in, not because they deserved it, but because I could afford to be generous. And suddenly it was backed by this vibration of generosity, and money started opening up and coming to me. Read the wealth consciousness books and do what they tell you to do. And when the medicine wears off, listen to a podcast about money. Listen to a podcast about the power of your mind. Start listen to the books over and over and over again, and do what they tell you to do, because that will really help you to raise your financial frequency. And then be around people who model prosperity thinking and who allow themselves to live wealthy, whatever wealth is to them. And listen to the way they talk, listen to the way they process, listen to the things that they talk about. What do they do for entertainment? What stores do they shop at? What kind of clothes do they wear? Like, what do they exude to you? What's the vibration that they're putting off? Because we're always putting off a vibration. And then you got to live in certainty until it arrives. A lot of people will say it's about enduring to the end and having faith until the end, but that puts in my mind like this feeling of grind, right? And like, I just got to keep pushing the river. I'm pushing the river, and I got to get through this somehow. And that's not what that is, because now you're in struggle, and we want to manifest without struggle, and we want money to come in without endless toil and without working ourselves to the bone. And it's really not natural to be in struggle anyway. Look around nature. Nature is a perfect example of massive abundance and opulence. I mean, you want to talk extravagance? God is an extravagant God. Have you ever been to the Grand Canyon? Have you ever looked at a waterfall? Have you seen the ocean lately? Oh, if you're at a beachside town, you probably have. Oh, that's wealth to me. Like, he is extravagant, and nature doesn't struggle for anything. Like, you don't see a flower like trying to like burst out of the ground. You get flowers that come out of cement. Like, you don't hear the baby chicks going like, "Ah," when they're trying to get out of their shell, or butterflies struggling to get out of the cocoon. Now, does it take persistence and does it take effort? Absolutely. Co-creating takes effort. It does take work, but it doesn't have to be this incessant grind that we're in, because that's not worth it to me. I want it to be easy and fun and joyful as I go. That's one of my requirements. And that's how money comes to me. So you got to live in certainty. And one of the ways that you get certainty is just knowing that somehow it will all work out. And you don't know how, and you don't care how. All you care is that it does, and that it will, and that God's got your back. The universe conspires to help you. The universe is actually mathematically orchestrated to support you in every moment of your life. So it's really, really important that you use that as your truth, rather than looking around at your circumstances and thinking that's your truth. It's not. We create our reality, and reality is temporary. Everything that we're going through right now, whether it's a worldwide crisis or whether it's your own personal crisis, is a temporary situation. And are you going to get through it? Yes. You've gotten through 100% of your days up to this point. You're going to get through it. But who are you going to be on the other side of it? And who do you become in the process of it really depends on how committed you are and how determined you are to raise your frequency, to work on your mindset, to literally raise your financial frequency, and then to let God bless you with those riches in finances, in your relationships, in your health, in your connection with Him, in every area of your life that is so important to you. And so when I made $232,000 in 6 months without doing like anything different from what I had been doing before, except the way that I thought and how easy and wonderful it was, I actually sat down and documented what it was that I did. Because I want to rinse and repeat it, you guys. Like, I don't want to be like, well, I wish I could do that again. You know, like when you talk to people and they're really successful, but they're not really consciously successful. They just do it and it works. It's because of the belief system that they're running. Highly successful people operate under a completely different set of beliefs from the masses, but they can't tell you exactly what it is that they did, which doesn't help you. They're like, I don't know, just here's the strategy, just do it. And I'm like, I did it and it didn't work. What's the matter? What's wrong with me? Well, it's just your beliefs are different. And so I want to learn how to rinse and repeat it. I want to make sure like I knew what I did, and so I can do it again, and I can, like, the experiment worked, and if it worked on a small scale, it's going to work on a large scale. And that was actually quite large to me. And so I actually created a financial frequency mini course that shows exactly what I did step by step by step in my inner game that directly affected my outer game and brought in money in such a delightful way, where I was giving and I was serving and it was within integrity, and I was not working 18-hour days or like blood, sweat, and tears, because I've done that and you guys have done that, and you know what it gets you: a lot of anxiety, feeling really tired at the end of it. You go to vacations and can't really even enjoy them because you're just so exhausted. And so, like, let's have a different experience. Let's experience peace and joy as we go, shall we? And so what I would love to offer you actually is my financial frequency mini course. It's a $997 value. I usually sell it for $247. For this conference, though, for this expo, I've given you a significant savings on that. But let me tell you what's in it. So it's a self-paced mini course that you get to use your entire life. You will have lifetime access to the modules that teach you how to do this. So you're going to clean up and you're going to heal your relationship with money so that you're not constantly breaking up with each other. That's the first thing you're going to do. We're going to get you out of the money drama, because money drama is not going to bring you peace. We've got to get out of the drama so the money can come. You're going to learn really deeply how money works on a vibrational level, and learn what you can do to bring it to you faster and easier. You're going to learn more about what financial frequency is and how to consciously raise it. You're going to learn the money beliefs that are holding you back and how to change them. And that is key right there. We got to change your beliefs. You're going to learn the practical steps that I took to expanding your wealth consciousness, why it's critical to live in certainty, and how to do it, and the exact steps to take to get the money out of your imagination and into your bank account so it can really, really bless your life on this physical level. It comes with video modules that walk you through it. It also has an audio component to it, so you can just listen to them. You've got a workbook that will walk you through all of the steps. There's a money meditation in there that was enormously helpful to me, and also energy work that is specific to money and getting you out of the drama of money, the trauma of money that we have all experienced at some point in our life. So we're going to clear that out of the way energetically, because I am also an energy practitioner. And then you're going to get a 1 hour coaching call with me or a member of my team, just to make sure that you're still on track with raising your financial frequency, answering questions you have, talk about next steps for you so that you can really live bigger. And so this is normally a $247 course that I sell, but for this expo, I have priced it at $77, because I want this information in everybody's hands. The more people's hands I can get it into, the better, because now more than ever, we've got to raise our financial frequency to get out of all of this muck, to get out of all of this drama that we're in, to get out of the fear, to get out of this the scarcity, and really start like claiming what we want and commanding it to come in. And there are very practical step-by-step things that we do in order to do that. What I teach is called the prosperity approach. And it's a specific way that we look at life and that we approach our situations and what we want to create and what we want to manifest, that is aligned with your spirit, with freedom, with joy, with the ease and the peace that we are all looking for. And we've got to unhook from mass consciousness, which just spins us in the rabbit hole of fear and doomsday and conspiracy, and nothing's ever going to change, and life is the pits. And like we got to disconnect from mass consciousness, and we've got to connect to infinite intelligence. And this is where the genius ideas are. This is where everything you want literally exists. And so this is what I help you to do. And you will be astounded and delighted to learn how practical it is, how simple it is, and how quickly money can come to you when you just know the hows. And so I teach you those hows. So if this is something that you feel would be a great fit, we're going to drop the link in here somewhere, but it's prosperityapproach.com/MC special. So like mix special, M as in Mary, C as in cat, and then special. So you can get it for that special price.
A mix special.
Mix special. Yes.
We love mix specials. So either someone will comment that link below. Hopefully either Becca or Allison, who's right here now. Like Allison will be in there helping everybody today comment. So thank you so much for that presentation. And remember, if you guys are watching this live, you can access all of the recordings afterwards. So you won't, if you missed Allison's presentation, you can still get it. So you can just sign up for that. So
absolutely.
Thank you. Tell us your link one more time.
So it's prosperityapproach.com/MC special. It stands for mini course special. MC special.
Awesome. Very cool.
Great.
Okay, well, I think we're right on schedule. So
hooray for on schedule.
Right, we're sort of on schedule. We'll catch up here a little bit. So awesome. Thank you so much for Allison. And we look forward to connecting with you again.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. And I'll see you in the Facebook group.
Okay, sounds good.
Bye.
Bye. So next up, we have Linda Forrest. So I'm going to have a little pause here for a minute, and then we're going to scroll over to Linda Forrest. So Linda Forrest has been the one who's been supporting me and helping me to learn how to run live stream. So we're going to take a slight little break for a few minutes, and then we will have Linda Forrest's presentation.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Tina. I want to begin today by just thanking Tina for all of the hard work she has put into making this event possible. I have personally seen her dedicate herself at a level that is difficult to comprehend. She has poured her heart and soul into keeping this event alive. It is happening because of her and her tireless effort. So I just want to thank her because she does it for us so that we can put information out to you to help you have healthier, happier lives. And so I'm always moved by that kind of dedication from a person that just pours everything they are into helping others have better lives. It's just an amazing thing. So I know this has been a difficult journey. She organized and had everything ready for this live event and in person, and now she's had to shuffle everything into a brand new experience for her, learning the technology, doing everything that she's done to make this possible. So I am just so inspired by that. So I personally want to take this moment to say thank you. And I can't say it enough. I could go on forever. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop myself, and I'm going to dig into become more centered and how to move from beginning to advanced meditation practices in just a few weeks. Thank you for joining my event. The purpose of this class is to take you from beginning meditation level to advanced, and I'm talking high advanced meditation level, in just weeks, not years, not decades, but in just weeks. I know people that have been meditating for decades and still struggle with meditation the way they were taught meditation. The first thing I want to say is if you do struggle, it's not your fault. Meditation is not always taught with the clarity it could. And so that's what I really want to establish here. I really want to establish clear meditation practices so everyone can get the full health benefits, the mental, the emotional, the physical regulation that meditation offers us, the overall health and well-being that we get from being master meditators. And so in this class, we're going to review that. I want to put this in as a practice where everyone can dig in and really get to be in that master meditator space. So I want to begin with this quote from Thich Nhat Hanh. Thich Nhat Hanh says, meditation is not passive sitting in silence. It is sitting in awareness, free from distraction, and realizing the clear understanding that arises from concentration. Now, this is really important. This is a really powerful thing to learn about meditation, and that is that so many meditation practices are teaching us to just try and quiet the mind. And today I'm going to talk about why that doesn't work for most people. That where your mind has to be already to take advantage from that is too far advanced. So it's really important that we understand how meditation actually works. Because if we don't understand it, we can't take full advantage of it. So that's my whole goal here, is to help us understand meditation as something more than we are taught it is. And I want to begin by breaking down this quote. First, I want to talk about this first sentence. Meditation is not passive sitting in silence. I often speak about the rest and digest state of the primal mind. You know, we have fight or flight, rest and digest. Rest and digest is a passive act, right? When we're in primal states of consciousness, we're subject to conditions. So we're subject to that tiger chasing us. Now, we can't control the tiger. A lot of people are experiencing tigers in their lives right now. So these are tigers we can't control. We can't control how the world reacts to COVID-19. We can't control the virus itself. We can't control the earthquakes. That's not something we have any control over. And to try and just say that we can control the subconscious mind's reaction to that becomes at the best, an ongoing fight. At the worst, it becomes defeat, where we tend to live at the mercy of externals. So we live in this rest and digest state. We live reactive to situations. So, for example, meditation is often taught as sitting in silence, as this passive sitting in silence. How hard is it for you to sit in silence? How hard is it for you to just completely silence your mind, especially during an earthquake or in dealing with the situations that are occurring around us? How easy is it for you to then become quiet? And Chick is saying here, meditation is not that. It is not passive sitting in silence. He says it is sitting in awareness, free from distraction. This is mindfulness. And a lot of us have learned mindfulness, and mindfulness is a great centering practice. But as he goes on to say more. So this is the first part. We first learn to sit, and we sit in awareness. It's not a complete meditation practice. There is a deeper level to it that is known by the masters, but only taught at levels of mastery. So a person has to be able to sit in perfect mindfulness for the masters to finally teach them the next stages of meditation that he talks about here in this quote. Meditation is designed to expand consciousness. So this is that epiphanal state. Again, I'll go deeper into that, but it's the understanding that arises from concentration. And these are the key words here, where he's talking about states of concentration. And most of us, this is our sticking point, if we can get to those more advanced stages. And that is the fact that concentration and awareness, mindfulness, seem to be in conflict with one another because they are stages of progression. When met at an early stage, concentration becomes control. And control is not mindfulness. Mindfulness is an act of surrender. So how do we surrender and concentrate? And that's what I want to teach you, is how to move into those advanced stages and move into them easily, right? It's like it says at the beginning in the image at the beginning. It's moving from beginning stages to advanced meditation practices in just weeks. Not months, not decades, in just weeks, being able to hit those more advanced stages. And that's what I'm going to dig into today. I want to explain why that is. Why I say I can help you meditate at a master meditation level in 30 days rather than 30 years. That's saying a lot, and I back up my words. So that's what I want to present to you today. So what I want to do is talk about, I have a quote here of mine. Meditation is not designed to be a moment of stillness in a life of chaos. It is designed to be a life of stillness that easily manages chaos. A lot of people are using meditation as a reprieve or as an escape. So life is this conflict or this struggle, and they're using meditation to then move from that space of struggle into a quiet moment. But then they leave the quiet moment. I hear it said all the time, I've been to thousands and thousands of meditations. And I hear it over and over again, bring yourself back into the room. Like meditation is this place that doesn't exist in our day-to-day reality. So meditation is not a means. It's the end. It's the end state. We want to live in a meditative state. It's the result of a specific brain function. So I'm gonna get into that more. I do go into more detail about the brain functions in Introduction to Brain Chemistry. That course is also free, and it is available on the website. Think of it this way. We all know that anxiety is a result of fight or flight trigger, right? That's common knowledge, that if we're triggered, we are reactive, right? We know this is a brain function, and we know it's caused by the triggering of the amygdala. That is common knowledge. Now, under the same rules of anatomy, a calm and confident mind is the result of brain function as well, right? It's not that some experiences of life are a result of brain function and others aren't. So if my stress state is a result of brain function, so is my calm, centered state. A good example of this is think of therapy. Think of a therapeutic process. So think of the state of depression. With a good therapist, how long does it take to have a significant shift, to have a significant effect on depression? So if you have ever suffered depression, how long would you be in therapy before you felt significant results where you'd say, yeah, actually I'm feeling a significant relief of my depression? Now I want you to ask on the opposing side, if you took a pharmaceutical for depression. So you took an antidepressant, and this was an effective antidepressant. I know there's variables. How soon would you achieve results from the pharmaceutical? So in comparison, now most therapists, or let's say psychiatrists, most psychiatrists prescribe pharmaceuticals because they know the therapeutic process is going to take much longer than the pharmaceuticals will take to relieve depression. Now, over time, you can get a permanent result from the therapeutic process that allows you to eventually wean yourself off the pharmaceutical, but in the beginning, you're going to get a faster result out of the pharmaceutical, because the pharmaceutical is approaching brain function. It's affecting the chemical to cause a relief to the depression, right? And that we then require the pharmaceutical for that chemical, where the therapeutic process can return us to a state of homeostasis where we're not triggered enough to be in depression. But that can take, again, decades, lifetimes for some. So we're not going to try and control the conditions to alter the brain function. We're going to do what the brain does organically. We're going to alter the brain function to control the condition. In the same way, pharmaceuticals alter the brain chemistry to control how we feel. So to do that, I want to go in now and review with you the stages of meditation. So today I'm only going to give a quick review of these stages because I only have 20 minutes to do so, and it takes a little bit longer than that. So if you're interested in seeing the full video, you can find it on YouTube. Just search Inspired Evolution Project, Linda Forrest, and you'll find my channel. You can also find my channel on my website at inspiredevolutionproject.com. If you look at the top menu to the right, there's a YouTube link, or you can log on for the free course, and that is available under Education, Courses, and it is called Become More Centered, and it is a free course. So however you want to move forward, those are available. But I do want to give you something to take today. More than just understanding that our experience of life is a result of the brain function, I want to talk about the steps we'll go through in that course to achieve that brain function. So the first step of a really healthy centered meditation practice is always stage one. Now, for those of you that are taking my IEP program, this is the same as phase one. These are the phases that are introduced in Introduction to Brain Chemistry. That course is also free on the website. It's under Education Courses. But this stage one of meditation practice is where we relax the mind and begin to observe the self. Now, the observation of the self is really important here. What we need to realize is we can't do any meditation practice without calming our system first. If we are in a triggered state, if we are stressed, we cannot meditate. And this idea of being prescribed meditation for stress is a great idea, but if a person doesn't learn that they can't meditate until they learn to center themselves from a stress state, then they'll never reach a meditation state. This is why a lot of people struggle with monkey mind, why a lot of people can't reach that calm, centered state, because they're not preparing the brain function that allows that state. So this is what's important to understand. We are taught that we only use 10% of our brain. That's not true. We use our whole brain, but we can only use 10% at a time. So where's that 10% focused? We need to pull that focus out of any anxiety or stress and bring it into the prefrontal cortex where we can be centered and enter the beginning states of meditation, which would be stage 2 of our practice. So this is where we center the mind and observe the space, or ourselves in the space. This is really mindfulness. But before we can practice mindfulness, again, we need to calm the system, and then we need to center ourselves. We need to activate that prefrontal cortex and become fully present in the moment. Body, mind, and spirit, fully present. When I talk about full presence in the body means I'm aware of my body. I know my position. I know how the temperature and the texture of the air in the room feels against my skin. I know how calm I am. I know how relaxed I am. I notice any tension in my body. Being present in the mind means I'm not thinking about tomorrow or yesterday or what's happening outside of the space I'm in. I'm not worried about what my neighbor is doing or how my family's right now. I'm just in this moment. Being fully centered, fully present in spirit means I have no masks. I've shed everything to be my current self. I am where I am today, and I honor that without judgment. Again, being centered, body, mind, and spirit. From stage 2, from that centered state, where we might experience silence, we're going to move into stage 3, which is the same as phase 3. This is when we expand the mind. The word meditation, when properly translated, means active listening. Meditation was designed to expand our consciousness. So it's there to move us from what we know and have been to what we don't know and have never been. But in order to do that, we must become aware of what we don't know and have never been. And so this is stage 3. It's being able to become aware of more information in our mind. What I talk about in the program is that I'm really training my left brain to look to my right brain for answers. So it's the structured side of the brain, which is critical to our health, connecting with the open, expansive, infinite part of our brain, which is also critical. And it's learning to teach them to communicate, not be more one or the other. More one or the other is not healthy. We don't want to be more right-brained or left-brained. We want to use both efficiently. And so that's what we're learning in stage 3. Stage 4 is advanced meditator. So this is contemplation stage. Now, where we're observing the new information now, there's a real trick to this. This can be one of the most difficult stages of meditation, which is why it can take years to master. And that is this ability to observe something, to have something in our consciousness and not figure it out, not analyze it, and not think we know. To be in a place of not understanding, a place of surrender, to allow the information to sit there, because our subconscious mind is a supercomputer. We are not built for our conscious mind to program our subconscious mind, right? Our conscious mind is 3 billion neurons. Our deep subconscious is 73 billion. And so this is the supercomputer of the brain. What we want is to allow emergence, right? Have you heard that word lately? It's allowing the truth to emerge from within our own being, to come from the subconscious mind to teach the conscious mind its wisdom. And so that's what we're doing in stage 4 of this meditation practice. And so our goal is to be able to do these stages efficiently by learning to do them one at a time. And that's what we'll be doing in the course. So we can live that life of stillness that easily manages chaos. I'd like to thank you for taking part in my presentation, and I am going to include in the pack a link to the rest of this course, as well as a $50 off coupon that you can use on any class. That coupon will be valid until the end of this year, so December 31st, 2020. You can go online to inspiredevolutionproject.com, get Introduction to Brain Chemistry for free. That class is called Relief of Suffering, and it's a free course. You can do this course for free, which is called Become More Centered. There are also a lot of other courses, advanced courses. If you're already an advanced meditator, there are some advanced courses there. If you have any questions or want more information at all, visit me at my website. All the links are there to Instagram, to Pinterest, to all my different accounts. Links to message me are available on the website as well, on the About page at the bottom right corner of the page. So I hope I've given you something to inspire your life and help your meditation practice improve so that you can live the healthiest, happiest life possible. However you do decide to move forward, I do wish you tremendous success on your journey.
And here we are. So welcome back, everyone. I am here today with Andrea Wolf with My Essential Collection. So take it away, Andrea.
Thanks, Tina. I am so excited about this virtual conference. This is a whole new thing for us, and I've participated in a couple, and the last couple, we're just like, we're getting there. We're getting to people, and that's what we're here for. We're here to be there for you.
Yes, because people in the world need us.
Yes, they do. What I wanted to do today is have a little chit chat here with Tina. We're going to talk about what My Essential Collection can do for you, and what's a little bit different from us than other companies. And so I'm just going to get started, and Tina, jump in if you have any questions as far as what I'm doing or what I'm
Oh, goody. So tell us again, your company is really farm to family, correct?
Yeah.
Tell us a little more about the history. I know some people might have watched your preview interview, but they might not have. So tell us a little bit about your history of your company.
Yeah, so in the beginning, what I wanted to do was sell essential oils. But when I started looking around, I thought, oh, it still is expensive. I want to be high quality. So I found a way that I'm able to basically shop directly from the farms. I do have a company that will actually test the products to make sure there are no impurities, because the one thing about our oils we want to let people understand is they're high quality. They are undiluted until we blend them. So I want to make sure people understand that in the beginning, because we do want you to use a carrier oil if you're going to use our single essential oils, or a lotion or something for that, but then also use the carrier oil to help carry that essential oil into your body.
So it's not just, so it actually disperses better on your skin. Is that right?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Cool. So you've got all kinds of products behind you. We're going to share with us some of the things that you have. Yay. So be sure, people, to comment below. Andrea, do you have a drawing or a giveaway that you're doing during this time too?
I have a couple things that we are doing. So those of you who are watching, we're going to send samples to you. Just drop an email and I'll contact you for a physical address, or you can email me at andrea@myessentialcollection.com and give me your address. I want to send you a sample. We have creams for samples, our rad cream and our pain cream, and our fad cream, our first day dermal cream. And we also have, I've started working on some essential oil samples, but it's really hard when you have so many of the varieties. So let me know what you're interested in trying.
Okay, so you're saying that anybody that emails you saying, I want a free sample, will get a free sample.
We'll get a free sample.
Okay.
They just need to let me
So
know
if somebody is assisting us, if they could please, like if Becca or Allison, anybody's assisting us, if you could comment her email address, that would be awesome. So go ahead and say your email address again.
So it's Andrea, ANDREA, at myessentialcollection.com.
Cool. So if you see her, there's her.
That's
So
perfect.
email her. Okay. So share with us what you've got.
All right, then just one other deal that I do have is, if sample's not the big deal, you just want to get there and start shopping, on our website, myessentialcollection.com, use the word energy, all capital, and you will get 20% off your purchase.
Ooh, bonus.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Cool.
alrighty. So, few things. So obviously, our essential oils, like frankincense. Our frankincense, pure, undiluted, $15.
What? Frankincense.
15
Sign me up. And I get 20% off if I go to the website. And I use the word energy.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
wait a second.
So-
I gotta take notes. Because you know how much I love frankincense. Frankincense. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Exactly.
So this isn't smell-o-vision, but I wish it was, because I go. So what is frankincense good for?
Frankincense is liquid gold. It is good for everything. Oh my gosh, I'm smelling it for you.
Okay, I'm imagining smelling it.
Yes, exactly. So it can be used for calming. It can be used to put on a wound. It can be used to manifest. That is one thing that I have learned, is that aromatherapy helps so much in manifestation. And I know a lot of our speakers are talking about that too. Intuition, manifestation. putting what you're wanting out into the world. And frankincense is amazing for that when you're coming to aromatherapy. We've got helichrysum for $11.
What's helichrysum? What's in that one?
Helichrysum fights infections. It's
so if I can put that, can I ingest that at all?
Helichrysum? No, you do not want to ingest that.
Because that's the thing that some people say. So I got to be careful of that. So you don't want to ingest it. But where do I put it? Do I put it on my chest?
You put it on your chest. What I do if I feel like my throat starts hurting or maybe my ears are aching, I will actually put a little bit, just dab a little bit on the inside of your ear right here.
Or back here.
On your glands. The bottom of your feet. That is one thing that people ask me all the time. Where do I put the oil? I always tell them, Google your foot chart, the reflexology foot chart, and it has a picture, so it'll say, this is for the spleen, this is for your head, this is for, it points in different directions. Put your oil directly on that.
Do you have a printout on your website at all of what the oils do?
So on our website, each one of the oils actually has the different properties.
Oh, okay.
You can also search. So you can search headache, and it'll come up with the different oils, and we have a headache blend. Yeah, it's really interactive on that.
Okay.
I don't have the foot chart on there because with this break, I say a break, this whole working from home thing, I've been able to do quite a bit, and thank you, Tina, for teaching me to do quite a bit. Like Zoom, she taught me how to use Zoom. It's so exciting.
So we can put that essential oil into what if I did like a foot soak, where would that help to pull toxins out of my feet? And tell me the name of that one again that you just mentioned.
Oh, the helichrysum.
Helichrysum. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So another thing that I like to tell people, if they don't know essential oils, if they're in the beginning stages for it, the best thing to do is get started with a real quick kit.
Okay.
So these are the most commonly used essential oils.
Do you have a little kit there to show us?
It's not right here directly.
Okay, but they're on your website in a little kit that has like several different things in it, so I could sample it all. Okay.
Right. So you've got lavender, peppermint, frankincense. My mind just went blank, but it is on our website. We want you to get started with the different oils. So peppermint. You can throw it into a tea because you can ingest peppermint. That is another thing that I like to explain to people. Essential oils that are ingestible are safe to ingest as long as you are making sure you're taking it with water, putting it with an oil, putting it in a tea, putting it in a capsule, things like that.
Cool.
I do have blends like our immune boost.
Okay, that's super important right now. So we all need an immune boost. And again, you can put that with a carrier oil on your chest, on the bottoms of your feet, like behind your ears, something like that. Okay, and how much is that one?
Our immune boost is $15, but if you go under our great deals on our website, you can get hand sanitizer and immune boost for $20.
Oh my goodness, and use the code word energy and get.
So that already has the discount on it.
Oh, that's already the discount. Okay.
Yeah,
well, shoot, I'm giving your stuff away here.
Our immune boost, what I do is I'll brush my teeth, and then I'll put a couple of drops on my toothbrush, run it through again, and swallow. I can't even think of the last time that I was actually sick.
Oh,
so
good tip.
We're talking years. If I even feel cold, I'm finding out that, oh my gosh, I actually might have allergies, because in the past I thought, oh, I got a cold. No, I actually might have allergies.
Okay, so immune boost and hand sanitizer in a package together for $20. That's a bonus. So be sure to go to her website and check that out.
So then another thing that we do is with our essential oils, we make products. So we have Sleepy Cream, Rad Cream. Our Sleepy Cream, put it on your third eye, a little dab between your eyes and the brow, third eye. That will actually stop. It helps to calm down those thoughts that you're having at night. You lay down, you think you're tired, and then all of a sudden, oh, I'm awake, I can't.
That did not happen to me last night at all.
I'm sure it did.
Before a big day like this, oh yeah, my mind was going crazy. I was like, I should have had some of that then. Okay.
Yep. Then on the bottom of your feet, especially your big toes, because in the reflexology chart, head is the tips of your toes. So, but it is safe to be able to put all over your feet. It is also safe for children. Jan kindly put a comment in our little feed earlier. We sent her a sample for her granddaughter, and her granddaughter slept so much better. So I'm excited. I love that feedback too.
Okay, so the RAD cream, what's that one for?
RAD cream stands for Run Another Day. It was created by my husband, who is an ultra runner, and it is for muscle pain. It also helps, so anybody who's got muscle pain can use it. You don't have to be an athlete. But it also helps the athletes with things like RLS, because their legs hurt after running and they can't sleep at night. The recovery, the pain, the endurance. So he would actually, my husband would put this on in the beginning of a race. He'd get to maybe mile 25 or 50, depending on which one he's doing. Put some more on there, and it actually helps to give energy to his muscles.
Are you kidding? Your husband ran 50 miles?
He's actually ran 2 salt flat 100s. And
oh my God.
He tied for 3rd. I mean,
and he put the RAD cream on his muscles, and he didn't get sore. What if I just walk?
He got sore, but not as extreme.
What if I get sore from walking from my office to the kitchen? No.
There you go. Yes.
100 miles? Are you kidding?
Yeah. He's done it a couple times.
Okay, and that keeps your. So he just. When did he put that on?
So you can put this on before, if you are somebody who has chronic pain and you want to use it daily, it is safe to use it daily. You can use it throughout the day. If you are getting ready to exercise, if you are doing yoga, or if you're going to jump on the treadmill or start lifting, put it on before, and you can put it on after.
Okay, what does it smell like?
It smells, so it's got cassia, which is in the cinnamon family. Okay. So you can smell that cinnamony scent. It's got the helichrysum in it. It has frankincense in it. It's got clove, and it's got lemon. And what it's doing with all, so it's not minty. It's not that.
So it's very food smelling. So it's okay for men who like food.
It smells so good. Exactly. But then we do have cool RAD, because there are people who actually enjoy to have that cold sensation, and we added blue tansy and wintergreen to that one.
Okay.
And then we have Ultra Rad, which is for chronic pain. It's like an extra strength on those really bad days. So there are 3 different options. Our creams, our Sleepy Cream, Rad Cream, Cool Cream are normally $20, and our Ultra Rad is $30. So those definitely are up for that 20% energy.
Okay, I was just about ready to ask that. Can I use that coupon code ENERGY when I go shopping on your website on those products? Okay.
Yes. So, and then we just do have other products. We do a lot. Blends are already pre-made. We have gemstone roller blends that help with chakra healing.
Oh, so you have some just in rollers. If I don't want to blend them myself, you have blends in rollers that are already mixed with an oil. Because sometimes to have a carrier oil, it's like sometimes you want the pure essential oils, and you know it's like. But sometimes you just want to have ready-made where I don't have to do anything. So you guys do have some of that on your website too.
Yes. Okay. So if you are diffusing, I always tell people use the single essential oils, because those don't have the carrier oil that is going to clog up your diffuser.
Okay. Good point. So that's when I would, so there's some that you would want for, okay, cool.
Yep. So then other things that we do have a lot of accessories that are in ours. We just recently added singing bowls. So
you guys, I can get singing bowls on your website?
We've just recently, like this week we had a really great friend, Tammy Anderson Ward with Energy Healing. She actually asked, do you have them? Yes, we do. So they are there too. The way that they're set up right now, they too are on our great deals tab, because they don't qualify the discount. They already are discounted, and the shipping is included in our singing bowls.
Oh, what? Are you kidding me? Your shipping is included? Okay, cool. So no shipping on the singing bowls, which is super cool. Do they all come in different colors like that? I see that one is a blue.
They can. If you take a look, so that's in the one of the chakra sets. So there are different options on there. There's hand hammered. There's the ones that have etched on there. There's the 5-inch. There's the 12-inch. So just jump on our website and you can check and see which ones are available. Cool. If you've seen some out there and they're not listed on our website, again, feel free to email us. I do have access to other companies. We're just waiting for several of them to open back up, and they're supposed to this next week. So.
And your website is myessentialcollection.com.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you look below here, you can see the words My Essential Collection. So it's just the .com.
So one of the things that I do enjoy doing, and I really wanted to spend a little bit extra time on here, was I do make custom blends for people. But in order to do that, I need to tune into your energy. I need to get to know you. And so and we'll have a link on here too. It's through Schedulosity, or you can go onto our Facebook page, My Essential Collection, and hit book now. You and I will sit for 45 minutes, either Zooming or on the phone, or if you feel comfortable, we can sit together in my home, but you don't have to come to this. And we can sit down and decipher what blend does your body need right now. It could be emotionally, it could be physically. And so we need to sit down and talk about what is going on in your life to figure that out.
So for people who live at a distance or who are not local, get my words in the right order there. So you can do that over a Zoom with someone?
Yep. Exactly. Yep.
Okay.
Because there's a couple ways that I'm going to do it. First of all, we're going to talk about how you open up yourself, your energy, so that basically like Reiki, so that we can chat about what we're going to do, so I can feel what's in the needs of. And then I use pendulum.
Okay.
I use muscle testing. I use intuition. And we will come up with something that is needed for you, specific to your needs. I've also had other people
I
point out,
really like that. Is there a what's the charge for one of those? So we can go to your Facebook page to book now on there.
Yep.
And so you charge for that, whatever session. Is that when
Yes.
Okay.
So it was $40. You do not pay when you book. You pay after we do our little chit chat.
Because it might depend on what oils are put into the thing. So, because if I'm an expensive chick, right, and I need like this lineup,
Yep.
my oils might be $100 and somebody else's might be $20. Okay.
So right now the service is $20, and your first blend goes into that $20, and that is for those of you who come through the Empower You. That is the deal that you are going to get instead of the $35 or $40.
Okay, so when they book their session, is there a comment space there so that they can say, I found you at the Empower You Expo?
We'll chat about it when they
Okay,
talk.
cool.
When we talk on the phone.
So,
I ask that question all the time. So how did you hear about me?
cool. Okay.
That's
So be
really
sure to
about it.
mention that you heard about Andrea through the Empower You Expo in order to get that discount.
Yep. And then, we can make one blend. If you need more than one blend, or you need to do some shopping right there, that's when you'll start paying those extras. But $20 to sit for 45 minutes and do a few little discussions, it's awesome. So just a little excitement that I have. I actually have a client. I'm really excited. It's a sad situation, but it's a very happy, rewarding situation. Her daughter passed away several years ago, and it will be 17 years ago tomorrow. And so her and I are going to sit together tomorrow and discuss this and bring it in. And the day she made that appointment, I have had her daughter literally giggling in my ear ever since, and it has been rewarding. So I do this because I love it, and I am here to service you and do what you need for your body, for you to be able to learn, to grow, to function, to be happy, just to be you and live.
That just gives me goosebumps from head to toe. I'm just having so much fun today, listening to all these presentations and stuff. It's like, and this is why I said we had to do this virtually, because the world needs us. The world needs you, Andrea. The world needs your essential oils and all that it can do for our body and our mind and our spirit and our emotions, all of that.
I love hearing that. I am needed. Just like Tina, you are needed to provide this for us. We are needed so that our products and our energy healing and our education and our knowledge is here so we can pass it on to everyone.
Cool. Okay, do you have anything else to share with us?
I do. So we also have diffusers. So the one diffuser that goes real quick is our Himalayan salt diffusers. I had this plugged in earlier, and then the light bulb died just before we.
Well, that.
That's actually pretty good. It was going for a good year. So what it is you've got your Himalayan salt rocks.
Yes.
You can turn this on, and as it's heating up, you can put your oils on the salt. So not only is it the Himalayan salt is actually cleansing the energy in your room, now you're diffusing, and so you've got another purpose coming in.
So do I want to put the pure oil in there, not any one that's mixed with a carry oil, just the pure oil?
Yes.
Oh, that's a beautiful way to display that and to diffuse that.
Yes, it is. And then we have the regular diffusers too, like the lily. We have a dome. So you do have options. We do have water diffusers, and we have the Himalayan salt diffusers. So we do have several options. We also have these little car clips.
Put it over here. Yeah, there you go. Oh, okay.
There we go.
I know. It's like, oh, so that's the tree of life. Okay.
Yep. So just like the necklaces and bracelets that people are seeing in the diffuser ones, you open it up and you put your oil on the little thing.
So I can wear it.
Yep, and they come with 10 different colored ones, so you can change the color out if you really want to match that day.
Well, and then if you have different oils on different colors, that'll keep it straight in your brain so it's color coded.
That's exactly actually how I have mine.
Because,
I have my citruses, I have my grounding.
It's hard to remember what you put on there.
Exactly. So these are car clips. You can clip it on your fan in your house if you wanted to. As summer's coming along and you turn your fan on, you've got it in your window or you've got it on a table, your desktop. It's just got this cute little clip and you just clip it right into there. We've got the necklace. Oh, see so small here. Here's a little bangle or a bracelet.
Okay. Nice.
Twist and turn.
Oh, that's
same thing. Girls love this. Your teenage girls, and they're getting ready. I mean, I know they've been out of school, but they're going to be so excited to start school back up again, and they can have it on their wrist, and they're smelling pretty. Or they can have their anxiety blend in there, or their happy days, which is it helps with depression. It's all these citrusy smells, and it helps to uplift your mood.
Oh, happy days blend. That's a good one. We should all be buying that one right now. Happy days blend so that we can all be happy.
Exactly.
What does that one smell like?
The Happy Days blend, the lime really comes out. It does have grapefruit in it and lemon, but the lime really comes out. And lime is so uplifting, and to me, it's a summer day. Is what it is really.
Oh, you just sold me that one. Let me tell you, because I love summer and Happy Days blend. I'm here taking notes on like I've got a long shopping list here, Andrea.
I love it. So we also do bath fizz, and our bath fizz we have one pain away, which just fill that up with a tub and rest after you've been weeding your garden, you've been outside working at your yard.
Need that one too. Pain away.
Pain away. We have frazzled nerve, which is, oh my gosh, you are about ready to kill your family. Of course, you don't want to. Go take a bath with some frazzled nerve, and you'll get through this.
So these are bath bombs, you said.
Now we're talking about bath fizz.
Bath fizz. So okay, which are super cool because you put them underneath and then so these are bath fizzes now that you're talking about.
Right. And so we were doing bath bombs, and we actually still do bath bombs. They're just not as popular as a bath fizz.
I like the fizzes better myself. I've had a few, and how cool to. Okay, I'm adding that to my list.
Well, and you can put as much as you want in there.
Okay.
That's another thing. You don't have to worry about all that, but you get that fizzing. But the biggest thing is you want those essential oils in your bath. You want that salt in there. We do have a milk powder, so it has that moisturizing in there. It's just awesome.
Cool.
Then we have our sugar scrubs. We are reintroducing back in. Right now we have this is the honeysuckle lavender. We have bar soap that we make, our homemade. It's goat's milk lotion soap.
What? You have goat's milk lotion soap? My absolute favorite. Let me tell you, my son has had eczema since he was little, and back in those days, I've learned since then how to help him, and when I finally got him goat's milk soap with high glycerin and essential oils in it, his skin finally cleared up, and we in this house for the last 2 10 years, we use nothing but goat's milk soap. You will never use anything else ever again if you buy well-made quality soap. Just saying.
It smells so good. Like this one, our soap that I'm holding right here, this is our honeysuckle lavender. Honeysuckle is actually my favorite. So this was one when we were trying to create what do we want for our scents. I'm like, honeysuckle.
So for me, all these kind of bath products are not like these are like essentials for me. These are like buying milk and bread or something when my kids were little, because how you feel when you have really good quality soaps and bath care products or hair care products or whatever, you just feel amazing. And no chemicals. Like, we need to eliminate the chemicals from our food, from our makeup, from our soaps. Just have clean, pure things. Okay, there's my little sales pitch. Come on, everybody. You need some of this because you'll never go back.
Yes, exactly. And then, like I said, we've got our in our blends, we have our gemstone rollers. For those of you who do practice balancing your chakras, and some people feel like oh my gosh, I feel like I'm doing this constantly all throughout the day. Our gemstone roller set, there's 7 in them, and there's one for each chakra. So there's root all the way up to crown. You can place them on the area. You can muzzle test and just do it for the area that's being blocked. So like say you're holding a grudge and you need to open up your heart. You can actually just roll it over your heart, or you can smell it. You can put it on your wrist like a perfume, on your feet, on your hand. I mean, there's just so much you can do with it, and it helps to keep your chakras balanced. So,
very good.
What else do I have to offer? Oh boy. Oh, our latest, and these are not on our website yet, so this is a preview of what we are doing.
Okay.
So one of the things that we do, we do ionized foot baths too. For those of you, when you go into schedule, you'll see that on there. If you are okay for in person, now that we've got these soft openings, we can now do our ionized foot baths.
Okay.
But anytime I meet with somebody in person, I spray this, and this is a positive energy cleansing spray.
Okay.
So we are cleansing both of our energies so that we're just thinking positively, and it just helps to open the energies up. It helps to, if you are doing a foot detox, it helps to do that. And it's awesome. But I've had several other vendor friends that I've made these for when they go to the different events. They'll spray it around because the energy, we're constantly working with different levels of energy in these events when we're in person. And so she would, my one friend, she said, I'm going to just spray it when I go to these events and see how it works. And her cells increased. Her energy was positive. She's cleansing after that particular person left. Say they left, they still have a little bit of a negative energy. The next person comes on. They felt that positive energy with her and just opened up and bought more. And I was like, oh my gosh, that is so amazing.
Well, our energy is super important.
Oh, it is. It is so important. And so I'm going to come up, we've got a few different ones. My husband has just created one. It's called Intensitation. And it's to help to set the intent of what you're wanting or what you're going to be doing. It's got the dragon's blood. My mind just went blank again. Anyway, it's got that earthy scent to it. And he is putting stones in the spray.
Oh, cool. So these are not on your website yet.
We are working on them. So if you have a suggestion or a thought or a request, email us. Messages on Facebook. We are just trying to decipher what all we want. I've got probably 3 different ones right now, and I would love to add. I think I'm going to do about 10 of them all together. So
fantastic. So again, tell us the coupon code and the website so that we have those.
Perfect. So the discount code is energy. I have found out that you do need to go. You check your cart as you're checking out, and then at the top it'll say discount code, and put energy, all capital letters, and then website is myessentialcollection.com. You can book time with me through Scheduleosity. What you can do is you go to your Facebook page, our Facebook page, excuse me, My Essential Collection. Click on Book Now, and it'll link you to that.
Awesome. So thank you very much. We are. This has been a super fun day.
Yes, I'm excited to keep watching. I've been watching it since you started. So
I know. So we've got a little break here for about a half an hour. And then we're going to we'll have a little commercial break. We'll be running our little commercial in between. And then at 1 o'clock, we have from 1 to 2:30, we have another session. We have a couple people who are Reiki masters. And then we have the Crystalline Tribe with Celeste Anderson. So during the break, you can see the schedule. And thank you, Andrea, for this time.
Thank you.
This was fun.
Thank
I've
you.
got my long list here of things, and I need to go to your website and place my order. So comment below or connect with Andrea for sure.
Thank you, Tina, and thank you for putting your time, your energy, and your love into this.
Yes, this is actually a total blast. This is super fun. So, and eventually we'll get to see each other in person.
Yes, exactly.
All right, awesome. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
here with you all today. Thank you so much for joining. I just wanted to share just how grateful I am to be here to help be of service. So, yes, my name is Sarah Lewis, and I am a certified Reiki master practitioner, and I'm today going to be giving a demonstration of what I typically do in a session. So with Reiki, it's more of a meditative relaxation technique as well that can help facilitate healing. So I have my lovely volunteer here, and I'm going to go ahead and work on facilitating this demonstration for y'all. Go ahead and just take a big deep breath in and out. Many shamans in Southern America and Peru have used during many ceremonies. So I'm going to go ahead and use this as very quite sacred.
Beautiful, Sarah. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. The comments that we were receiving. So you had a special offer, and we posted that in the comments. And there is a sign up form there if you'd like to connect with Sarah. Please sign up on the sign up form that's in the comments. And if you've missed any of this, it's okay. You can sign up and receive the videos later. So you'll have a way to connect with Sarah. And wow, that was beautiful. People could feel the energy. It was like the comments that were coming in were just like, that was powerful. That was magical. We could feel the energy and the love. That was so wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any comments that you would like to say?
I'm just very grateful to have had this opportunity to help be of service today and to meet everyone and to have a beautiful experience here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we're going to go to a short commercial break before we have our next person on. So thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Tina.
Wow. Where were you at when you were on my shoulders?
When I was on your shoulders?
You weren't touching my shoulders in the way.
Oh,
You're good to go.
All right. I'm starting?
Yep.
Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the Empower You Expo. I am Stephanie Barber, and I'm with Levitate Love, and I'm here with my fabulous student,
Dan Nossinger.
Nossinger. Yes, Dan Nossinger. I am so excited to be here, and I do have to say it just out loud, a little nervous, and technical issues have occurred, and take a deep breath. Okay, welcome. I'm so glad you're all here with us today. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. I am a person who empowers those who are newly awakening, and those of you who are having new experiences with this new energy world and all of this fifth dimensional energy that is coming into the planet. I would like to work with you if you are willing to dive deep into what your story is, that story that holds you hostage in your life, and you're willing to shift it and master your thoughts and master your energy, and then I can guide you and help you, work with you in finding your purpose and implementing that in your life so that you start to love the life that you have. And so that's me. I have been doing energy work for 19 years and Reiki for a little bit over 5. So my Reiki practice started in 2016 as a full-time. The universe kicked me off the cliff and said, you can't say this anymore that you want this full-time. And so off the cliff I went, and I was like, what the heck? And I knew when my boss was firing me in my job exactly what it was for. And I texted my friend, and when I got out in the parking lot, she said, Stephanie, you have wings, fly. And so as I flew off that cliff, here I am today. And I love what I do. This is my purpose. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. And I'm so excited that Dan is here because he is one of my offspring, if you will. He is an amazing, one of my amazing students. And so I'm going to turn the time over to him and let him introduce himself.
Oh, like I said earlier, my name is Dan, and my journey kind of kick-started similar with my job fell through, so I suddenly was open up to where I could devote the time and energy to do this full time, and so I ran into Stephanie, and she has this awesome program which just felt right. So I, not really knowing what Reiki was, I jumped into it, and it just changed my life. I struggled with being an empath and feeling all these different energies, and this gave me the power and skills to be able to manage that and to come into my own and be in a place where I never thought I would be able to be. So all those things that I thought were a permanent part of my life just fall away.
Can I jump in? One of those
Please.
is anxiety.
Yeah. And I've always wanted to be a healer, and this helps me actually do that in a way that calls to me. So yeah, it's beautiful. I'm glad to be here.
I'm really glad you are here too, Dan. Thank you. Dan is an extremely powerful healer, and he brings that essence of the masculine to his work. And receiving from Reiki from him is one of the most powerful things that I have ever experienced. He has got lots of power behind him. So, and I love your shirt, free hugs. So the pandemic is almost over. Thank goodness we're starting to cancel out our social distancing. So one of these days, Dan can fully give you a hug. All right, so we have some offerings in our power pack, and that is, I'm going to be offering a sound bath meditation. Sound came to me a couple of years ago, and it just flows through me, and it is so powerful. One of my clients just a couple of days ago just said it penetrated into all of her chakras, and she could just like feel all of the energy just exploding out. And when I was done with the sound, it was, it brought peace to her, and she was just feeling really, really calm, like she hadn't been for a long time. So that's one of the things that I'm offering is my sound bath meditation. I love it. It is so, so powerful. And then we have a quiz for you, and the quiz will be in this power pack also, and it's which one of the psychic senses, one of the clairs they call it, is prominent for you. And maybe you have one, and maybe you have a little bit of all seven, but we'll have a quiz for you to find out which ones you are and which ones you resonate with and show up in your life as you're in this awakening process. We all are, even though I've been doing it for 19 years, I'm having a whole new awakening. It's a whole deeper process that's happening right now.
The energy's going wild, right?
It is going wild. So I will also have a PDF in there for you of 5 different ways that you can develop your psychic senses. And so there's some really beautiful tools in there for you, especially if you're feeling anxiety right now in this time, and uncertainty. Developing these psychic senses and connecting to the light and connecting to the earth is a critical thing for you to do. So my complete Reiki Mastery program is a complete program, takes you from level 1, 2, and 3, and at least 6 months to a year beyond that, with some skills and classes to help you. You join a community where you get community support, you get individual support from me. If you're someone who wants to start doing Reiki or start doing energy work, or you're wondering, where do I start? Reiki is the foundation of energy, and this is the place to start. And this program supports you all the way through the entire levels of 1, 2, and 3. And then I have a Reiki Mastery program that is still on hold for this year, but it will be for next year for sure. A Reiki Mastery training in Hawaii. And we go to the island of Kauai, and it is one of the most powerful things that I have ever done. I did it last year for the first time, and it was freaking amazing. It was so cool. So I'm going to ask you to go down below in the comments, and there's a link down there, and that is going to have you send you to a place where you can sign up for our drawing. We have a couple of things we're giving away. One of them is a surprise. Well, actually, I just gave away. Oh, well, okay. We have this plan, and now it's all changing, so it's totally awesome. So for my Reiki Mastery program, the total price, well, I'm not going to tell you that. The gift that I am giving today, and this is a magnificent, extremely valuable gift. It is $500 off my Reiki Mastery program. That is extremely generous. So no matter what, it is affordable because you can give me payments, and it is one of the most powerful things that one day I was sitting and Spirit guided me to create this program. And so it's comprehensive, and it's the foundation of energy. And if you are in your awakening process and need guidance and help, somebody to walk with you, this is the program. And so as you click on that link, we have a drawing for you, and it has a variety of different drawings that you can click. Click on Dan's name if you would like to have some of his drawings be included in his drawing, and then click on my name and any of the other programs and classes that I have that are available. So do you want to, I'll tell mine. Okay. So what I am going to do for my, I lost my paper. I'm going to do one 60-minute Reiki session that I am giving away, and I'm also giving away a 20 to 30 minute sound therapy and energy session. So that's me.
And I'm also giving away a 60-minute energy healing Reiki session and 3 15-minute Reiki energy sessions.
That's awesome. 3 15-minute ones. 15 minutes is really, really cool. So I would like to also invite you to my Reiki Healing Circle every Thursday night. It's from 7 to 10. Right now we're doing it on Zoom until we get back in person fully. And they are the 15-minute sessions, and they are extremely powerful. Now, this is a group healing that happens, and when you have groups together who are doing Reiki on one person, if you have 4 or more people together doing a session, then you have it equals 60 minutes of a Reiki session. So Dan will be doing the 15 minutes by himself just to give you a taste. And he's starting his practice up, and so that's part of why he's giving those away, is to get people interested, to give you a taste of what's going on and see what powerful energy he has. He has a beautiful masculine energy. And it's really interesting, each person who does Reiki brings a different flavor, if you will, to their Reiki sessions. I bring really fully a feminine energy, and it's a really powerful feminine, and Dan has a really powerful masculine. So anyway, that's awesome. So those are our drawings. Click the link. I know they posted it hopefully below. So that is a little bit about us. All right, so what we would like to offer you today is a quick, we're going to go over the 7 psychic senses. We're going to tell you a little bit about them, ask you some questions if that might be who you are, and then you can get a taste and then join the power pack. So the first psychic sense is called clairvoyance. Clairvoyance is clear seeing. So they call it, when somebody talks about the clairs, it means clear. So it means in your mind's eye, in your energy, you are sensing or knowing something clearly. It is beyond a shadow of a doubt, you can sense it. Okay, so first one is clairvoyance, clear seeing. There's clairaudience, which is clear hearing. There is clairsentience, which is clear feeling. That's the one that I really, really resonate with. You do? Yeah, a lot of people do. That one's one of the really popular ones. Clairvoyance is too among psychics and stuff, but not a lot of people do have that one. Then there's clairsalience, which is clear smelling in the nose. Then you have clairgustance, which is clear tasting, so it's tasting smells or tasting flavors from beings or energies. Then you have clairtangency, which is clear touching. All right, so we're going to go over just the first couple here. Clairvoyance is one of the most well-known. It is when you visually perceive the past, the present, or the future, symbols, and lots of other things. And you're seeing it right here in your third eye. It's not with your eyes. It's with your third eye, or your mind's eye, I call it. Some people don't know what the third eye is yet, and so it's the mind's eye. It's that imagination. So if you are somebody who sees colored lights around people, maybe sparkly lights or shadows floating kind of in your peripheral vision, or objects, then you could be clairvoyant.
And the second common one is clairaudience. It's the ability to hear words, sounds, even music in the mind's eye. It's especially common among psychic mediums who hear messages and signals from the dead and the spirit world. Does it ever seem like you hear people talking, but no one's around? Do you hear sounds that others cannot? Are you picking up more of what is happening in the world surrounding you than most people? You may be clairaudient.
Mm-hmm. That one is probably the least one. And what I would like to interject here before we go to the next two is, with Reiki, when you have a practice of doing Reiki and energy healing and energy work, this is what can be in store for you. If you have been like, I want to have these things come online, these gifts are yours already. Every person has them. No matter what, every person has them. And when you start to have a practice, which is the program, the complete mastery program, these all start to come online. Mine, all of them, every single one of them has just opened tremendously over the last 5 years since I've been having a regular daily practice of doing Reiki with myself and other people. So the next one is clairsentience. Clairsentience is the knowledge that conveyed, and it's conveyed through the physical feelings. It's picking up on other people's emotions, physical ailments. When people are near you, It's the ability to feel the past, the present, and the future. Emotional states when you're greeting people or talking with them, interacting with them directly. If you can feel your loved one's emotions, even when you're not around them, you could be clairsentient.
Yeah, that one I feel strongly in. Before I labeled myself as an empath, so that could, if you consider yourself an empath, it would be worth looking into that.
It is. That's one of the gifts that's very similar.
And the last one we're going to talk about today is claircognizant. It is the gift clear knowing something without having any reason to know it, having or knowing information despite having no record of learning it. Are your gut instincts always right? Do you often know what other people are about to say? Do you ever feel like you just know things? You could be claircognizant.
Yeah, I think that's another one that is really online for me. It's really expanded right now, especially since all of this new energy of the fifth dimension is coming onto the planet, as we've all been, in our homes in this whole COVID-19, hiding out in our houses kind of thing. All of the planet has had huge amounts of light energy, and this one is coming on just spot on for me. It's really cool. It's just been a little, but now it's getting a lot bigger. So here's your third call to action: to go down to the link below and sign up for the drawings that you are really interested in, the programs that you would be interested in. And I'm really excited to have each one of you. We're going to be collecting your email addresses. So if you're okay with that, we're going to be calling you maybe and sending you an email to get you engaged, to see if there's something we can help you with, see if there's Reiki sessions we can do or help you through any of your awakening processes. So go down to that link below. Awesome. All right, so the last thing that we have for you today is I am going to do some sound healing, and we're going to do a group healing. Okay, she's not there yet. I was like looking for Tina. She's going to give us a signal. All right, so we're going to do some sound healing. And just to give you a little bit of a taste of that meditation, and we're going to do group healing. So how it works is Dan and I will tune in and tap into your energy as a collective group who is here today, and anybody who will be listening later. Okay, so we're going to give the healing to the planet, to this COVID-19 virus that is affecting all of us. And we're going to give Reiki to all of the people and the beings on this planet who are struggling or having a hard time. So we're just going to close our eyes and ask you to join us in meditating for just about 5 or 10 minutes. That's it. And breathe into your belly and feel the vibrations of sound. Feel the vibration of Reiki energy, which is universal life force energy, flowing into your energy bodies. Beautiful. All right, so take some deep breaths. Keep breathing. Listen to your breath. Hear your breath. And feel the sound in your body. We are starting our Reiki, are sending it. As you connect into your heart chakra. Feel it in your body. Breathe. Breathe in the vibration. Thank you for joining us here today. It has been fabulous. I really, really appreciate everybody who's here. Dan and I are so grateful to be a part of this amazing expo. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you both, Stephanie. And I need to mention that if you do not know Stephanie Barber, you need to find her, fill out her form, go find her Facebook page. And Stephanie has been doing a live meditation every day during this quarantine time. So you can go back and listen to her meditations. They're about, I don't know, anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour long. And join those. Those are very centering and grounding. So I'm super grateful to know both of you and call both of you friends. And when we get out of this quarantine, Dan, I want that free hug.
Awesome. And I do say just it's at 11 a.m. every morning except for Tuesdays. It's at 1 p.m. But those are my meditations and I love doing them. It's amazing how Spirit speaks through me.
Cool.
Amazing.
So I have tagged Stephanie in the comments below, so you can click on that on her name and it'll take you to her personal page, and that's where she's been doing her daily meditation. So I invite you to check that out and to make a connection with her and to fill out her email form. So thank you guys both. I appreciate you. We're going to go to a commercial break and then we're going to have Celeste on here in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a beautiful day.
Namaste.
chrysoprase mala that I have, Amanda made, and she made it just, but when I saw it, it pulled to my heart so strongly that it brought me to tears. It's so beautiful, just the energy and the power of it, just amazing. And then I have one of the chakra malas too. It's hard to decide which one to wear when. maybe both.
So I just want to acknowledge that I did a little technical difficulties and I forgot to turn our sound back on. So our sound is on now, but at the very beginning, our sound was not on. So whoops, because I was a little distracted with all the things. So we have sound now, so we can. Sorry about that.
Okay, so I am Celeste Anderson with Crystalline Tribe. I am co-owner with my niece Amanda Hill. She couldn't be with us today, so I asked a couple of my friends, customers, former students to join in today just to kind of share their perspective of our business and also of my services and what I do. I wanted to show you some of our jewelry pieces that we offer, or also home decor. These are some chakra hangings that we have. They come in the tan and also in the black netting, depending on what you'd like. Not only are they a beautiful piece, but they're great for balancing your chakras. We also make one that is a wall hanging that is on a piece of driftwood, and I know Valerie has hers, that you can hang whatever room you'd like, over your bed, or I have one hanging in my living room to just add some balancing and help with those chakras. And I was also saying that, we custom make jewelry. So anything, if you see anything on the site that you'd like a little bit different, or maybe add a different stone, or, you love it, but you just want something else, just let us know. Shoot us an email at Crystalline Tribe at info@crystallinetribe.com, and we'd be happy to figure something out for you. Valerie was showing a couple of her malas that she has. And yes, we do, whenever these are made, try to put love and intention into each piece that we make. We really, we talked about this when we first started this company, was that we hand make all of this jewelry, and we really do think about what we're making, and we want to make sure that we fill it with as much love as we can. We have a few stores that carry some of our items, and I know every time I go in, I always go over to them and I try to clear them and re-add some more energy and love to them, just so that they can be perfect for whoever it's made for. This is another one of our very popular pieces. This is one of our smudge fans that we make. That has been a really big seller. It's very lightweight. It's made with turkey feathers. I love that piece. You can find pretty much anything on our website. If you go to crystallinetribe.com or Crystalline Tribe, the Facebook page, we're offering a special right now for Mother's Day on any of our jewelry. You can buy one and get one half off. We're offering free delivery, local delivery, and free pickup, so that you'll be sure to have it in time. So yeah, check it out and see if there's anything you like. We also have a contest going on our Facebook page, that if you sign up for, you can win one of our home clearing kits. So please go check it out. A couple other of the jewelry pieces that have been some of our really big sellers. Our bracelets, of course, are really huge. I know Valerie had mentioned that she has a couple of hers that we've added a few pieces because she likes them a little bit looser. This is we have a Zodiac series, and this is my Scorpio one right here, if you can see it on the end. That's my Scorpio bracelet. But we also have, these are some of our biggest sellers, our moonstone and amethyst. This is the moonstone and amethyst. I am no Vanna White.
Well, your products are amazing. But more than that, Celeste, your classes are the products are all that great. So you've been a part of the expo, how many times?
Just last year was our first year.
And last year you guys did great. And then that was when you and I had first met and got to know each other. And then I came and experienced one of your workshops, which was phenomenal. So aren't you running a special on that too?
I am running a special on that. I offer a lot of services. I am known also on Facebook and Instagram as Mother in Healing, if you want to look me up. I have a lot of services that I offer. I'm a certified energy healer, intuitive life coach, and wow.
A lot, but what I experienced in your classes and workshops was the wealth of your wisdom, your like, oh my goodness, what was the name of the class that I took?
It is the Weekend Awakening series, and the class that you came to was my series 1 on mediumship.
Right. And okay, so I wanted you to say all that so that I didn't get it wrong. But what I experienced was I've never thought of myself as a medium, right? But apparently I am. So and it was hands-on experiential workshop, and Celeste was the most compassionate, wise guide through because some of us, including myself, well, I had one of the days like this total breakdown. We were bringing in my father, and it was kind of rather interesting, right? But Celeste was so I just would encourage you, if you're watching this, to connect with Celeste, attend one of her workshops, take advantage of any specials that she's offering through this, because it is there's a lot more to Celeste than just crystals. There's a whole lot more that you need to find out and experience. And just, you're one of you was explaining that, the crystals and the bracelets, but there's so much more to you and what Crystal and Tribe does and what you offer. And the products are awesome. We can go get those online, and hopefully we'll be out of quarantine here soon, and we can all give each other those big hugs and come back to some of your classes. But yes, so go ahead and share again your, I'm talking over you, your giveaways.
So yes, thank you so much for that. I do have a special that I'm offering for the Empower You. I'm offering 30% off of any of my services, and I'm very grateful to be able to offer these services to people one-on-one and individual. But my real path, my real purpose in life, I've discovered, is to teach, is to guide people to be able to go within and to empower them to be who they truly are. And every single one of us does have all of these gifts. We were born with them, but society over the years has taught us to not embrace them. And what happens when you don't use something, when you don't use a muscle? It becomes atrophied. And it's the same thing with our psychic senses. When we do not use them and practice them, then they fade away. They become atrophied, but they're still there. We just have to practice them and work them and learn to develop them again. And every single person can. And that is what I love to do, is to teach classes. So I have my next Weekend Awakening seminar coming up the weekend of June 13th and 14th. And I'm offering $50 off of the registration for anyone that signs up from the Empower You to that.
So someone, either Alyssa, or Allison, or Becca, somebody will be commenting that below in the live stream. So if you're listening now, you will want to click on that and take advantage of that. I highly encourage you to do that. The beauty of this is, Celeste, while you were talking, I'm like getting goosebumps, because it's like, that's the whole reason why. It's like, no, we can't do this event in person, but people need to have tools to help transform their lives, because you listening, watching, you really do have your answers within inside of you.
Exactly.
And we are just guides and facilitators. We help teach you how to tap into your own brilliance. It's not that Celeste or Stephanie or somebody else who presented earlier is better than you if you're watching this. It's the fact that we are your guides to help you become the most amazing person that we see that you are, that maybe you don't feel like you can be. And so by taking these classes or participating in, getting some of the essential oils or something, these are all things that are tools that facilitate you to become your awesome self that we know that you are.
Yes, absolutely. And I offer a lot of classes aside from just the mediumship class, because again, this is where my heart and my passion truly lies. Since this whole coronavirus started, Amanda and I decided through Crystal and Tribe to offer a class every Monday night that is just donation based. It's called Breathe, Relax, and Heal. And we get together every Monday night, and that's also listed on our website. And we just kind of want to be there to offer support for people through this time. We talk about whatever they need to talk about. Sometimes we have something planned that, we try to talk about, but we just want to be there for support because that's what people need. I also have a really fun class coming up that I've taught a few times, and it's always a big hit. And I've been asked to bring it back. And it's called my Girls Night Out class. And the one class in particular is the Sacral, and it's Let's Talk About Sex for women only.
Woohoo!
This class always sells out, so if you want to take it, sign up quick. But especially since we have to limit it, I'm doing that June 5th. And that's a really great class because, especially as women, we are conditioned to believe so many things that are not true. And we don't live the way we need to live. We don't enjoy sex. We're not listening to our own bodies and our own souls. So that has been a very, very popular class. I also teach a chakra balancing class. There's so many classes that I teach because I just love to share whatever I can share. Remote viewing is also a really popular one. But again, you can go to Crystal and Tribe under energy practitioners, and it has all of my events and classes listed. I know Teresa and Valerie both wanted to come on and share a little bit about their experience in some of the classes they've taken. So I'm going to let them talk for a second.
Celeste is amazing with her knowledge and the hands-on and I've taken.
Oh, you keep freezing on us, Valerie. Go ahead, Teresa.
I had on mute for a second. I've taken several classes, and it's hard to pick a favorite. Both my girls have taken classes, and can you hear me?
A little bit.
A little bit. Okay. Let's switch real quick. So both my girls have taken classes and have absolutely loved it. My youngest is 10, and she was 9. We took a pendulum class, and we loved playing games with the pendulum, and it even helped me find the passport that was missing within a few minutes after I spent hours looking. My all-time favorite is the weekend awakening classes. I just level 1 and level 2. It is so applicable to everyday life in so many ways, and how I parent my girls, and I can't wait for the next level to just keep going and delve more into it. The remote viewing is probably one of the most mind-blowing, fascinating pieces. To be able to we drew the Golden Gate Bridge and had no idea what picture we were drawing, and I was like, oh no, I'm not gonna have any idea. And it came out, I was spot on in terms of the landscape, and it just blew my mind. And I went home like, kids, get a picture, let's try it. And they got pictures, and we tried it at home, and they're like, wow, Mom, how'd you do that? And it's just learning who I am and what my talents are has been really big, because that's, Celeste was talking about earlier with the Girls Night Out stuff. We as women oftentimes are put down, and we don't have the talent, you don't have the skill, but we're told, and we believe it. And just working with Celeste has made me realize that what I do sense and my gut reaction to things, it's valid. It's really there. I'm not just nobody. I do sense things, and just being able to tune into that.
And that's the beautiful part for me. And that's the beautiful part for me, is to be able to, you know, watch all of you grow and step into your power. It's amazing. I mean, by the end of a weekend class, it's just the energy in that room is just completely shifted. And it's so beautiful to watch how empowered each person feels with learning this new part of themselves. Want to try again, Valerie?
Celeste is just amazing with her teaching style and her hands-on, and she makes you feel so comfortable, and like Teresa, it's like you go in thinking, I don't know if I can do that, but it's amazing that we all have all of these gifts within ourselves, and the awakening of remembering who we are, and remembering the gifts that we have and using them. And Celeste is amazing at helping to bring those gifts back to, you know, our knowledge, and remembering who we are and what we're here for. And she's just, all the classes that I take, it's like Teresa said, it's hard to pick a favorite because they're all so amazing, and you learn so much. By the time you leave her class, she's just wonderful.
Well, thank you so much, ladies. I really appreciate those words. There's nothing better than having people that have gone through your class or been to a session actually give the recommend and pass it on to someone. There's nothing that could be more heartfelt than that. I do appreciate that.
So she also builds community too, like connection with the other people. So
that's my goal. That's my goal, is to just help everyone connect and see. I mean, especially like, you know, right now with everything that we're going through, I have been at least 10 times busier than I was before. I tell Valerie all the time, my phone and my computer are nonstop. And it's okay, because whatever I can do to help people see a different perspective, to change their words, to find the bright side in something, and to learn to go within and empower themselves to know that they're okay and they're going to make it through this and everything's going to be all right. I couldn't ask for anything more than that.
So, and that's one thing that I like about Celeste with her personal private sessions. She is spot on with her readings, and with her information and with her help. And she has helped me many times when I'm going through. I think I'm in the pits of hell. I don't know if you can say that, but and she just reminds me what I need to do, who I am, and helps me through it. She's just amazing.
Thank you.
On top of that, there's the human design aspect that Celeste has mastered, and it answers so many questions just for me personally of things I was on the right track for, but I didn't quite put together, and it just made sense. And it was those aha moments of learning about myself through the human design that she has that down.
Thanks. That is another fun little tool in the toolbox. It's human design. People are amazed when they sit down and read a little bit about their charts, about little things that they can do to tweak and change areas of their life. That is wonderful. Thank you.
So tell us again your website.
So the website is crystallandtribe.com, and you can find all of our jewelry there. There's also a page for events that lists any events that we're holding. And then if you look under energy practitioners, it will list all of my services. My classes are always listed on the site. anything you need is right there. And if you need any more information, feel free to email me at Celeste@Crystalline Tribe, and then I can answer any emails, any questions that you have.
Cool. So below us is her name, so you get the spelling correctly, and the name of her business, Crystalline Tribe, so you have that. Be sure to connect with her, and if you look in the comments, there should be a link to her specials. And of course, all of this is being recorded, so anything that you've missed during the live, you will have your own login password to access all of the recordings and all of the specials that the Celeste has posted for you. All of that will be available to you. So somewhere at the top of all of this live stream is a link where you can sign up, put in your name and email, and you will receive free access to all of these recordings and all of the links and specials from each individual person. So be sure to check that out. Yes. So feel free to
thank you so much.
Yeah, share this with your friends. And I think we're about ready to go to a little longer commercial break before we have the next person come up. So thank you guys.
So much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Hello, everyone, and welcome. So I'm here now with Lamont Wilcox from the Neuro Clinic, which is in Lehigh. How are you today?
I am doing wonderful. I'm doing amazing, and I've enjoyed watching some of the other presentations today.
Yes, this has been a jam-packed day. So tell us what you do.
Yeah, so Dr. Oliver and Dr. Oliver is actually the owner to the clinic, the Neuro Clinic, and I have an office with him because when we discovered what each other were doing, we saw how much they intertwined and how much we could help each other. And so, he is someone who focuses on the functional neurology of our brain. So he has methodologies where he tests the brain to see, and it's based off of the concepts of neuroplasticity. The fact that our brain is not static. They used to believe it was static up until about 20 years ago. They thought that the brain, and all the neurosurgeons and everybody and psychologists and everybody thought the brain, once it was developed to a certain point, in our mid-20s, that it was static from there on. But we have since learned that, in about 20 years, they first started to discover, but they didn't really know what it meant, that the brain it's neuroplastic. It can let go and reconnect. And they're actually looking at it, and our environment is so different today than it was 100 years ago. A completely different environment. As a matter of fact, so much so that they can look at the proportions in the brain now and the different areas of the brain, and they're proportionately different. The masses of the brain have shifted and changed because of the environment that we're growing up in, and what technology is provided and what our lifestyle is like compared to what it was 100 years ago. So a lot of people ask,
are you really saying that right now, so if on just humans in general have evolved and changed, right, over the last 100 years, that we're totally different than we were back then? Like, what are the differences?
Yeah, so the proportions of the brain have actually attached and developed differently based off of our experience. So which solidifies that concept of neuroplasticity, that especially as our brain is developing, that based off of our perceptions of this world, in other words, how we see things and how we process things, and the experiences that are provided to us to have that perception, they change how our brain is developed. And so our brain is actually, in a lot of ways, our brain today is struggling. It's struggling a lot more than it has over the last thousands of years, because those thousands of years in the past have all been developing to get us to survive, to get us to be, to stay alive and to, propagate the species. It's been more of that kind of a development. Our brain is not really developed. It's not really designed to naturally make us happy. It's designed to keep us alive.
No, it has not. Our brain does not. We have in my house here, we say, when you're struggling with your brain is just, we just say things, my brain is not my friend right now. That's just a saying that we do. Like, when one of us is struggling with our mental whatevers, my brain is not my friend right now. So what part of our brain is that is not our friend?
Yes, that is such a good question, because you're right. We move into different areas of our brain based off of how we perceive things and how we respond to them. And so there's two basic categories of the brain. It's not necessarily, they are different areas, but they're scattered throughout the brain. But they're related to the sympathetic autonomic nervous system and the parasympathetic autonomic nervous system. And so depending on which one of those kick in, we'll have different tendencies and different capabilities. We'll be either connected to that which we're capable of and what we know and what we and using our guidance system, or we'll be disconnected from that. And so when we become very threatened, or we feel like we can't, and the part of our brain that works on the threat that's typically threatened is usually something there to keep us alive, is to keep us in survival. But in this environment, we're not typically in a place where we are going to die from something. Yet we tend to think and go to that place in our brain and feel like it is going to kill us. If we're late for this meeting, we will die. That's what our brain is kind of thinking.
Or if we get the coronavirus, we are going to die.
Yes, we are going to die. And if we don't, get our goals, we're going to die. If we don't, if we're not the best parent in the world, we're going to die. It sounds crazy, but it's kind of what our brain is doing. It's working off of that kind of primal part of our brain. It's really designed to keep us alive, but we're falling into the trap of believing subconsciously that is how we're going to solve our problems. That if we get worked up enough, if we get upset enough, if we get enough negative emotion, then we'll fix it. We'll finally get the motivation to take action and do something and fix it.
Okay, so if we have that problem and everybody has a brain that is not their friend and we all have gremlins in our head, how do you help someone move past that or make a change in their life when we like to try and make a change and then we get to here and then we want to go back and then we try and make a change and then we go back? It's like that's the pattern that I've seen. So what is it that you do that helps us really make a change and keep it?
Yes, and that's very right. I get a lot of clients and people who are struggling mentally and they feel like they're just stuck, like they don't know how to do something to make the change. And the key is, and there's a couple different keys because it really, everybody's at different levels, right? Mm-hmm. So we all have different levels, and that's why it's so nice to be in an office where I have Dr. Oliver, who's kind of taken it to the next physiological level with people who may be so ingrained in those patterns. And so, and even people, we'd be surprised at how many of us have had concussions over at some point in time in our life that are still playing out, that the effects of those concussions are still playing out in our head. And so we have Dr. Oliver. So at one level, you can do we can do testing on that to figure out where that deficiency or that disconnection is, where that neurology is not functioning. It's that dysfunction in the neurology, to see if there's a severe version of that needs some actual extra help with some therapies and some different things that will, spark that up and get it going, get that connection going again. And then the part that I play, depending on where they're at and what level, is to help them, because that ability is based off of our perceptions. It's based off of how we see this world, right? One person gets up in the morning and they open their windows and they see 6 inches of snow, right? To some people, that's a horrifying thing. That is a undesirable thing, and their brain immediately, the part that's trying to keep them alive because it thinks they're going to die now, it kicks in and it starts to play out in a way that puts them in the area of their brain where they don't think very straight. They don't think very well. And then someone else opens those and it's all just excitement and enthusiasm and happiness and joy, because of the things that they associate with that.
Okay.
And so it's the associations that we're making. A model that I use is called the neural auto-associative programming model, because it's that auto-associations that immediately happen when we have an experience. And that is what is driving our life experience. And if without an awareness of what it is and what to do about it, we're just driven in life by whatever happens to be happening, right? We're so trying to, that part of our brain, that primal part, is always trying to save itself, which means it's always trying to get away from something. We're always trying to get away. And I love what one of the earlier presenters, I think her name was Alyssa, it was Alyssa that spoke earlier, or can't remember her name, one of the first speakers. And if we're always trying to get away from something, then where are we going to end up? Who knows? But if we're focused on the other part of our brain that goes towards things, that parasympathetic side of our brain, mm-hmm. that is always has something it's moving towards and going towards and looking at. So many people, we work with people that struggle with addictions and mental struggles, and they're all patterns in the brain that get in the way of getting to the things that you truly want.
Gotcha.
And without ever focusing on what we truly want and being constantly focusing on what we don't want, the brain doesn't care why we're focusing there. It just sees that's where we're focusing. So it's like trying to stop something that you don't want to do anymore, a habit, a thought process. Maybe it's food. You're trying to stop eating that unhealthy food, and you've got a donut sitting out on the counter and you're going, okay, don't eat the donut, don't eat the donut. And then later you walk by, don't eat the donut, don't eat the, your brain just sees donut, 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 donut. And that's all it cares about is getting that donut now, because that's what you kept feeding it. So when you're constantly trying to get away from things, your focus is always on what you can't, what you don't want. And by focusing on what you don't want, you don't manifest the things you want. You manifest the things you don't want.
So when you focus on what you don't want, you get it.
Yes, you can.
Oh my gosh. So in your work, you help people to change their associations, is what I hear you saying, so that they associate, instead of snowfall meaning, oh my God, it's horrible. We associate, we're going to change the associations, one, and then also you change their focus so that they're focusing on good things that they want, or hopeful things, or curious things, or...
Yes, and the reward system in the brain that's driving those patterns we don't want are emotions. And we get lost in our emotions. We don't realize the power that our emotions have to guide us and to teach us. And we don't value what the emotions are saying and doing for us. And then we want to escape them instead of embrace them and find the value that that emotion has, that painful emotion might have, or that suffering has. Because it without believing that it has a definitive purpose that is valuable to us, then it just passes over, and then we just keep refeeling it and refeeling it.
So I can hear some of the listeners, and as they're, and you know, because this is what I used to say to myself, like, but if I face those strong emotions, they will engulf me, and I will just become a puddle of tears, and I will never survive.
Yes, and that's because their definition of embracing the emotion is where their perception doesn't serve them, right? Their perception of that emotion and how they can utilize that emotion and value that emotion is typically a pattern that they've been taught somewhere in life, some place in time in life, through other people, through our environment, and how we're programmed. It doesn't teach us how to utilize that emotion to get to places we really want to be, to get to the places we truly want to be.
So we can use negative emotions as well to get us to where we want to be? Is that what you're saying?
The negative emotions are there to teach us.
Okay.
They're there to teach us and guide what we're doing. And the problem we typically have is when we feel a negative emotion, we try to get someone else to fix it.
Well, sure, blame. Let's blame somebody else. It's their problem. It's their problem. It's their problem. Because then I don't have to look at it. I don't have to look at me because it's somebody else's problem. I don't have a problem, right?
Yeah. Yes. And we don't have the awareness or the understanding of our own brain enough to realize that that person was not the problem. That I'm you know, that some people, they say people are abusive to me. And they're like, why aren't they abusive to other people? And there's a dynamic there that keeps that abuser abusing that they're not aware of, that they can, if they understand, they can shift the way they respond. And then the abuser doesn't get fed what they are looking for. And we're all abusers, by the way. I don't want to take the, we all do this to each other, and we don't realize that we're doing it. And so, and we, because of our environment, this environment, this digital environment, this way that we train our brain to escape instead of work through our situations. We've learned so many ways to escape. We're escape artists now, almost all of us, to our brain. And so the cell, on a cellular level, our cells are stressing out. They love stress, but until the stress is there too long, the longevity of that experience for that cell to be stressed is the problem. And we have learned to dodge and suppress and to escape those stresses in those cells, and so they stay stressed. And then when we get to the next problem in life or the next struggle, we don't have those cells to help us out. And so then we go to the next level. It jumps us up, and we just keep jumping up until we have an addiction or we have a severe mental illness or something like that.
And then we call Lamont and we come see you. And we first go see the doctor, right? And he does like some brain tests on us. Is that what it is?
Yeah, so there's different ways to do it. So it depends on the extremity, and by contacting us and sending me an email and maybe even having a short phone conversation, we can kind of decide where we're at, where it might be a visit to me to start out to see where it's at and where we could use that extra help. Or it might be something that, we'll work first on it and then see where it goes. And then, and I'll tell you, some people make really quick, massive shifts. Some people who've struggled with things like, even suicidal and ideations and pretty severe things can have a really strong and quick shift that really takes them to a whole nother level right away. It's amazing how quick sometimes these things can happen.
Yeah, so, you shared some in your promotional video that we did. You shared all kinds of stories. So
yeah, and so I'll ask the listeners too. If you haven't heard that that other video, I would go find that, scroll down in Facebook and find that link. And listen to that too, because I'm trying not to repeat the same things.
And that's totally okay, because everybody will get access to all of your videos, so they'll be able to find it easily. So yes, cool.
So great.
So you have
being able to just to change the way that we see the situation. I like to use the example of someone who maybe has an addiction to, let's say, tobacco. Let's say they're a smoker and they're trying to get over that smoking, and there's a lot of methods and things that people have tried to do to help people, get out of the environment, avoid the triggers and all these other things. But if you take two brains, and one that has the addiction and one that doesn't, and you take the one that doesn't have the addiction, now, let's say they stop smoking and they have those physiological responses that make them really crave to take those cigarettes again. Well, if you give all those physiological responses to someone who didn't smoke before, they don't associate it with the smoking. Therefore, they don't think, I need to smoke, I need to have the smoke, because they don't have that programming that tells them that's what's going on. And so even if you take all those chemicals and physiological things that happen when someone tries to stop an addiction, but you've changed your perception of those things so much, then there's no thought or idea to take that old action. It can be gone. It can be, you're replicating what someone who is doing it successfully is. And everyone's brain is doing a lot of things very successfully. And so part of the trick is helping their brain see, kind of getting a handshake between the two parts of the brain, the one that's doing it successfully and the one that isn't, and getting clarity between those two. So that the brain goes, oh yeah, that works. That really works, and getting some real clarity on that thing. Because we all have things we're doing very well and incredibly strong with. And it doesn't matter what our environment is. It doesn't matter what our chemical imbalance is. It doesn't matter what the emergency is. We don't change those things because they're solid evidence that they will lead to what we want and what we truly want. And when we get stuck in those areas of our brain, we just can't see that. We have blinders on, and so much of our brain turns off when we go into that fight or flight mode that we just can't access. And so it's training and learning how that works and getting a lot of clarity around that really creates the shift. It really helps people change very effectively and very quickly. So it's fascinating.
Cool. So what is your website?
Yeah, so there's a couple different places you can go. We have our website that is, I think we're going to be able to post it here. It's just theneuroclinic.org. And then the page that I have is /NAAP.
Okay.
So theneuroclinic.org /NAAP. And then I have a Facebook page. The LLC that I'm using is Fulfill Life Yourself, or FLY, Fly. I had a reoccurring dream as a kid that happened hundreds of times.
Of you flying, and so now that becomes your business name, right? We're going to fly. And that's super cool because we want to keep people to fly, right?
Yeah, and I had that dream hundreds of times, and it was about using my brain to concentrate in such a way that would free me to fly. And I call it our free state of mind that we're in when we get in that place of our mind where that creativity flows and everything flows from us. We just manifest and are able to have the things that we want in life and influence people the way we want with the love that we have, and show love and give that love that we truly want to provide to people. And that reoccurring dream, as I started to put this all together and I came up with And all of a sudden I remembered that dream. And it was such a neat experience to realize, wow, this is definitely something I am meant to be doing. And it's so fun. And it's so fun to help free people, because that's when I talk to the people and the experiences I've gone through that I've changed in my own mind, that's the feeling you have. It's like all of a sudden you just have this freedom. And it's like you're so light you can fly. It's just incredible. So
well, that is a pretty awesome visual that we all want to have. So instead of having our brain not be our friend, we can learn to fly and have the life that we want to live.
Yes. So Fulfill Life Yourself is the web or the Facebook page that I'm just kind of getting into. I've got a few videos there. I'm going to be doing a lot more in the near future. And then my email is just 54321, the letter U can fly. So 54321, you can fly at gmail.com.
Cool. So we will have those in the comments below. And of course, if you are watching this live, you can always sign up to get your own login to access all of the videos from the day, and you will be able to access Lamont's videos and be able to click on his links so that you can reach out to him. But be sure to go to his website. So we have just a couple minutes. Do you have a quick testimonial?
Actually, I want to. So I'm helping. I'm unsatisfied, I guess, to an extent at helping people one at a time. So I'm moving into doing group sessions to make it not only more affordable, but to be able to help more people. And so for anyone who's interested, if they send me an email, then they'll get $50 off of a group session. And a group session is now that we've lifted a little bit of the restrictions, we can get up to 20 people, and we have a very large room, so we can have a lot of distance between us. And so for people who want to sign up for that, if they just send me an email and they mention that they saw this on the Empower You Expo, then they'll get $50 off of that. The other option is if you are someone who wants to have an individual one-on-one session, we start with what's called a clarity session. And if you send me an email, then you'll get also a $50 off of that clarity session. And that clarity session is a big eye-opener. It really helps. It helps me to see kind of where you're at and what your conflict is that's going on in your mind, and where you're not congruent in your brain, and how those two parts play with each other. And so we can kind of take a look at that and see what the best things going forward are. But either one of those, they'll give you $50 off. And so I'd really like to see a bunch of people that come from this experience, because I know there's some great people on here. There's some wonderful things happening, and the effort that you've put in, I love to see that just keep expanding and growing. So thank you so much for all that you are doing.
Yeah, this has been super fun, definitely an adventure. And so I'd encourage you to connect with Lamont and take him up on his offers. And so someone here will post the links in the comments. And then again, everything will be moved over into the unit section probably of the Facebook group. So there will always be a way to connect with us. So
yeah, so just kind of for those of you, I work with so many different situations in different areas. I want to just put a little thing out for parents, because parenting that's a tough thing. I have 6 kids myself, and parenting and trying to understand and figure out what the experiences that will best help your children and their brain to develop in a way that best helps them to find true fulfillment, and to be a parent that is truly unconditionally loving. We tend to think that we do not have conditions on how much we love other people, and our children especially. But our irritations and our struggles, our own mental struggles, are the things that indicate to them that there are conditions. And that tends to be a big factor in how they struggle through life. And so for all the parents out there, reach out to me. Let's get some things together and do some group things with parents. Parenting, it's so powerful, especially you young parents out there that have little kids. I'd love to teach and help you see some of the things that happen in the brain based off of our experiences. Because, this digital age and these things that you've gone through as a parent, that teaching your kids to escape, like we're most likely doing, is not going to be the best thing for their future and their success in life. And so, for the parents and for people struggling with addiction, another just, I know it's tough. It's tough to go out and take an action on something. And you maybe have tried different things with medications and mainstream therapies and different things like this. This is so much different than any of those. And it is so powerful. And the success rate we have is super, super high. And so if you're struggling with any of those things, come see us. Reach out to me through email. And if you just want to have a conversation through email or whatever, take some action. Don't stay stuck. The being stuck in your mind is represented by what our actions are. So you can get stuck out of your mind by taking an action, physiologically take an action and do something different. And I'd love to help you out. And same, mental struggles in the brain look just like addictions. And so any of us that are struggling that way, I'd love to help you. Don't let the fear side of your brain keep you from taking an action and moving forward and doing something. Whether you work with me or someone else, take some action. I'm glad you're watching this video, because that's one action that you've taken. Now let this drive you to the next one so that you'll move forward. Keep that going. Don't give up and don't stop, and don't allow yourself to stop, because that just slows things down for you. So, take an action and keep it going. I encourage you to just put a little bit of punch in there and just go and do something. Take some courage, dig up some courage somewhere, and just do something, because that's what you need.
There is help out there, and there are answers. So thank you so much, Lamont. And we're going to go to a commercial break, and we'll have our next person up.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Brazelton, and I'm the owner of Divine Intervention Collective. We're really excited to be part of the Empower You Expo this year, even though it's a bit different, and we aren't here to see you guys face to face like we typically are. We are going to be around next year for the Expo then, so you guys can come to our booth and come get readings and buy stuff. I just wanted to remind you guys that we are still open for business, so we have our online store, which has all sorts of crystals and cards, candles. We even have some locally made candles by one of our witches that works in the shop, and then we have readings available all the time from our psychics, and we're doing a psychic fair tomorrow, which is Sunday, May 3rd, from noon to 6 p.m. And we'll have, I think, about 6 different psychics available for you guys, doing everything from pet readings to tarot readings to energy work and anything you guys need in between. So I just thought I would take a couple minutes to go over a few things that we actually have available on our online store, which we'll put the link for that down at the bottom, or it'll run across the bottom of the page. So we have these really cool before tarot and after tarot decks, and they're just really fun and kind of offer a different point of view on things. The before tarot is done the moment before the traditional Rider-Waite cards were illustrated, and then the after tarot does that, but for the moment after. So they're really fun if you're going to combine and do like past, present, and future spread. They're really, really fun for that, because then you can kind of see the development of the cards and how they go through. As well, then you can see if you get the Tower and all 3 of those, kind of what that means and how that looks and how that's represented in different parts of your life. And then we have the Tarot of the Angels, which is about the archangels, and it's actually in Spanish, which is kind of fun. So if you're Spanish speaking and you want a tarot deck in that, or if you really love the archangels, it's really wonderful for that. And then this is actually the most popular deck that we have, and it's the most requested one. It's called the Rebel deck, and it is quite naughty and really fun. So it's definitely not for the faint of heart or younger people, but is really fun if you need something really straightforward and you want to have something that's going to tell you the truth and kind of give you some directions on that as well. Both all of the cards have double-sided, so it'll say like detox, and then drink a smoothie, unfriend that, bleep, and throw some bleep out, which is kind of fun. So it's a really, really fun and super popular deck that we carry. And then we also carry cards like this, and this is the Flower Magic Oracle deck, and so it focuses on florals, and it's kind of fun, really nice and gentle, and has some different perspectives on what you can do with that. And then I want to talk about a few books that we carry, because along with our card decks, which we have, I'm probably about 50 different card decks stocked and online available for you guys. We also carry a bunch of different books. So we have the Crystal Bible, which is pretty essential for anyone practicing with stones. It's just really good to look up what you're working with, and you can kind of find different stones in there. So every once in a while you'll get a little grab bag of crystals, or you'll find something you don't know what it is. They have really great pictures in the book that go over it and talk about the different metaphysical properties and the color variations and that kind of stuff as well. And then we have books like Queer Magic, which is a book that kind of goes over the history of spirituality and magic and queer people and what that means, and how queer people have always been really prevalent in magic. Magic always belongs to the people that are the outcasts in society, and has forever. And so it's a really good book that talks about those different things and the different aspects, and how we can be aware of that, and how we can use that in our practice, even if you're not queer or queer identifying. It's a really good book if you're an ally. And then we have fun things that are crystally. So we've got some fun crystal grids on there. This is a really fun flower petal crystal grid. We actually have a book on crystal gridding, so if you're looking to add something to your practice but not really sure what to do, or you've got some extra time on your hands to play around with something new, we have crystals, crystal grids, and crystal grid books. So you can kind of get everything that you need to start practicing something new. And I want to talk about some of the crystals we have. So this is an amethyst point. It's really yummy. It's got a beautiful purple color to it. And we have these available online as well. And then we've got some labradorite points, which are beautiful, terminated at the top and rounded. They're pretty big, you can see, compared to my hand. And these are $15 online, so they're really great to add onto your altar to use in your practice or use during crystal gridding. People like to use them to direct energy up or out on a crystal grid, so that way it's sending energy out or up into the universe, which is awesome. We also have some palm stones available. So this one is a yummy piece of citrine. We all love citrine. Citrine is a really great stone to bring some happiness and some luck into your life, which I think all of us could benefit from right now. So we do have regular pieces of citrine as well as palm stones available. And then this is kind of something fun that I actually got on a recent trip to Honduras. These are Honduran worry dolls. They're like $2. They're super cute. Kind of the I guess, fable or tradition that goes with them is that you tell them your worries before you go to sleep at night and place her under your bed, under your pillow, and she'll take them away in the form of dreams. So we have these available. They're great for little kids. They're also great just for adults, just to feel like we're actively doing something in our lives to ease the worry, ease the stress. So not only do we have those, but if you've been into the shop, you know that we love doing little one-card readings. And so we have these available. We also have our crystal bags available that we'll hand select for you. I kind of go through and feel out which one belongs to you, and then you get a little card with an interpretation as well as a crystal. So those are something fun if you're already ordering something, or if you're going to do in-store pickup or delivery. That's just kind of like a fun little mini reading if you need something for your day. So this is a very, very small selection of what we carry in the shop, but I just wanted to showcase some of the different things that we have available on there. And we do have free pickup as well as $5 delivery in the Valley. And truthfully, I've not been charging anyone a delivery fee, so we can coordinate so I can deliver it to you guys. You guys can have your products as early as Monday. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys soon.
Hey everyone, it is Jennifer Martin with Readings and More by Jennifer. I'm one of the psychics that works out of the Divine Intervention Collective downtown, and I will be one of the psychics that reads at our phone-only psychic fair tomorrow. Feel free to check us out. I specialize in tarot readings, past life, and pet psychic readings. And I was just going to do a little mini reading for the weekend for you from the Messages from Your Animal Spirit Guides deck by Stephen Farmer. It's really fun. I've got 2 cards. I pulled one for something to kind of look forward to this weekend, and then another one for something to look out for this weekend. So something to look forward to comes from the Snow Leopard card. And the Snow Leopard is all about just taking a little bit of solitude and understanding and appreciating that solitude has a lot of regenerating properties and a lot of answers. So know that it's not just being alone for being alone's sake. It's making a little bit of time for yourself this weekend will help you feel like you can rest and recuperate a bit, which is good because there's a lot going on in the world and stress is a thing, and weekends are really good for relaxing. So take a little bit of time for solitude and relaxation. The thing to watch out for is the manatee card. And isn't it cute? I like manatees. They're so cute and squishy. The idea behind this is to make sure that you're not trying to make different situations what you want them to be, or not trying to push for a particular outcome. If you've got some stresses, the most important thing is to kind of accept situations for what they are, because if you push too hard, then it can lead to a lot more stress. And since we're already trying to de-stress with our Snow Leopard card, making sure that you are accepting things and kind of going with them and seeing, what can I do to maybe influence them instead of trying to change them or control them. Or that kind of thing, feels like it will be a lot better for your peace of mind and your overall weekend. So I hope you're having a great weekend. I hope you're getting a lot out of the expo and you're learning a lot from the speakers and all of these awesome exhibitors and stuff that are talking. And I hope you have a great weekend, and maybe we'll see you at the psychic fair tomorrow or talk to you on the phone. Thanks.
Hi guys, my name is Chris McKenna. I have been reading tarot professionally since 2017. I'm also a Reiki master and have that available as a remote option for the Divine Intervention Collective Psychic Fair. Thank you so much to Carolyn and Tina for putting this all together. And thank you guys for your time and attention. I'm just going to do a basic general reading so you can take a look at my style. Just really briefly to articulate that I am clairvoyant and clairsentient, so I will often see different parts of the card pop out at me with different messages, as well as seeing relevant information and symbols to what is coming up in the reading. So we're just going to do a general forecast right now so you can see what that's like. And this reading today will be with the Rider-Waite deck. I also have other decks available, including the Druidcraft Tarot deck, the Mother Mary Oracle deck by Alana Fairchild, and the Sacred Rebels Oracle deck by Alana Fairchild. So if you would like me to include the Oracle cards in the reading, please feel free to let me know. And we will see what comes up. Just kind of taking a look into the general energy of what we need to be aware of right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like we've got 5 cards just for this mini sample right now. Okay, so we've got almost entirely reversals. What we've got coming up with the Sun in reverse is it's just like you are aware of your divine connection, and the divine is aware of you. Your higher power, however that resonates with you, is aware of the negativity you're experiencing. They are aware of what you are stressing out about, what you're concerned about. That particularly what I'm picking up on is there's a lot of health concerns, like, are we eating okay? How do we get to the point where we can still nourish ourselves and do so in a way that is in harmony with our highest good? So with the Wheel of Fortune coming up in reverse, what I am seeing and feeling is you are coming into a place of stability. Things are going to work out. Usually when the Wheel of Fortune comes up for me, it's a card of like chaos and having a lot of options available to you. But with this occurring as a reversal right now, what I'm feeling is you just need to trust in the path, trust in the process. I'm seeing like a brown brick road. And this is a message to ask the divine, ask your higher power, like, what is my path forward right now? What are the actions I need to be taking? Do I need to be resting? Do I need to be doing more? And as long as you're taking that time to constantly check in with your higher power, with yourself, with your soul, then it's all going to work out. Right now, as long as we are trying to maintain that relationship between the divine and ourselves, that's what's really going to carry us through all of the circumstances that we are currently experiencing right now. This is also an encouragement to look at the positive. That is your torch, that is your lamp, is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing like a candle-lit lamp from like 1700s in the UK, something like that. And it's like that positive intentions, the feelings of gratitude, the feelings of joy, that's really coming through. That joy is your lamp, and that joy is your light. We need to find, as a collective, ways to still bring joy and positivity into our lives, and that's going to bring the situation into the best outcome for everybody available. And it's still talking. It's like right now what this is specifically encouraging is like breathing. Breathe in that joy, take in that joy, and that's how your flame gets fanned. Okay. with the Seven of Swords coming up in reverse, is what I'm seeing is this is a message from the divine that they are thanking you for taking the time to take a load off, come to events like these, support your favorite businesses. It's like by alleviating that stress from your person and from your consciousness, you're bringing more into this world than you realize. It's like taking that break, giving yourself that time where you don't have those burdens is valuable for your health, it's valuable for your mental well-being, and the divine is definitely encouraging this right now. See, the Two of Cups in reverse, what I usually see with this is it's usually a travel card when it comes up right side up. But right now what I'm sensing with this coming in reverse is you're doing more at home than what you realize. Like, I'm seeing a nest. Now is the time to take care of your nest, to build your nest, make sure you're on a solid foundation so you can catapult out of this portal that is world events, that you can really maximize your ascension process and what you're being called to develop right now. It's about foundations, and that's where we need to start, is making sure we have a plan in place. We have what we want to do and what we want to create thoroughly planned out so we can manifest it and just be like, okay, God, okay, universe, let's do this. We are in this together. And we also have the Nine of Swords coming up right side up, and right now, again, that's coupling with the Sun. I feel like these two are very much connected. It's like you are being guided and protected and watched over, like your spirit guides, your angels, your higher powers are all aware of your fears. They understand that you are losing sleep and this is stressful for you. And right now, we are being encouraged by this card to really take our issues to the divine, because there is nothing too small. There is nothing too big, nothing too small for you and the divine to conquer. And this is how you get to the point where you alleviate this lack of sleep. It's by talking about everything. The divine wants you to be 100% honest about everything you feel like you need. And right now, it's a time to reestablish that connection for some of you. Like, this has been a wake-up call for all of us, and it's like I'm picking up some of the guides saying, we're sorry we weren't allowed to tell you more with this. Like, right now, it was just one of those times we needed to experience that shock so we could experience and enjoy the nest. Because that's just the general feeling I think I'm getting worldwide, is we feel like we all had nests. We feel like we all were headed in a direction that was going to be good and going to be positive, but with recent events being what they were, that didn't pan out. So right now, we need to focus on building the new nest and focus on that foundation. Thank you guys so much for watching this. I look forward to working with you. Please feel free to either call the Divine Intervention Collective to book a reading for me, or click on the event on Facebook. Thank you guys so much. Hugs, love, and light to everybody. And I will see you soon. I look forward to working with you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I am here with Jan Castra with Peace Weaver Spirit Medicine. How are you today, Jan?
Great, thank you for having me.
So Jan reads runes, and if you watched her promotional video, she pulled a rune for me. But so tell us a little bit about what you do.
So my business is Peace Weaver Spirit Medicine, and after 25 years in traditional Western medicine, retirement has given me the opportunity to pursue the kind of medicine that I really love to do. And all of us have had these painful experiences. We've been depressed or scarred, or something has happened in our lives in some way. And shamanic healing can help you move forward after any traumatic event, and especially the ones that keep coming up over and over again. You know, if you just feel like you haven't been the same since XX, shamanic healing can really help you with that. And then I also do the rune readings, and rune readings empower you with knowledge. And this knowledge can help you see what energies are working for you and what energies are working against you. And so my goal with both of these is the same, to help you find your power and your confidence to let go of the past and to move forward. And we all want to move into a more peaceful life. And through both of these, they can really help you.
Cool. So would you have some things there that you're going to offer to the guests? So normally we would be at the expo and people would be coming by your booth, right? But we're doing this all virtually now. So you do mini rune readings for people, and you want to offer people the opportunity to schedule a time to come do a mini rune reading with you. Is that right?
Sure. Yeah, so we'll do a mini rune reading. It'll be $10, and I will, if you were here, I would let you pick the rune out of this chest. I've got this is full of beads, and you would reach in and pick out a rune, and I'll give you a reading on that rune, and then we'll put it on a necklace. And so since we're doing this online, I will just mail this to you. We can do it on video chat or just on the phone, and then we'll put it in here, and you can ask me a question, or you don't even need to voice your question. I can just give you a general reading on the rune, and then you can have the rune. And I'm also I also do 9 world rune readings. And do you want me to tell a little bit about the runes?
Yes, I do, because I really don't know what runes are, or the history of them, or how they use them. So I'd love to hear more.
Okay. So runes are an ancient alphabet. It's a very, very old Nordic alphabet. And the mythology behind it is that they are the actual vibrational sounds of the creation of the energies that were used to create the universe in. And that the energies of each rune's sound continue throughout the fabric of the universe forever and ever. And so by studying the ancient runes and the Norse mythology behind them, we are able to get a pretty good idea of what they meant. And so by looking at the runes, we're looking into ourselves. We're looking into our soul to find the answers that are hiding within ourselves. So as we do that, we need to remember that our future hasn't happened yet. And we live in this ever-changing moment. And every action that we take then goes immediately into our past. So we have the ability to weave what goes into our past. And then that gives us the threads that go forward into the future that give us our options. So with rune reading, like I said, you can tell what may be blocking you or what energies are not working for you. And through a 9 world rune reading, which is also something that I offer, we can go through the 9 different areas of your consciousness. And by using the runic medicine wheel, we can see where those blockages are, and we can also see what the remedies are and how to overcome that. And I am offering those too. I'm offering a drawing for one of those 9 world rune readings. And it's normally $90. It's usually about an hour reading. And so I'm offering, we'll have a drawing for that. And it'll be a full 9 world rune reading. I'm also offering a discount on that until the end of June for $75 for that.
Okay, cool. So we'll post that link in the comments, and there will be the ability for you guys to log in to your own member area and get all those links as well. So would you like to pull a rune for me or for the expo as a whole? Because we're doing this totally differently.
Sure. What would you like? It really is very helpful to set an intention for what your question or what your concern is, and that's the same in any kind of energy healing, but especially runes and shamanic healing. It will direct our mind flow. Okay, so why don't we set the intention of drawing a rune for me, but for the expo as a whole, for the event and the community. Does that work, or does it have to be for a person? No, it can be anything, and then we'll just see what energies are coming. Okay, let's see what energies are coming for the expo. Okay, so I'm not looking. Okay. I don't know if you can see that. Okay, yes. Okay, so this is Lagouge, and Lagouge means, the literal meaning is lake, and it is in the third 8 of the 24 runes, which is the spiritual realm of these runes. And so if you can imagine the waters of a lake and the way the lake is moving, and maybe if there's a storm going on, if we fight the storm, it's really hard to go through it. But we have Lagouge, which is upright, which is very good, which means that we are not burying our emotions under all of that water, where it's just going to wait there until it can just explode out and cause all kind of havoc. So when we have upright Lagouge, then we know that our emotions are very balanced and that we are not suppressing our emotions, and we are going to be able to ride those waves of whatever is coming towards us rather than fighting them. And we can keep that momentum going without being distracted by suppressed emotions or anger that we've held inside. And maybe, frustrations and disappointments and things that have happened with the expo, with not being able to do it live. Those things could have just gotten buried underneath the surface. But instead, you guys all chose to move forward with it and to grow with it and to experience it in a different way. It is all about nourishment and all about what we can gain by working through those emotions and not letting them stay buried. Yes, well, this has been quite an adventure. And yes, there was a whole lot of disappointment at the beginning when we found out that we could not be live, because this is a really large community, and this is what you're seeing today. If you're watching all of these, is just the tip of the iceberg of what we usually have at the in-person event. And we as healers, we need to remain visible because the world needs us. So here we are. So when we keep in touch with our emotions, then that helps us to stay in right alignment with everything else and to stay balanced. So I'll save this one out for you. Okay, awesome. Beautiful. So I know, Jan, that you have an amazing story, and I know that when we did our little promo video, you touched on it, and that you said you encouraged people to go to your website. And the reason you do what you do is because you've had such
amazing personal transformation. Would you be willing to share a little bit of the story with people so that they, you can go to peaceweaverspiritmedicine.com, right? Is that it? And go there and read your story. But would you be willing to share a little bit with us?
Sure. So 30 years ago, I was trying to do all of the right things, and I got married and I had a family, and after time, not very much time went by, my ex-husband began to really abuse me. And I'm not talking emotional abuse or yelling at me. I'm talking about starting with shoving me against the wall and spitting on me, drenching me with water when I was 8 months pregnant and throwing me out in the snow in the middle of the night, to choking and biting my nose, some things that I don't want to say out loud online. He stabbed me. He broke my jaw. He broke my tailbone. He put a gun to my head and pulled the trigger, and then told me next time there'd be a real bullet in there. He was a police officer, actually. And I really tried to get out of that situation, and I left 3 times before I was able to break free. And he told me if I ever left that he'd kill all of the kids and then he'd kill me if I ever tried to leave. Well, I was able to finally, a neighbor actually saw him do something and she reported it to social services. And they contacted me and they helped me get out, and the judge granted me an immediate divorce. But this experience, this 6-year experience, left me with a feeling that I was worthless. And how could I, an educated person, end up in such a terrible situation? And all throughout my medical career, I studied, I went to counselors, I went to ropes courses, I did all of these self-esteem kind of things, and I was basically told, yes, you're going to get over it, you talk about it and you'll get over it. But I could never get over this feeling of not being good enough, of being worthless. And finally, I began to look into shamanism because of an experience I had at my job with a lady who told me that that's what I needed to be doing if I wasn't already doing it. And I went to a shamanic healer, and in one session, he went to the root of that issue, and he released that from my cells, my DNA, those memories, those that were stuck in my physical body and in my spiritual soul. And when he released those, and he put protection around me, and sort of a wall between this ex-husband who was still stalking me and following me on social media and work and everything. He put a wall between that, and my heart beat like out of my chest, and I was sweating, and then finally everything in the session settled down. And when he told me about what had happened and gave me the tools that I needed, I walked out of there a changed person. I walked out of there done with that part of my life, released. I knew what it was, I knew what had caused it, I knew what I had held back, and I was able to let go of that. And once that was gone, and once those soul pieces of me that had been broken off by that trauma, so they're there in that trauma, and that's why they can't heal. But once those soul pieces are brought back, they can be healed, and then you feel better. Then you are truly healed. It's not just buried waiting to get healed anymore. So for me, it was life-changing.
And that now is what you do for other people, right?
Yes. That is why after that, I said, this is what my calling is. I have always done a form of shamanic type healing, but I didn't know what it was. And after this lady told me that I should pursue it, I started looking into it, and I started trying to do it and realized that I could do it. And so I begged this shaman to train me and take me as an apprentice. And he did. And I went through a year-long apprenticeship with him. And he was a wonderful teacher, and if anybody wants to know about that, they can contact me. But it is what I want to do. And my favorite part is seeing somebody coming. You don't have to come to me for a series of 5 or 10 sessions. One session, we're going to go through the main issues, and you're going to feel differently. Now, there are multiple layers, so we're not going to get through every layer that you've ever experienced, but you're going to feel lighter. You're going to feel like those parts are back to you. And I have some people that come back to me just because they like to feel that way. They like to release what they're holding back, and they don't quite know how to do it on their own. So I love to see that immediate change. Somebody comes in, their face is flat, they're sad, and when they leave, they're smiling and their face is bright, and some of that weight has been lifted from them.
And that is just an amazing process. That is super cool. So I know I've personally experienced a few sessions, not with you personally, but with some other shamans, and have seen and have experienced the transformation that can happen in a person just from a few sessions, and that's amazing. So tell us again. Hopefully, we'll comment in the below the link to register to join your email list, and you are asking people to schedule time because you're going to offer some mini sessions, right?
Well, I'm going to offer a full shamanic session as part of the drawing also. So whoever sends in their email to me is going to be entered into a drawing, and I will accept entries until the end of the week, until next Saturday.
Okay.
And so from there, I'll draw two of those, and one will be a shamanic healing, and one will be the full 9 world rune reading. And so also I'm offering my shamanic sessions till the end of the month for $25 off that also.
Awesome. So people will want to connect with you for $25 off. That's a good deal. So those are some great values. If you are someone who is struggling with some personal issues or relationship issues, and you would love to schedule a personal session with Jan, I would highly encourage it. So look below for the link, or look over up. You can always so all of these videos will be housed in the member area. So if you sign up your email on that registration form, you will receive an email with a link to all of these videos and everybody's personal information. So thank you so much, Jan.
Yes, thank you for having me, and I'm happy to talk to anybody if they have questions. My number's up there, my phone number, my email, and my website. You can contact me.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And we are going to go to another commercial break before we have the next person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No?
Go.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
Hello, it's a wonderful Saturday in Salt Lake City, Utah. Experience the confident you, creating empowerment through pinup and boudoir photography. I am Miss Joy, Body Joy Pinup and Boudoir, and I empower others with pinup and boudoir photography. And I'm here with one of my queens. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. It's a nice Saturday, nice and warm today. Good. Struggling today, you guys. Bear with us. So we're just gonna jump right in, shall we? That's really how we do it at parties, right? Yeah. It's fun. I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. So, when did you have your body show experience? I had my body show experience last year, actually. It was during the month of August that I came in and had my session with Miss Joy. And then she got to qualify to be Pinup of the Month. And did you win Pinup of the Month? Yes, I did. I won Pinup of the Month for September of that same year, and it was the greatest honor that Miss Joy can give her queens, because it just, the photography shows you in a different light. You see yourself in a different light, and just experiencing that is just the greatest thing you can feel. We have a beautiful example here from your session last year. What a gorgeous picture, right? Right, yeah. Stunning. This in color is stunning as well. She wears these blue shoes that really just, I don't know, there's something about those blue shoes. I just really love them. They're on today to show them off. Yeah! They were great. They really made this image beautiful. Tell me a little bit of why you chose to have a body joy experience. I had been wanting to do a boudoir session for a long time. Of course, you know, you always get in your head and you're like, oh, I need to lose weight a little bit, I need to this, I need to that. And I saw on Facebook this post that said, who wants to be a model? No experience. And I was like, why not? Let's try it. This is the time. I'm never going to do it. I followed Ms. Joy on her social media, joined her Rebel Queens of Utah group as well. A bunch of women that empower other women, which is awesome. And I saw her pictures and what work she did, and I was like, let's go for it. Let's do it. And luckily she picked me as one of her models, so here I am, your leader. Tell me a little bit about when you first made your appointment. How did that experience go? Like, did you have any feelings before you came? Like, were you nervous? Of course, everybody's a little nervous, you know. You think that you're not sexy enough, that you're not worthy. Yeah, exactly. That you're not worthy enough. That your pictures are just gonna be bleh. Reinforce your self-doubts, right? And so she, like, Mr. Boxes through the process, she sends us an email as to what to expect. The hair and the makeup was the funnest thing. It's like you get to do the one-on-one and you talk and just like empathy. Yeah. And the sessions are just us. Yep. So you get to be away from your kids and your husband. And let me tell you, I'm sure plenty of you ladies out there who've been in quarantine, working at home, dealing with their children for the last 3 months could definitely use that, right? Yes. This would be a nice thing to do. You know, you come in, you have fun, reward yourself still. I mean, you see like earthquakes, tornadoes, like, you know, apocalypse. Like, I mean, what a great time right now to celebrate you and give yourself a gift for all the hard work you put in, right? Correct. And speaking of that, let's talk about our session. So we're going to have an amazing deal for the Empower You Expo. If you message me through social media, email, Facebook, my website, any of those things, and you use the word Empower You, I'm going to honor this promotion. So our normal session fee for a single session is $300. That includes professional hair and makeup, 3 outfits change. custom sets, viewing of images that same day, which is amazing. I'm going to ask you about that in a second. And you get all of that for only $80. This year, Bonnie's Joy has done an amazing leap, and we've actually started couples boudoir, which is amazing to rekindle that flame, re-show that that you are still passionate in your about each other. Yeah, about each other. And again, if you have been at home, if you have been about the kids and the work and the stresses of the date night, yes, this is a perfect opportunity to be like, yes, we worked hard in the last 3 months. We deserve this. We honor us. And you'll get that couples boudoir for $118, and that's normally $450. And you'll also get a complimentary gift for signing up. That's for if you use the code EMPOWERYOU during the duration of the expo, you contact me. So speaking of which, how did you feel about seeing your pictures that same day?
I was nervous at first, but when we started going through the pictures, it's like you see every image and the way you're captured. It's unbelievable. There were some images that I was like, that's not me. Like, no way.
Yeah, and I'm like, girl, no, that's you. I'm not magic.
Yeah, right. She works some magic, but not miracles.
No, I'm kidding.
But no, it's a really good feeling. I mean, really, I walked out of my session just walking a little taller and smiling more that day. I was just like, oh, hey, yeah, hi, I'm having a great day. This is me. Yeah. It was just a great feeling, yeah. The hardest thing about seeing your pictures that same day is picking your pictures. Because you seriously roll up every single shot that you do.
You want them all.
You want them all.
That's amazing. I love that. Was there anything else from your experience that, because you had yours a year ago, was there anything else from your experience that sticks in your mind?
The one-on-one, the pampering one-on-one, just getting to know somebody that has kind of the same vibe as you do. And then once I got my actual album and my pictures, and you get to pull that out every now and then, and you look at it and you're like, wow, that was so much fun. I remember picking the outfit too before coming, because I had a lot of adjustments to that, and seeing it, and I'm like, when am I going to get to wear it again? Like, I want to do this again. You feel good. I actually say, I told myself that I learned to love myself a little bit more after my experience, even years later. Good. That on my phone I have the wallpaper and it's me.
That's amazing. Good. Yeah. On my feed, I go on and I show you how to use your experience or memorabilia for the long run to boost confidence, boost yourself, love yourself more. So really, when you're getting this, it's not like a manicure that quickly fades away and you don't think about it. Years to come, it's still going to have those same feelings of comfort, confidence, and love. Yeah. Let's take a pause real quick. So we have a giveaway with Bonnie Joy Pinup and Boudoir. It's an amazing little self-package here. It's a pamper package. I've got a Bonnie Joy calendar. I've got some cute little coasters. I have some fingernail polishes. Who really doesn't need that? And a necklace. Your personal roll-on. It says, let it go. I'm like, we all need to let go. And this little dish soap. The way you can win this is like or follow Bonnie's Joy Pinup and Boudoir on Facebook, Instagram. I'm on all the social medias. You just have to find me. If you're on Instagram, it's Bonnie's Joy Pinup, I believe. So it's not as long because they won't let you. Take a long time like that. So if you like or follow me on either one of those social medias, it enters you to win this. That's all you have to do to enter to win. And then I will announce the winner at the end of the expo. You have 2 weeks to come to the Bonnie Joy studio to pick up your winnings. And that leads me to my final question, is how has had a Bonnie Joy experience helped you in this year? Like, how have you grown from it? What have you learned?
Well, even the year that I came in, like I said, I was pretty nervous at first because I had a bunch of other personal stuff going on, and just the stress of every day. you start sometimes in the journey and you feel like, oh, I can't do it. In all honesty, this experience just showed me that you can do anything as long as you see your mind doing.
That's amazing.
Because yeah, and it's amazing how just a simple picture can do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really rewarding. I don't even know how else to express it.
I think you express it perfectly. I think there's so much power in having something done. Even personally myself, I've done these experiences and I gain confidence and this is what I do. And the fastest way to build confidence is to give it. So I have to say that I feel that way too. Like sometimes I look at my pictures and I'm like, oh my God, I'm 40? And look at it. They look cute.
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm 43, a mother of 4. Yeah, 43 December next year. So, mother of 4, like, no, I'm not. You
feel like you have that you're too old, that you have kids,
and
that
you
you
look a certain way,
yeah.
and you don't. You really don't.
Yeah. We don't have to fit in a box.
No.
I mean, I have grandkids and people all the time are like, you're too old for that. And I'm all, no, look at my butt.
No, but yeah, it's true. Like, you see your pictures and the clothing and then your outfits and everything. You make your outfits to what you're.
Yeah, the theme is custom to you. Mm-hmm. So it's if you are a rocker, if you're whatever, you tell me. The more you talk to me, the more you're involved, the more I can pin it completely for you. Every experience is individual. So Katie down the street is not going to have the same pictures as you, which I think is another amazing thing because, like back in the 90s when everyone was doing the glamour shots, they all looked the same. It was boring. I was like, wow. You look like all the other girls.
Well, I found my very first glamour shots from the 90s, and then my high school picture, my senior picture, and they look pretty similar. And then I looked at my Bonnie's Joy picture, and I'm like, I think I like these better.
Like Tiffany level. Like, I need those Tiffany diamonds, right? Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
I would rather have this experience again than do it back.
Right. I love that you said that. That's amazing. It's just making my head think. But as this all sounds enticing to you, if the whole time you could see her going, yes, I want, I need, I'm ready, I'm on that journey, I'm on that path. Everything that these girls are talking about is me. And you were like, I'm ready to embrace myself. I'm ready to create who I am. I'm ready. Then come and have a Bonnie's Joy experience because it's definitely the most empowering thing, the most beautiful thing, the sexiest thing that you will do in your life, and it continues to serve you from time to come, just like as you see by Jackie telling us. Of course, enter to win our giveaway by following me on social media. I'm on all platforms. Like or follow. Take advantage of the Bonnie's Joy sale. You might as well since it's on sale. Also, Mother's Day, you guys, Bonnie's Joy has gift certificates. If you're like, I know someone that would be great, or if my wife totally deserves this, that she has worked so hard in not only my life, but in the last 3 months, and I want to give her that special and unique gift that I've been looking for, this is definitely it. It would knock her socks off, and she will feel so just loved and just be like, oh man, this man, he just loves me. So if those things sound good, if you're interested in a gift certificate, if you want to give this a gift, if you want to reserve it. Also, just so you know, you don't have to book today. If you're still feeling nervous about the current situation, that's okay. You can book all the way till December. So no frets, my friend. And of course, we're taking precautions here at Bonnie's Joy to protect you as well. Do you think there's anything you want to add?
One thing I would like to add, I know most of us that have a significant other, a husband, a loved one that you want to give this to, and sometimes that's the first person you want to pin up or are kind of picture. Even if you don't have a person, do it for you.
Yeah.
Like give yourself that gift.
I agree with you.
It's, because, we need to love ourselves more. And that way you can grow into loving others.
Right.
Yeah. Does your cat fill a cup that's empty? Yeah. You know, we gotta give it to ourselves a little bit, but yeah, and it's, trust me, it is life changing. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. All right, I think that's all for us at Bonnie Troy Pinup and Boudoir. Create a confident you. Whoops, that's not. Whoops, I forgot this. I said it at the beginning of the video. It was. Darn it, remember. Yeah. All right, that's all we have. I hope you guys have a great day. And you are worthy, you are valued, you are beautiful, and you're loved too. Back to you, Tina. No? Can we stop it? Oh, hold on.
I'm Chris Barney, and I am thrilled that you are here with me. I'm also thrilled to be on this expo with Empower You Expo with Tina, and I am so excited to be sharing with you Be Resilient, Discover the Gifts in Your Garbage. It's interesting that when almost a year ago, Tina reached out to my husband and I, Bill and Chris, and wanted to talk to us about being keynote speakers at her conference, as well as what topics we would talk about. And almost a year ago, we picked the topic of Be Resilient, Discover the Gifts in Your Garbage. Now that's been a #1 topic for the last couple of years for me in most audiences. Now I also speak on a lot of other things in leadership and communication for businesses and organizations, but for the most part, one of the biggest topics that I have done in real estate, I've done in the money world, you know, with credit unions and banks and insurance, has been this topic. But how interesting that we have it today in the middle of this pandemic and all the chaos that's going on in our world. There is a lot of things going on, so probably a lot of challenges. I consider your garbage, your challenges, your trials, and the things that are happening, right? So we're going to get into this, and it's going to be exciting and fun and very interactive, but it's also going to be jam-packed because normally I keynote for 60 minutes or do a training for 2 hours on this, and we're going to do this in 30 minutes. So first thing that you get to do is go to this link, www.allthingspossible, that's my company, so allthingspossible.biz, that's B-I-Z, /be-resilient. Now this is case sensitive on the Be Resilient, so capital B on B-E and capital R on resilient. So while you're doing that, I want you to go there because I have a 6-page worksheet that's going to take you through this process, take you through the template, and then you've actually got a 4-page document, about a 1,500-word article that I have written, that I also go through the acronym of Be Resilient, and I want to try to get through all of that today. But even if we just touch on part of that, I know you know how to read, and you will have that information. So go to this now and print this document because we are going to get started on that really quick. We're going to be starting in just a minute on those worksheets. But I want to introduce you just a little bit to me. So I'm a speaker and trainer. I do communication and leadership training, as well as an author. Last May, so almost a year ago, I came out with my 2nd book, Leadership from the Inside Out, Are You the Leader You Would Follow? And I love being able to teach and train and to do the concepts that I've developed over time and from experience. So it's been an awesome ride. I've been an entrepreneur for 35 years and have run businesses, and I currently am doing speaking and training, and I'm just about to step in as president of the NSA chapter here at the Northwest chapter, which is 4 states. So I love to serve, and I love to be involved, and I love being able to change people's lives. So thanks for being here with me. That's a tiny bit about me, but I want to start off with, get your worksheet, and while you're doing that, I'm going to start talking to you. So imagine, because when I usually do this, I'm on a stage with a big audience, right? And right now I'm the only one in my home theater filming this. But imagine that you're sitting in that chair, and I come in and I've got a full big red wagon. And in that wagon, I have this garbage can. And I am just pulling that garbage can back and forth across the stage, and the whole time I am complaining. I'm talking about negative stuff and complaining about people and gossiping and bad-mouthing. And the whole time I just keep walking back and forth. Now I know none of you are one of those people that carry their garbage, pulling it, dragging their garbage with them everywhere they go. They're negative all the time. It's all about them. I know you know people that are that. I know that's not you, right? Well, we're going to talk about the challenges, the trials, the garbage, and we are going to discover the gifts in that garbage. And I'm going to teach you a template and a process. No matter what you're dealing with, you can put it through this template and this process, and you'll be able to move forward faster. Learn what you're supposed to learn, so you don't have to keep repeating the same problems and the same challenges over and over, right? Let's learn it, gather the gift and the knowledge, and move forward and be more successful. Now, I teach this all the time, whether it's C-suite with the executive team, the management teams, or the HR department. I teach it all the time. This works for relationships. It works for being a parent. It works for office drama. It works for COVID-19. We're going to go there, and we are going to be okay. This is going to be good, and if you will dig in deep with me today and be real, you will have huge success. So, with my big garbage can, the first thing that I'm going to do is pull off the lid. And I'm going to share with you some of my own garbage. Because while you're getting your worksheet printed, in a minute I'm going to be asking you about your 3 biggest challenges. The first one is going to be what's going on right now for you, your biggest challenge right now. The second is going to be something that's up to 3 years ago. I want you to be past it enough that you've learned the lesson, right? And the third one is something from childhood, your biggest challenge as a child. Were you bullied? Did you have, did your family break up and it was, conflict with having mom and dad fight over you? Like, what was that challenge during your childhood? Did you get poor grades? Did you not like school? Did you have ADHD? Like, what's the challenge that you had? So one of the challenges I've had as an adult, and it's not immediate for me, but one of the challenges that I have had is a child with cancer. So my oldest child has had cancer twice, and it's brain tumors, and so he's gone through that, and it's been really challenging. In fact, when he got his first brain tumor, he was 9 years old. He was my oldest. I had 3 other children at home. He was 9, so I had a 7, 5-year-old, and a 11-month-old baby. We spent 180 nights in the hospital in 11 months. And I was sleeping most of those nights in a hardwood rocking chair. Now, I don't know about you, but that was a challenge. At the end of that challenge, I owed $80,000 out of my pocket, just for our portion of the medical bills. Now, that was this big, huge challenge for me. So I want you to write down on your sheets. You should have these printed out. I want you to write down what on that number 1, the 3 biggest challenges that you have. First one is the challenge right now. The second one is up to 3 years ago. And the third one is during childhood. Now for me, I'm going to move it to step 2. So I was at the hospital all the time. The emotions that I felt were incredible. I was stressed out. I was overwhelmed. I was tired. And I found that my son was picking up on these challenges. And so if you go to my book, as a leader, was I being the leader that my son could follow? No. I was so overwhelmed. I didn't know what I was going to do. We didn't know if he would live. So there was so much going on, and there were so many emotions building up, right? And it just was this difficult challenge, which probably you can relate to right now. We have uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen. The economy's going. A lot of us lost our jobs or lost work. Financially, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if we're going to get sick, right? And during that challenge, if he even got a cold, he would die. So there was a lot of the same feelings that we might be feeling right now with this challenge. But I want you to go to number 2, which on your paper, sorry, I didn't write that down on that one, is what were you feeling? I want you to write down your feelings during that challenge. So on your paper, for each one of those. For right now, what are you feeling? 3 years ago, what did you feel during that challenge? What were the feelings that you had? Was there anger? Was there upset? Was there fighting? Was there negativity? What feelings? What emotions came up for you? It's very important that you get that piece. But I want to continue with this because even though we have to go fast and I have to teach you all of this, I want you to really feel this. So when I got to the point that I asked myself, was I the leader that he could follow? I thought, no, I'm not. It's not even me going through cancer. Yes, I'm stressed out. Yes, I'm overwhelmed. Yes, I'm tired. I'm not getting sleep. But my son needed more than that. My son deserved for me to be strong and positive and happy and to make the most of it. So on one of the trips to the hospital, I said, we're going to do this different. And we chose to go straight to the gift shop, and we bought a Mylar balloon. Now, he thought this was really lame, and he thought he would get even, because he was almost 10. And a 10-year-old boy wants to be like, I'm all that, I have all the answers, right? So he chose a pink congratulations balloon. Pink. That meant we were going to be visiting girls in the hospital. And I don't know about you, but a congratulations balloon in a children's hospital is rarely placed because they're not there if they're celebrating, right? But we took it and we decided we could go room to room and we would visit until we found the perfect person. And we did that. We just room to room we went. And as we visited, we finally found her. She was 10 too, and she also had a brain tumor. She was celebrating. It was her last chemotherapy. She had like 30 people in her room, and it was this grand event. She was the perfect candidate for this balloon. So we gave her the balloon, and it was fantastic. But that's not what we really learned. Because we visited a lot of kids that day. And it was the little boy that would never go outside and never walk and never survive. He had a few weeks left in his life. It was the little boy that could not use his legs anymore, that would be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. We started to appreciate our own circumstances, and we started to find that there was some gifts in our own garbage. I was able to be there with my son. Because the other little person that we found, which is interesting that I'm telling you about the 3 boys when we were visiting girls, you don't really know until you walk in the room, right? That this little boy that was 7, he was there from out of state, and he would spend 21 days a month in the hospital. And his parents could only afford to be off work and fly in for one extended weekend in the middle. So 3 or 4 days. He's there 21 days. We learned really fast to take our focus off of ourselves and to place it on where it could make the biggest difference. And to look outside of ourselves and what could we do. So we started getting these balloons and doing something different. And what we learned was a whole new level of service. Our entire lives changed. We were all about service before, but this raised it up a bar. This raised it up to a level where it became a big, huge thing. Now that's a little tiny snippet into this big, long story. But what I want for you to see is you wrote down your biggest challenge. Then you wrote down that feeling that you felt, and now you are going to write down what you learned. Right now, you don't know what you've learned on number 1. What's happening right now, you don't know, and we're going to take you through the process and the template for that. But on number 2 and number 3, you do know those. For 3 years ago, what did you learn? Because that's your gift. The knowledge is your gift. Getting past that, not having to repeat it anymore. That's the gift that you found. So what is the gift in that challenge? That's what I want you to identify, because as you learn this process and as you learn the template, it's going to move you into a way that you can do this on your own, and you can identify the different things. So I'm going to have you move to the next level with me. And I don't have my assistant here, so I'm doing it all on my own right now. Okay, so this is our template. This is page 2. We're going to skip this little piece at the bottom. We'll come back to that in a minute. But we're going to go to page 2. Page 2 has your template, and it looks like this big board back here. And, oh, I forgot to show you this first. So, since all of us are buying everything on Amazon right now, and we're having to wait a long time to get it off of Prime, right? This is the gift that I got, okay? So the gift we got was all about service. So inside that garbage, inside that box, was what I got to learn. And I got to learn service in a new way. I got to learn how to focus on other people, which I felt like I did a really good job of that until we went to the next level, right? When I share this on stage, I share a couple of stories. And one of the other pieces of garbage that I share is about my twin brother's suicide. Now, my birthday was just a couple of days ago, and it's been 21 years that my twin brother has been gone. When we were 33, he took his life. And he left a wife and 4 kids, and it was devastating. It was really hard. How can you find a gift in that? The emotional for me was grief and upset and overwhelm and sorrow, right? And the loss of him. But many years later, it took many years for this one. Many years later, I took in his 3rd son, so his youngest son when he died. And at the time, he was a 15-year-old, he had a police record, he'd been in juvie, and he also had Asperger's, so he had a form of autism and was quite challenging. He was a sophomore in high school, just finishing his sophomore year, and did not have 1 full credit. But I took him in, and he is one of the reasons that I do what I do. I started to identify how I understood him, how I could help him, what was going on for him, right? And as I did that, I got better and better and figured out what I needed to do. So all the emotional, yeah, it was difficult to take in my brother's son, but it was also this big awakening. And so when I look at this one, I see the gift in this garbage. Everybody's got to have a McDonald's bag, right? I see the gift with the silver lining is that I don't know that I would be a public speaker. I don't know if I'd be on the stage and making a difference for thousands of lives every year if my brother hadn't have taken his life. Now that one took me a long time to figure out. Most of them won't take you that long. But I know that I am who I am today because I have overcome the challenges that I've been given. But I know that challenge was given to me so that I could experience a lot of things to help a lot of other people. And the reason I share that is that I want you to find out what it is for you. And since COVID-19 is our big thing, on your sheet you can see that you have, I don't know if you can see this, but you have your problem, you have your garbage, you have your solution, and you have your gifts. And at each of these, I tell you, your problem is what's happening, right? What's going on? What's the challenge? The solution is what gets to change. The garbage is the effect it is having on you. I'm trying to hopefully see that you're getting this whole thing. And the gift is your results. So as we start this, we're going to start always in this square. This is always your number 1 square. Okay, right here is always number 1. We're always going to start in at the problem. And I'm just going to write that our first problem is COVID-19 because right now we're in the middle of this pandemic and we have all this uncertainty and all these problems going on right now. And everybody that is watching this can relate to, oh my gosh, that's what's going on. And I want everybody to be able to see what this feels like. So when we identify our problem, we're then going to go to how is it affecting us. So you always go straight down. Now, some of you are going to be like, that's breaking the rules. No, we are going to have this arrow go straight down. You always go straight down to what is the garbage. That is what is showing up. Now, if we were in an audience setting instead of being virtual, I would have put you in small groups, you would have chosen stuff, I would have had somebody bring up the garbage can. I've got lots of little garbage cans, and you'd bring up the garbage can, and we have this whole little activity on stage, which is, it's so much fun, and we have a great time with it. But what are some of the things that are showing up for you during this pandemic, the COVID-19? Because I would say that you have some anxiety, some uncertainty. We have
loss of money, loss of wages, some of us loss of job, right? You have a lot going on in that department of things that are happening because of it. What's the garbage that's showing up? For a lot of other people, you know, the social, no hugs, all of that is a piece of that, right? So that shows up in all these different things. What we can do to get out of that, or to find the gifts, because see, the gifts are right over here, and some people want to go straight across. Sometimes it's pretty easy to see what the gift is. When we did the balloon, we immediately saw positive. We felt better. Everything was good. So sometimes you can find the gift really quickly. But usually, you have to go to what gets to change for that gift to show up. So what gets to change about anxiety? Maybe we need to do grounding, right? Maybe we need to have music. Like music, positive, okay, positivity. Music, good books. Positivity. Okay, so anything that you put down here as to what's happening, I want you to come up with what you need to do to change it. What does it take to change what's going on, the emotion? Now, I'm going to give you a little cheat sheet for a minute here. If you don't know how to fix it, now some of you know how to fix it, but you're not doing anything about it. Like you're choosing to do something different, right? Like maybe we have COVID-19 going on, and really the garbage and the effect it's having is couch potato. You're gaining weight. You're sleeping more than you did before. You're taking on kind of a lazy mentality and not getting much done. Okay, those can all be changed, and you know what you need to do, it's doing it. So maybe it's setting goals. Maybe it's time management. Whatever that is to fix the problem. So we go straight diagonal, right? Straight diagonal. We go diagonal because whatever this is, you can almost do a flip for the opposite. So if you can't come up with what it is exactly, flip it and go to what gets to change so that you can find the gift. Now before I go to the gift, I want to explain the first page. I want you to go back down to this why section on page 1. It's called the 5 whys. The 5 whys have been out forever and ever and ever. They've been dynamic. You can find 100 different worksheets on the 5 whys. I originally got this from Six Sigma, and the 5 whys are really important because it helps you dial in on exactly what the problem is. Sometimes we want to let's take time. We're not getting anything done. So we're going to say that our problem is lack of productivity. Maybe, well, I'm going to say distractions, right? Because I think that all of us are having distractions right now. And distractions can sometimes be like, okay, is that really the garbage? A lot of people want to be like, oh, it's all COVID-19. Well, distractions is a whole separate thing. I can go into distractions and find productivity issues, effectiveness issues, loss of revenue, management issues, office drama. If I go into it in relationships, we're going to have like negativity and all these other buildups, right? So when you are in the problem, you have to dial in so that you're not just putting the garbage up there. These are the results, what's happening, okay? This is the effect it's having on you. And to get to that, you need to ask the 5 whys. The 5 whys are going to get you there. I'm going to tell you a story that helps you get the 5 whys figured out. So it's about the Washington Monument. Many years ago, the Washington Monument started to have a bunch of issues with the marble finish on it, and they were like, why are we having so many problems with this? Like, what's happening to ruin the monument. And they were like, oh, well, we have to use these harsh chemicals to clean the monument. So the harsh chemicals are ruining it. And they're like, well, why are we using chemicals to wash it? And that's the first why, right? They're like, oh, because the bird poop. And they say, why do we have the birds? And they're like, well, the birds are coming because of the spiders. Well, why do we have the spiders? Well, the spiders are coming because of the gnats. Why do we have the gnats? Oh, the gnats are coming because we turn the lights on before anyone else, so the monument really is bright and brilliant and it shows itself, and that's how we, show it. In the end, they changed the time the lights came on. The gnats went other places. The spiders went away, the birds went away, and they could quit using harsh chemicals. Now, that's the 5 whys. They had to get down to the bottom of what was going on. So you've got to get to the bottom of what is happening. Then you can flip it and take it to your solution. After you get to your solution, you can go to the gift or the results. What are you learning from COVID? I know for me, I'm learning to do virtual trainings, right? I'm learning to do it differently. I've learned Zoom in a whole new way. I'm going to be able to present and do virtual trainings, getting paid my fee still, but not having to leave my home or catch a plane. So what are the good things that you're finding? More time with your family, better connections. Some of you are doing home cooking. Some of you are decided to take on diet and exercise and you've dropped weight. There are those good things if you will look for them. We are almost out of time. I didn't realize that it was going so quickly. If you don't understand this, you can visit my website, and I have another video that goes into a longer training on this, and that's been recorded before this in front of an audience. But I want you to find the problem. Then go down to what's happening, the results, right? The effect. Then go immediately to your solution on what gets to change for you to dial in on your gift. What are you gaining from this? I'm super excited that I was able to share with you and to be with you for this exciting Empower You conference. I love being able to share with other people. I have my Be Resilient. It is an acronym, and I wanted to quickly go through it. B stands for brave. Brave is having the courage, stepping out of fear, getting out of fear and not letting it stop you. Being able to be vulnerable, right? The E is for examine. You need to examine where you are, what you need to do to change, and assess what's working and what's not working. The next one is review. The R for resilient, review. You gotta stop, look, and listen. Pay attention to what's going on and find out what's in it for them. What's in it for them with your family to live with you, right? What's in it for them to work with you. The E is for exercise. You need to exercise positivity, exercise faith, exercise movement, and be able to move forward and not be the victim. E we just did. S is for strength. Be strong. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, and we get to not be a victim here. We get to step up and move forward. The next one is I for identify. You get to focus on change your focus, be a problem solver. Then we have longevity. We want to stick to it, trust ourselves, and get there all the way. E is for embrace, and we're going to embrace change. Embrace our confidence, embrace the possibilities that you have. N is for nurture. That's self-care and courage and service. You can do this. And the T is for take action. I want you to take action today. Make sure that you filled out your paperwork. If you didn't download and print it, download and print it, because you have a 3-page document that goes through 1,500 words on this Be Resilient piece, and you can do this. Thanks for being here with me. I have lots of programs and lots of things that I do. Check out the website, allthingspossible.biz, or you can go to chrisbarney.com and come and get your free gifts as well as the content that we share with you. Thanks for being here, and I hope you enjoy this expo. Bye-bye. Hi, I'm Chris Barney, and
Welcome. I am so glad that you made it here today and have taken time out of your busy schedule to watch this information. I trust that it is going to be valuable to you and that you'll be glad that you did. Because these are things that can make a real difference in our health and in our world today. Without further ado, my subject today is when you can't get to the doctor. Now, 6 months ago, that seemed like a far out thing. We was talking about something from 100 years ago. But right now in today's world, we can see where that's even more of a possibility, that either you can't get to the doctor or hospital, or because of other germs, things going around, you don't want to go and expose yourself perhaps. Are there some other options? And that's what I want to share with you today. First of all, let me introduce myself and tell you a little bit about me. First of all, my name is Bill Barney. That's me. And I've been exposed, we think about exposed today, but I was first exposed to the world of energy healing, energy medicine, back in 1975 by my dear sweet mother, who I feel like was a real pioneer because she was very interested in these things. And actually, a few of the things that I'm going to share with you today are some things that my mother taught me. Now, these are simple things. I'm going to be sharing with you 4 different energy healing techniques or alternative medicine processes that you can do to help you for those times when maybe you can't get to the doctor. But a little bit about me. So I was introduced in 1975 as a teenager. I wasn't very old then. I'm not that old. That's old. Okay, I get it. But introduced to it back then, and it's been a passion of mine ever since. I've since just studied and everything that would interest me I pursued. I've got certified in several different types of energy healing modalities. I'm now very proficient in 24 different energy healing modalities, as well as I have pioneered 6 of my own types of processes that are unique to me, that this information was given to me. And so I'm very versed in what I do. A lot of this information comes from my course. It's a 12-week course, Precepts of Light course in energy medicine. And I've taken some of the simplest things you can learn to do really fast and use at home without a lot of study or a lot of information. So I hope that you enjoy this information. Of course, I'm available for consultations and to work with people. And please reach out to us. Go to our website, www.allthingspossible.biz. As well, this information here, I've got to make it all fast and fit inside of 30 minutes. We've got way more than 30 minutes of information. There's a handout that goes along with this that has a lot of detailed information. It's a 9-page handout. And if you will go to www.allthingspossible.biz / whichever way that is on the camera, / Bill Doc. My name, Bill Doc, but it's all right here on the bottom of the screen. Go there, you can download that handout and get some information there. While you're at our website, go ahead and subscribe to be on our list. You get free gifts for subscribing, and we do not send out junk or spam mail or a lot of advertisements, but we do a blog every week and along with a video giving you great information on energy healing, personal development, those kind of issues. It's a great resource. We love the people in our community, and we feel like that we serve a good value there. So join our community while you're there. Let's get started right now. So I want to share with you 4 quick energy healing techniques. These are energy healing hacks for the times when either you can't go to the doctor or you want to use those in conjunction with what you're doing with the doctor. I do encourage that we take advantage of modern medical when it will serve our purposes, and I'm not one to say that you shouldn't do that. Please do that. But this can add to it, and in the times when you can't get to the doctor, this is what this is for. So again, I'm going to go through these real quick. Download the handout so that you can get all the information. And on the handout, it even has links to longer, more extended 2-part series videos with a lot more information on this. Without further ado, number 1 energy healing hack that I'm going to share with you today is called pranic sweeping. Now, prana comes from the word energy, chi, ki, life force energy, but to sweep out dirty energy that we don't need. So whenever we have a sickness, an injury or whatever, there's some energy there that I call dirty prana, which is it's not conducive to our body healing and regenerating and taking care of itself. These are things that promote healing, or that get in the way of promoting our own healing. So pranic sweeping is simply this. Let's say, and I've done this with sprained ankles. You do it for 15 minutes, and instead of walking around, for weeks with a sore leg, in a couple of days, I've had it happen 3 different times, and within 3 days, it's just gone. Very, very noticeable. I've done it with burns. I burned myself playing with fire and gasoline. Don't do that. Don't try it at home. But when you do, I had a very severe burn. I was a long ways away from home at the lake. I sat down and did that. Made a total difference in taking the heat out of that burn, and so it didn't turn so serious. This pranic sweeping, you can do it for a headache. If one of my family members actually got a virus that we couldn't control or whatever, I would use this in conjunction with modern medicine, whatever you could get. So just assume the area. Let's assume for right now, to easy purposes, that I have a burn on my arm, okay? So if you can feel the energy, our energy fields are normally about here. When you have a burn or an injury or even a sickness or a virus or whatever, or an infection, you can feel the energy field out a lot further away sometimes. If you can't feel the energy, just don't worry about it. Trust me that it's there. But what you do is you imagine that there's an energy field, and just use your hand almost like you're brushing. You don't actually have to touch the person's body or your own. You can if it's easier, or just brush in the area over it and sweep that away from the body. I like to put a bowl of salt water there, trap the energy in the salt water, and then dispose of that. If you'll go to download the handout, there's more information about that. I'm not going to get into it a lot. But sweep that away. Spend about 15 minutes sweeping away. Sweep that energy away. Please don't just sweep it out onto the whatever and leave it there. It is nasty, dirty energy, and you want to dispose of it properly. So the salt water is a great way to do that. There's other techniques beyond the scope of this video. Sweep for about 10 or 15 minutes. Amazing with a headache, what you can do, a sore, an injury. Even if you've had an operation, there's a lot of trauma to the body. If you do this sweeping after the operation, the body will heal a lot faster. That's called pranic healing, or pranic sweeping. Just because we're removing, literally moving with our hands. This is one thing that my mom taught me. We didn't understand what it was. She just told me about sprained ankles. I used it several times, and later in years, as I learned more about energy, I realized you could use it for much more than spraying day, because all we were doing was getting rid of that bad energy. Okay, this I learned it years ago. So there's one. Let's go to another one. The next one is not necessarily an energy healing technique, but do you think you can do pranic sweeping right now? You can. Just sweep it away. Okay. You don't have to put it in salt water, but don't do it inside your home. And I would dispose of it properly. The next one is not necessarily an energy healing technique, but something that in these troubled times, and have you realized how fast we can run out of essentials that you cannot buy anymore? I mean, even vitamin C can be hard to get. If you haven't heard of colloidal silver, I want to share with you a little bit about colloidal silver. It looks just like water. It has tiny, tiny, tiny particulates of silver in it. Have you heard the old saying, born with a silver spoon in their mouth? That's all about, we think of it as a rich kid, but also that they have benefits and stuff. There's a lot more to it. Centuries or decades ago, in England and Europe, when a baby would get sick, the wealthier people would all take and have the baby suck on a spoon. And that was part of the thing about being wealthy, because regular people couldn't afford to have silver for their silverware. But with that silver, tiny particulates would come off and would help the baby. They would be healthier and would help them get better faster. Do your research on it. Look in the handout. There's a lot more information. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what it is. It's great for fighting bacterial infection. Okay? You can apply it topically. You can take it internally. You want to study about it? With all these things, before you do them or use them, use your own discretion. Get some more information on the internet, and you decide what's best for you. You can buy colloidal silver in most health food store. It'll run you $30 to $60 for a quart of that pre-made at the health food store. Very high grade stuff. However, you can make it yourself, and I'm going to show you a couple of options of ways you can make it. Now, one is the very simplest, to where you can create and build have your own colloidal silver generator for under $30. Now, I'm going to show you this product. There's a link on the handout where you can order this online. But I'm just going to show you how simple this can be. So inside this glass are two schedule to watch this information. I'm percent pure silver, born with a silver spoon in their mouth. That's all about, you know, we think of it as a rich kid, but also that they have benefits and stuff. There's a lot more to it. Centuries or decades ago, and in England and Europe, when a baby would get sick, the wealth it doesn't seem to work. If you wait till the next day or a couple of hours after you wake up or halfway through the day and you rub the ice, it doesn't seem to work. But if you get it first thing in the morning when you wake up and you've got that little bit of scratchy throat, over and over and over again, I've avoided having a cold, where if I don't do anything, you come down with a rotten cold. There's a bonus tip. I don't know how or why that works. Something my mother taught me, and I've proven it over and over and over. Thanks for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. Have a great day, and I look forward to knowing you better. Bye-bye.
Sound. Gotta wait for it to catch up here.
Nice beard, Jeff.
Yes, I've quit shaving because I have to wear a mask to come in the building so nobody can see my beard. And when I get in my office, I'm allowed to take it off and the door's closed. So.
Well, welcome everyone. Thanks. Sorry about the little hiccup there that we had in our live stream, but we are back. We are back on Facebook and we are back on YouTube in both places. And I'm here with Jeff Olson and Dr. Jeff O'Driscoll. And if you've watched their Jeff's promo video at all, or if you know Jeff, hi guys.
Hey, hello.
So yeah, you're all scruffy there, Jeff.
Yeah, this is the COVID-19 look, and I would much rather not shave. Quite honestly, it's good just to let myself go. So but it's an honor to be here. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's such an honor to be with my dear friend Dr. Jeff O'Driscoll, who you'll get to know over the next 60 minutes in a very profound way. Dr. Jeff has been an ER physician for 25 years in a level 1 trauma center. And he was actually the emergency doc that was on the scene and one of the attending physicians when I was life flighted from my accident to LDS Hospital. And he had some profound experiences around my accident, which we'll talk about. But Dr. Jeff is a wealth of experiences, of deep, wisdom, and he has experienced many things in his 25 years as a level 1 trauma ER doc that I'm sure we'll get into tonight. And we can kind of share our story of how we met and how that played out. But we would love to take questions, Tina, if we can do that. Are you?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, we would love to do that. So
I can manage the chat over here, and so if I'm looking over this way, I've got another monitor over here, and I'm managing that. Thank you guys both for coming. I'm super honored that you said yes. And usually we were going to be live here in Utah, right? But we've had to switch, and I was like, we can't just disappear. We've got to still have this thing, and the people need to hear your story. So we're just going to keep going, but we've worked through all of this. And so, yes, if people have questions and you're watching this live on either YouTube or in Facebook, please comment, ask questions, and I will relay those to you. So
that's awesome. And thank you for having us. It's an honor to be with you. And my name is Jeff Olson. Jeffrey Olson is my full name, and I am the author of Knowing. And I have this nifty background made, so my book's over my shoulder there, kind of floating above me, and that can be found on Amazon. Just look up Knowing by Jeffrey Olson. And I know Dr. Jeff also has several books. He's written a novel. He does children's books. And he did a profound book called Not Yet, which outlines his experiences in the ER, including his experience with my accident. So, Dr. Jeff, tell us a little bit about Not Yet and how people can find that.
Not Yet is on my website, jeffodriscoll.com, but it's also accessible on Kindle and on Amazon. And so if you have Amazon Prime and you get free shipping, get it off Amazon. You won't have to pay me shipping to send it to you. It's good to be with you. Jeff and I have spoken together a number of times, and we've been a little bit sad the last couple of months because we had to cancel a lot of speaking engagements. We were going to be speaking in London in March, and we were going to be in Ireland for St. Patrick's Day and the spring equinox. We were going to be speaking there and doing ceremony at one of the ancient Irish stone circles. And we were going to be speaking to a group of 600 in South Carolina last month. So, like all of you, we've been shifting to a virtual format, and we're glad to join you tonight.
Yeah, it's not so bad being virtual. Technology is amazing. I mean, when you think about it, it's literally a miracle that here we are in 3 different places, and yet we're present. We're present. We can see each other. We can talk to each other, all from the mobile device if we choose. I mean, it's quite incredible, the world we live in. I was speaking to my father recently, who is 85.
Wow.
And he was telling me about doing farm work with Percheron draft horses as a boy. So in his lifetime, he's gone from draft horses and plowing behind a team to a smartphone in his hand, which is pretty amazing in one lifetime. And who's to say what we'll be going through? We're at a very interesting time right now with the whole COVID-19 pandemic and what's been happening and this whole quarantine. And I know there's all kinds of feelings floating around about, gosh, are we okay? Am I okay? And all kinds of controversy about what this virus is and where it came from. The bottom line is we're living differently. This is probably the first time in my life that there's been a worldwide, you can call it a pandemic, but something that has made the world suddenly so small. It doesn't matter who we're talking to, and as Dr. Jeff mentioned, we were going to be all over the country and all over the world, and no matter who we speak to, they're involved in the pandemic too. We suddenly have all this commonality, all this togetherness and all this oneness, even though we're separated. That's what's so crazy.
Yeah, that's what is crazy. Like, we are all together, but we are all alone. And it's brought up a lot of people's issues. It's brought up stresses in relationship. It's just brought up people's fears. And that was the main reason why I was like, well, we have to go forward with this, because people need to hear your story because it's so inspirational.
Well, and that's one of the things that, and I do this sometimes in my life, and I'm sure everybody has similar situations, but when things get rough or when things get difficult or there's challenges, I for one can kind of say, you know what, I've been through something worse, so we're gonna survive this thing. I was, and I shouldn't talk this way. It's somewhat morbid, and I'm not making light. I have actually had a dear friend get COVID-19 and pass away. A friend and neighbor of mine.
Oh my.
A beloved guy. So I am not making light of the virus or what it can do. But I was telling my mother, what's the worst that could happen? I die? You know, I mean, that's the worst that happens to anyone. I know those that are left behind are very heart-wrenched by that. But we're going to talk a little bit about that. What Dr. Jeff and I have in common is what they call a shared death experience. And many know about my near-death experience, and I'll touch on that briefly. But Dr. Jeff and I had a shared death experience, and then we have both experienced, moving forward, what they call afterlife or after-death communication from loved ones, where we literally have feelings and have impressions or dreams or visions, or, you know, spiritually you see someone come and you have a visit with those folks in the other realm. And that all happened in a very unique way for me. I was in a horrible automobile accident. It's been 23 years ago now. The whole family was in the car, and it was a single car rollover. And my wife, Tamara, and my youngest son, Griffin, were killed instantly in the accident. My 7-year-old son survived. He was banged up a little bit, but he basically walked away from the crash physically. Emotionally, he thought he had lost the whole family because I was in pretty rough shape. Both my legs had been crushed. My left leg was eventually amputated. L4 and 5 in my vertebrae had been cracked. My rib cage had been damaged. My lungs were collapsing. My right arm had been completely torn out. No rotator cuff or anything attaching it. And then the seat belt had cut through and ruptured all my intestines. And that was nothing compared to the bereavement and grief of having half the family gone. The physical pain was nothing compared to the emotional pain. But with all those injuries, I suppose you could say the accident killed me as well. At the scene of the accident, I had a profound experience where I left my body. I went into the other realms. Interesting enough, it was Tamara, my wife, who had been killed at the scene and was deceased in this realm. She was the one communicating to me in that realm that I had to come back. That it was not my time, I couldn't come, and that we had that little son to raise, and that I was to return to this realm and raise our boy. And it was interesting, and I'm really paraphrasing that. If you want the whole story with all the details, please get Knowing and read the book. I go into great depth on that, and it's a pretty transparent story. I'm pretty open about all the things I experienced, but as I paraphrase this for time's sake, as I came back into this realm, I found myself wandering around the hospital. When I say wandering around, moving about freely, seeing the doctors and the patients and the nurses. And when I say seeing them, gosh, being out of the body was incredible. I saw them in pure divinity. I knew everything about them. I knew their love, their hate, their joy, their pain, their motivations. I felt their lives as if their lives were my life. I felt their pain. I had this, I call it the oneness. It was an absolute connection to them that was coupled with this unconditional love. It didn't matter who they were, what they had done, or what they hadn't done. There was this unconditional love until I finally came upon a body laying on a gurney, a man that I didn't feel anything from, which I thought was strange. So I stepped closer, and that's when I realized that that was me, or that was my body. This was me. I was having the profound connected experience, but that was the skin suit that I would have to go through mortality in. And so, having had the horrific accident, having peeked into those other realms and literally said goodbye to my wife and chose to come back, that's where I'm going to let the doc take over, because I had been life flighted. I had no idea, about time. They had to extricate me from the car. I had been life flighted to the level 1 trauma center. All of that had happened in this realm while I was literally communicating and having this connected experience out of the body. But that's probably the first time I met Dr. Jeff, which I didn't know I'd met him. I was unconscious on the gurney, but Doc, why don't you take over and talk about your day, that day of the accident, what you were experiencing from your end?
Well, I was going about what seemed to be a normal shift in the emergency department. And as Jeff said, I worked at a level 1 trauma center. So when patients were injured badly enough to be flown to a referral center, our hospital was where they came. And there was one other person in the emergency department that knew I had spiritual experiences sometimes, because she had cried some of these experiences out of me and we talked about them. And she had some experiences of her own. So there was another emergency physician on duty that night who was providing Jeff Olson's care. And there was a team of providers in the trauma room, and this one nurse had been to the trauma room, and she came and got me from elsewhere in the department, and she started pulling me toward the trauma room by my arm. She said, "You have to come." And I said, "Why do I have to come?" And she said, "Because she's there." I said, "Who's there?" And she said, "His wife. She's there. You have to come." And as she said that, I started to realize what she was talking about. Jeff and I have sometimes talked about how he had this profound experience with his wife after the accident, the scene of the accident, when he rose up above the accident and met her in this glorious light. And she said, "You have to go back and raise our son, our other son." And so he was saying this profound goodbye to his wife, Tamara, and I was saying a profound hello, because I walked into the trauma room and Jeff was unconscious on the gurney. A bunch of people were providing his care, and standing above the gurney in the air was his deceased wife, Tamara. And I experienced her presence. I saw her and communicated with her, and she expressed her profound gratitude for the care that her husband was receiving. I walked over and I checked the pulse in Jeff's foot. And I remember saying out loud, or thinking to myself, "Oh, he's going to lose the leg." I knew from the severity of the injury that things were not going to be good for the leg. And as I looked down at Jeff, I could still see Tamara standing in the air behind me, because I could see in all directions at the same time. And though Jeff and I had never met, or Tamara, I knew who they were, and I knew that Jeff would live, and I knew that there was some significance in his future life. There was purpose in him continuing in this realm. And I had all this knowledge in an instant as I experienced Tamara's presence and had this profound spiritual experience right in the middle of my emergency shift. We sent Jeff off to the operating room. I took off my gown and shoe covers and walked back out into the other part of the department and finished my shift and went home, and never expected to see him again. And then about a month later, this same nurse came and started tugging on my arm again. She said, "We need to go talk with Jeff and tell him what happened." I said, "No, we don't. If you want to go talk with Jeff about your spiritual experiences with a perfect stranger, you go ahead, but I don't need to do it." But she was persistent, and she dragged me up to Jeff's hospital room. And then she sat down at the edge of his bed, pulled up a chair, and proceeded to tell him what happened. I didn't remember this quite so clearly as Jeff did, but he told me 20 years later, he said that I stood in the corner and leaned against the wall and didn't say much. And I thought, yeah, that sounds a lot like me. But as this nurse proceeded to share our experience, Jeff looked at me and I acknowledged that, yeah, I'd seen that, I'd experienced that. I communicated with Tamara, and then he started to cry. He started to weep. And that was when he told us about his out-of-body experience at the scene of the accident. And we realized that we had shared this profound experience with Tamara, and that was the beginning of our nearly quarter-century friendship. So the reason these things are so important aren't just because they have this profound spiritual nature. It's also because, as Jeff described it, in these kind of experiences, you become close to others. You sense who they are. You sense their significance. You get a feel for one another and how connected you are in this life experience. So, as we were talking earlier about the COVID-19 pandemic, one of the things I think is most profound is the whole world is connected in a way. They're all one, realizing that their behaviors and their actions have impact on others, whether they like it or not. And these spiritual experiences that Jeff and I had with Tamara really intensify that oneness and that connection. Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, it's been incredible, and I think the most amazing thing for me was to have two medical staff come into my room who I didn't know, I had never met, and they had the courage to say, "Hey, something profound happened in the trauma room, in the the operating room there." I didn't know them from Adam, and they didn't know me from Adam, and that's probably a miracle and a big reminder that being open and honest with each other often creates a space where we can really make some headway. We can really move forward. And I know this event and conference is full of so many healers and energy workers and people that are holistic medicine and gosh, keep your immune system strong during this whole pandemic. That's the key as far as I'm concerned, is keep your immune system strong. The body is an absolute miracle. I mean, there's literally light and intelligence in every single cell of our body. And it knows how to live, it knows how to survive, it knows how to protect itself. And I think that's a very profound thing. But I really did find a friend in Dr. Jeff when I realized a stranger would come in and open up and share things like that. And what it told me was that I had a safe place to share many things that had happened to me, and that there was no judgment. And also, if I was crazy, he's a doctor, right? He would put me in the psychiatric ward and get me the treatment I deserve. But we've become friends. He's watched me cry. He's watched me do all these things. And I mean, I realize I can talk about the accident now, and I don't want anyone to think that I'm brazen or callous. It's been 23 years. And I've told this story, but there was an entire decade. I couldn't really even talk about it without falling apart, without just crying. In fact, Dr. Jeff and I really didn't talk much about the accident. We talked about spiritual things because it was just so raw. I grieved like anybody else grieved, even though profound things had happened. And one of the most...
I didn't know that... I didn't know the severity or the constant nature of Jeff's pain until I read his book, because we never talked about those things. I figured, his whole life has been this medical horror story for months and then years. I figured the last thing he wanted to talk about probably was his medical situation, so he didn't bring it up and I didn't ask. And only when I read his book did I realize how much pain he was in when we would get together and go out for lunch and things like that. Like he said, it's been 23 years. He started to talk about his story about 10 years ago, and then for 10 more years he invited me to speak with him and share our story together, and I persistently declined. But as we became better friends, sometimes we could joke about these things. Jeff talked, he'd say...
This meeting is being recorded.
He'd say sometimes that he had one foot in heaven and the other on earth. And I used to joke with him about, well, we know which one which leg they cut off, then, don't we? Because here he is, still on earth, still sharing his message, still sharing hope and lifting people's spirits and leading us all to a better place.
So one of the questions that were being asked was, what prompted you to first start sharing your experience? Because she said, I know you were reluctant at first, so what prompted you to start sharing?
I'll go first and I'll let the doc. I didn't talk about it. Number one, it was too painful. Number two, I didn't want people to think I was crazy, because not everyone is as open-minded or open-hearted as Dr. Jeff when it comes to these spiritual things. And number three, it felt sacred to me. This wasn't lunchtime conversation for just anybody on the street or just folks in passing. It was very deep and heartfelt things. I had no intention of ever writing a book. I had no intention of ever becoming a speaker. It actually came about in a very interesting way. And then, for lack of a better word, Spirit spoke to my heart and said, share your experience. And if you do, people will heal. And that's that was on the aftermath of a publisher approaching me. I did happen to talk about my experience a little bit, only because I was teaching a Sunday school class, and I didn't bring it up in the Sunday school class, but the theme came up about the love of God. And I just fell apart. I couldn't hold back, and a woman came up after and she said, something happened to you, didn't it? And she knew about the accident. This was my neighborhood. And, I'd been in this congregation, and I said, yeah, but I don't talk about it. And she encouraged me to speak to someone at the university who studied these out-of-body experiences, which I reluctantly did. And then he said, come speak to our group. We meet in Salt Lake. People are grieving. They would, and I reluctantly agreed to that. And then through that, there was a publisher in the audience that came up and said, you're going to write a book. And I said, no, I'm not. But that was a Friday, and Monday morning there was a contract in my email for a book, and that's when I went and asked. In fact, I went back to the scene of the accident, which I had avoided for years. This was 12 years after the accident. And I asked. When I said I asked, I prayed. I said, am I really supposed to write a book? Now, I wasn't told to write a book. What I was told was share your experience and others will heal. But I couldn't see a better way of sharing the experience than writing a book, and so I did. And I figured my mother would buy a copy, but it hit number 3 on Amazon in the category in the first 10 days, and suddenly there was requests to talk about it all over the world. And that's when I began to kind of nudge the doc, come and do this stuff with me. I'd love a sidekick, and you being a medical doctor might not make me look so crazy if you could speak up. But he was very reluctant. And Doc, I'll let you talk about what changed your mind after so long.
Yeah, for another 10 years, Jeff invited me to speak with him, and I kept saying no. Like him, I felt like the experiences that I had were too sacred to talk about, and sometimes I think I was reluctant because of the impact it might have on my medical career and how my colleagues might look upon the things that I had experienced. And so, we had TV folks that wanted us to do a TV show, and we almost did it. And then I backed out. I just didn't feel like I could do it. And then a few years ago, I stopped seeing patients in the emergency department. And about 6 months later, something just clicked in my head. And I just had this feeling it was okay to share. And so I started to share with a few small groups of people that I trusted. And 6 months later, I published my book. And I was on my way to my very first speaking engagement, my first formal arranged engagement with Jeff. He was flying from Arizona. I was flying from Salt Lake. We were meeting in Boston. And I was sitting in the airport in Salt Lake. And this young couple came and sat down next to me and started asking me where I was going and what I was doing, the usual airport questions. When they found out what I was going to be speaking about, this young woman, her whole countenance changed. And she said, my grandfather just died, and he's come to me a couple of times. And my initial impression was, why would you share something so intimate with a total stranger? And then I realized, oh, I'm a safe place. She knows I'll believe her. She knows that she can trust me. She took one of my books and went and caught her plane, and I got on my plane. I'd been an emergency physician for 25 years, as Jeff said. I estimated I'd seen in excess of 60,000 patients at that time. And on the plane between Salt Lake and Boston, that voice that speaks to one's heart spoke to me and said, "You will help more people with this book than you helped as a physician in the emergency department." And that changed my whole view and attitude about sharing. Just like Jeff said, he was told, share your story and people will heal. I was told almost the same thing. And I started to realize some of my experiences weren't just for me. Some of my experiences were to help other people, and those experiences couldn't help them if I wasn't willing to share them. And so that's when I started to share.
Yeah, so one of the comments over here was people are saying things like they're super grateful. One, there's some of the people who usually are exhibitors who have booths, and they're super grateful that they get to hear you. But this other lady said that your story and book has impacted my life as a widow, because she's a recent widow. And so just being vulnerable and taking that step out to share your story with others. And yeah, Jeff, you were saying that it's like, I don't want people to think I'm crazy. Dr. Olson, if you come with me, then maybe I won't look so crazy, right? But your story has impacted so many people. And yes, you both are a safe place for other people who know that their loved ones are close by.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too. And one of the things we get sometimes, and thank you for those kind comments. I know that both the books have had an impact on people's life, both not yet and knowing. Gosh, I grew up in a rough and tumble house, single father, 3 boys. It was like the old bonanza. And we weren't taught vulnerability. We were taught not to cry, you buck up, you get on with things, don't talk about it. And I think one of the gifts and one of the things that Dr. Jeff has certainly taught me as a man is that it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to open up. It's okay to share my feelings. It's okay to share my heart and to share those things that maybe aren't easy to talk about. And watch how that affects people. And whether you're male or female, it doesn't matter the gender, but I'll tell you what, vulnerability for me is where my power is. And I've learned that in this whole circumstance where I was so frightened to talk about this and so horrified to get on stage and talk in front of people, and where I would just cringe every time I would tell the story and cry. I found that, quite honestly, that's where the power is. When we open up to each other, when we become vulnerable, that's when we connect. That's when the voice of spirit can communicate, and words just get in the way. When that happens, suddenly there's a communication that is real and tangible, and that's what moves humanity forward. I mean, I think of great leaders, who are not afraid to be vulnerable. And I'm talking in the aspects of people like Jesus, who would openly weep and would openly love and would openly forgive. And, that whole phrase of let's become like a child, so trusting, so forgiving, so loving, so willing to let things roll off and move forward, and so willing to love everybody and give them the benefit of the doubt. And I think there's some real power and magic in that.
I agree that vulnerability is a key thing. I was pretty invulnerable for a long time, or at least I thought I was. My older brother was killed in a farm accident when I was 11. He tipped the tractor over and it took his life. And I didn't think it had any impact on me. And I was pretty rigid and invulnerable until 20 years later, after he died. He came to me one day and I experienced his presence. And he told me, you have to go talk with our mother because there's things she's never told you about the day I died. And that kind of got my attention. And And I went and saw my mother. My parents are both still alive. They still live in the same home where I grew up. And I had a chat with my mother that afternoon. She told me that this was the first time she ever said it. She said, before Stan died, I always knew where you were in the house because I could hear you singing. After your brother died, you stopped singing. Mm-hmm. And that kind of told me how deeply I was wounded by my brother's death and his being separated from him. And I had built this wall of invulnerability around myself. I was never going to let anything get close enough to me to hurt me that way again. And because my brother came and told me this, and because I learned this from my mother, I began to realize the importance of taking that wall down, not only to feel love, but also to extend love to others. And it's been a process of time to learn about this vulnerability, about how we help each other by being willing to share our own pain and our own suffering and our own learning from it.
I love that, Doc. Probably the most profound experience for me was not at the scene of the accident. It was actually at the end of my hospital stay when my spirit left my body again. And I do laugh. I told the doc it does feel like, and it certainly felt like when I was in the hospital, that I had one foot in this realm and one foot in the next. And as the doc said, they cut off the leg that's in the next realm. It's no longer here. But at the end of my hospital stay, there was this profound experience where I peeked into the other realms. And it was absolutely glorious and beautiful. And it was so physical. I mean, I was able to run. People say heaven or the spirit world or the other side. I'll tell you, the only word I can come up with was I was home. I was home. It was so welcoming. And I began to run. I knew in this realm I wouldn't be running, but in that realm I could run. And it felt it was beyond physical. It was almost sensual. I could feel the ground under my feet and the energy through my legs. And I was having this joyful experience. And then I realized I wasn't there to stay. And at that same time, there was a corridor off to my left, and I knew intuitively I was to go down that way. And what I encountered changed me forever. As I made my way down the corridor, there was this crib at the end of the corridor. And I raced to the crib. Griffin, my little boy who passed in the accident, was still sleeping in the crib when he passed away. He was only 14 months old. And as I raced to the crib, there he was, sleeping as beautifully and as peacefully as ever. And I swept him up in my arms. And that was so physical. Everything was accentuated. Have you ever picked up a sleeping child? You know, when you feel the weight and the heat. I mean, that was all there, and I held him. He was solid against me, and I was even then thinking, how can this be? And I could feel his lungs filling with breath. I could feel his little breath on my neck, and I reached over and I smelled his hair. And I'm like, it's him. This is my little boy. And as I held him and began to weep, I felt a presence behind me that was so powerful, so cosmic, so wise. In fact, I began to be fearful because I knew I was in the presence of God. And I had grown up believing that God was going to judge me, and I was probably in trouble. And I was filled with guilt because I was thinking, my little boy passed away because I lost control of the car. You know, his life was cut short because I crashed. And I was filled with this fear, and my thought was, is there any way I could ever be forgiven? And I was just there weeping, holding my little boy. And as I had that thought, this presence had come so close, and this felt physical too. Suddenly, as I had the thought, I hope there's some way I can be forgiven. I felt those divine arms wrap around and hold both of us. And then the lid just came off. There was this absolute download of there's nothing to forgive. Your life is in absolute divine order. Everything's in absolute divine order. And that's when I suppose I had what they call a life review. I saw my life. You know, I saw how things had played out. I saw things that I was judging as mistakes. I was like, oh, that was a mistake. I didn't mean to do that. And this beautiful divine being was communicating, that's your judgment of it, not ours. We love you. You're as beloved and precious and perfect to us as the little boy you're holding in your arms. And it was a very personal experience, but I knew if I was that beloved, that we're all that beloved. And this is what broke me open forever. When I talk about vulnerability, suddenly to really look at my life, everything, the things I didn't want to see, the accident, the things I'd done wrong, and I knew they were wrong, and I'd done them anyway. And yet to be in this unconditional, loving presence, even in the arms of that, and realize that I have nothing to be afraid of, nor I have anything to be ashamed of. And I've done things I'm not proud of. I'll be honest about that. But in those arms, there was no mistakes. It was all in divine order. And everything had been done not to me, but for me. In fact, I had the profound sense that I had created my life, and the entire universe loved me so much that it was supported, and it was all for my soul's expansion. And I was given the opportunity to make a choice. I was told, you can give your son back and exercise your will in the process. And in all that love and peace and beauty, I was able to kiss him and hand him over. And then came, back to my injuries and amputations. And I share that for the specific reason when we talk about vulnerability, when we talk about opening up, if we knew for one moment how loved we are, how beloved we are, how cherished we are, we would be far more courageous in being real with each other, and being open with each other, and being open and real with ourselves, which that's where power comes from. And I learned that from the greatest source I know, and it changed me. It really did.
One of the things that's interesting about Jeff and I's friendship over the last 20 plus years is we have had different experiences but learned the same lessons in profound ways. And we'd go to lunch and we'd have these long conversations. You heard what Jeff was saying about our divine nature and being loved and things, and these things you see behind me. You are enough, you are divine, you are loved. I didn't just write those. I was actually getting ready to speak to a large group of people. When I was meditating, I was getting centered and seeking the message. And I said, what should I tell them? And it came profoundly clear and unmistakable to me. Tell them they're enough. Tell them they're divine. Tell them they're loved. When people understand those things, then they're empowered to accomplish anything they need to, and they're able to love themselves sufficiently to love others as well. Did you have any other questions for us?
Wow, that was beautiful. I had to take a moment and soak all that in. So no, we don't have any other questions at this time. So what else have you guys started to do now that you travel and speak around the world, all over the world, except for now all over the world is over Zoom, but and so what else do you do besides travel and speak and write books?
Oh gosh, I do a lot of
in addition to speaking and writing, I also do personal mentoring. I do one-on-one intuitive mentoring for people. You'd be amazed how many people feel like they've never had a spiritual experience. Or if they have had a spiritual experience, they don't know how to interpret it. And quite by chance, when people sat down and wanted to talk to me about my book, we'd have these long conversations, and I realized that sometimes I could discern their spiritual gifts. Often they were gifts they weren't even aware of, and I could help them connect with their spiritual nature and interpret the experiences they were having so that they could connect to their highest self, so that they could resonate with Source and get answers to their questions. There's a lot of people out there that are offering direction or help or coaching or whatever, and they provide people with answers, but they're the coach's answers. And what I try to do is connect people to their highest self so they can find their own answers, so that they can walk forward in confidence that they're connected to source, and they can live an inspired life. And I find that incredibly rewarding work to do. I think Jeff does some coaching as well too, don't you, Jeff?
I do. Yeah, I do. I do a lot of things. I still write and speak, and I do one-on-one mentoring on a platform which I call Awaken to Oneness. You know, when I came out of those realms and had experienced what I knew was pure, divine, unconditional love, I literally felt strongly that I was here to be a manifestation of that I was here to manifest that same love to anyone and everyone. And, you know, there's a lot of things we do. We're doing a ton of these virtual Zoom calls. In fact, if you want to meet us tomorrow at noon Mountain Time, whatever time zone you're in, this will be at high noon Mountain Time, so 11 Pacific Time, and what is that, 2 Eastern and 1 Central. But we're gathering with people over in Scotland and Ireland, some of the folks we would have been spending March with in those beautiful countries. You can look up the Facebook event. It's called Celtic Connection, and it's on my Facebook page, and you can see it there. And we're going to be connecting to have some music and culture and talk about these things that we share as humanity. Dr. Jeff and I will be doing another presentation on May 7th on the Zoom call, and you'll want to look up it's IANDS, IANDS, the International Association for Near-Death Studies, and they're doing a speaker series that's incredible. It has all kinds of people who have had near-death experience. It has doctors and PhDs who have studied that process, and they also have some very gifted psychic intuitives. I think Dr. Jeff's a psychic intuitive, but the likes of Suzanne Giesman and others will be involved in that series. And I believe it's all free and it's all Zoom, and you can just log on and enjoy all those things. If you want to reach out, and Dr. Jeff will share his information too, but you can find me on all social media, and I usually go by my full name, which is Jeffrey, and it's spelled different. It's Jeffery, and C is my middle initial, and Olsen, Olsen. Or you can write me at that same email address, Jeffrey, ERYC Olsen @gmail.com. But I would love to connect, and we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. I do a shamanic series, which is taught every fall here in Utah, and that's under Spirit Keepers. You can look up, actually, if you look up spiritkeeperseries.com, you can go to the website there and see all the information on that. And that's something I've learned over the years working with indigenous medicine people, indigenous shamans, and spiritual people, and that's something I enjoy. So there's a lot. I'm doing a lot of things. I still work full time too, by the way. I have a job.
How do you do all that? That's a lot to work full time and do coaching and travel and speak.
Yeah, it's a lot, but I've enjoyed. It's probably horrible for me to say I've enjoyed the pandemic because the travel has stopped. I usually work a 40, 50-hour week, and I jump on a plane on a Friday night, and I'll land somewhere and speak on a Saturday or Sunday, and then jump on a plane Sunday night and be back to work Monday morning. I have a very supportive wife. Tanya is the hero of my story. After the accident and after healing somewhat physically and healing somewhat emotionally, I fell in love again. And Tanya came in not only to be my wife, but to raise Spencer. And she's the one that's put the pieces together. And she always says, Jeff, you go do what you need to do. I'll take care of everything at home. You just, you go change the world, my love, and we'll see you when you get home. But she's really the hero and is supportive enough. And that's how I'm able to do it, is I've got an incredible family. My boys are basically all grown. Tanya and I adopted 2 boys. We don't call them our adopted sons. They're all just our sons. But I'm very lucky to be in a situation to do what I do.
My wife is supportive in a slightly different tone. She says things like, "Don't you need to go somewhere?" if I'm around home too much, she say, "Don't you have a trip coming up or something?" We've been married for coming up on 34 years now. We have 5 kids, 5 grandkids. I'm on Facebook. If people want to reach out to me, they can probably do it most easily. The domain name that's easiest to remember is helpingsoulsheal.com. And that'll go to my website, or you can go to jeffodriscoll.com, same website. And people, if they're interested in mentoring, setting up some mentoring sessions, we can do it through that. And they can get my books through my website. And Jeff and I are just going to keep plodding along, going where we're taken, and helping people hopefully as we go. In fact, interestingly enough, a few years ago when Jeff was moving from Utah to Arizona, I had this powerful impression that first day we were together in his hospital room when we shared our experiences with one another. I had this profound impression that the whole purpose of that day was to connect us to the future that we had together, working together. And I didn't know what that meant for 20 years. And then a few years ago, Jeff was getting ready to leave Utah and move down to Arizona. And we had lunch together. And I told him I had this feeling that the time had come for whatever it was we were supposed to do together to do it. And that's when we first started arranging to speak together and do some things together. And there were some stresses from some employment that were kind of crowding in there. And Tamara, Jeff's deceased wife, Tamara, came to me again. She said, "Don't let anything interfere with your friendship," which was a pretty powerful message. So now we kind of try to work together, let things flow. In fact, one of the things we did together that was really fun in January is we hosted a 10-day cruise, Healing Tides Cruise. And we had a group of 60 people that we had sessions with on the ship. It was really, really fun and rewarding. Met some great people, had some really spiritually uplifting experiences, and gained a few pounds on the way.
Yeah, that was good. And that was something, Dr. Jeff spearheaded, and a lot of the folks on that cruise had loved ones pass away. Some of them were grieving. Some of them were very new at it, and it was very fresh, and others had been working on it for years. But we may do another cruise. I don't know if I'd get on a cruise ship during the whole pandemic, but we may do that again in a future date, and we'll certainly post and let people know about that.
So I have one question from YouTube people. Need my glasses.
That's why I've got mine on. So
I know. It's like, let's see what this person said. Did you get the sense that it was his time to go? And I'm not sure when that was posted on YouTube. That must have been in reference to your son.
Well, and Dr. Jeff could speak to that too. I mean, he lost a brother at 11. I think your brother was, 14?
And you said you could sense other people. Like you said that you went, you could sense other people. Could you kind of just feel when it's somebody's time to go?
Right. And then my little boy, he was 14 months old, but that was what was so haunting. And here's what I came away with, is that yes, it was his time. Everything's in divine order. He had chosen, we had some contract, if you will, where he was going to come and then leave this life and break my heart in ways that I could never imagine, that my soul would expand in ways that I could never imagine either. And I'll tell you, nobody really ever dies, and that might sound crazy, but I've experienced it. My little boy is now my biggest guardian angel, and he's come to me in dreams and other experiences, and he's not the toddler that I held in that profound experience that I shared. He's a full-grown, beautiful guardian angel, and you can read about all of that in my book, Knowing. Go to Amazon and get Knowing, and you'll get the whole story of Spencer and how my little 7-year-old grew and what took place with him, and then falling in love again and adopting the boys, and how I've always had this after death communication where I have guardian angels that look after me always.
So you still communicate with your guardian angels now, and you still have a knowing about people and.
Yeah, I do. I don't think the door ever closed, and yet I think we all have that gift, you know. And if I have a gift, I think Dr. Jeff teases and said, "You're the only guy I know that got kicked out of heaven," and I think he's probably right. But if I came back with anything, it was a gift to love deeper, to love more, and to let go of judgments and comparisons, and simply be at one with what is.
And I can resonate too with what Jeff's saying about how we don't die. I mean, I haven't talked much about my other experiences today, but you know, I had experiences where I actually saw souls leave their bodies when they died, and they communicated with me before they left this realm. So and their messages were always of love and hope and acceptance and gratitude. I have no reservations at all about death or the state of my loved ones that have preceded me in death. I have every confidence that they are in a good place. In fact, my brother, who died 47 years ago, came to me a year ago, and he took me through this beautiful place that I think most people would call heaven, and he showed me my whole life in review, and he showed me where he'd intervened on my behalf, and then he told me to go tell our parents not to be sad anymore. He wanted them to be happy when they talked about him because he was okay. And that was the message that he wanted me to give them 47 years after he died.
So was that in a dream, or was that kind of a vision, or how was the experience of that?
Oh, I don't know what words to use. It wasn't a dream. I was wide awake. It was in the middle of the day. He came to me and I experienced his presence. I saw him. He touched my hand, and that's when he touched my hand is when things faded away. Everything material faded away, and he took me to this divine, glorious place. And he showed me all these things. And he showed me the day that he died, but he showed it to me from the perspective of my parents instead of my perspective that I'd had all these years. And I saw and experienced the suffering that my parents experienced the day he died. And I had their perspective and experience from it. And I realized over all these years, my greatest wound wasn't losing my brother. My greatest wound was seeing the suffering of my parents and not being able to do anything about it. And that's when he told me, go tell them not to be sad anymore.
And did you go do that? And how did it turn out?
I did. It took me a few weeks to work up the courage, but we had a great conversation. By then, my parents knew that I had these kind of experience. They didn't know that. They read my book a couple of years ago when my book first came out, and my parents both said to me, how come we never knew these things? That's how closed mouth I was about it all. But they'd read my book by then, and so when we had the conversation, they were very receptive. They were very grateful, and it prompted my father to share some things with me about the day that my brother died that he'd never told me before, and it had some profound healing benefit for my father when we had this conversation.
Wow, interesting. Did you have similar experience to that, Jeffrey Olson, when you went and told your dad about your experiences, or?
Yeah, my father has always been very open with me. Actually, my father's an incredible man. He was a cowboy and a soldier, and his two rules. He only had two rules. And these were our house rules and our life rules. And his rules were be honest and be kind. That was it. And there's been times that I thought, well, gosh, if I'm being honest, am I being kind? But I found that being honest is the kindest thing anyone can do. And, you know, it's funny, Dr. Jeff and I, although we met in these strange circumstances of an ER trauma situation, we grew up not far from each other in little rural towns in northern Utah. I grew up in a little place called Charleston, Utah, which is just outside of Midway, and Dr. Jeff was from Morgan, Utah, which is just outside of Camas and Uinta and kind of up in that area. We used to play, Morgan in football, and Dr. Jeff and I rode rodeo together. He was a bull rider, and I was a bareback bronc rider, but we had never met each other. He's a couple of years older than me. He looks better than me. He's younger. He looks younger than me, but we grew up not far from each other in very similar circumstances, and yet would have never met or never had the relationship we do. And I say this, had Tamara not introduced us on that traumatic day when she was leaving this realm, and somehow had the insights to know what Dr. Jeff would be as a friend and as a mentor, and has even come to Dr. Jeff to say, hey, you guys stay friends. Don't let anything get in the way with that. So there may be more to come. We don't know the future, and the past is gone, but we tend to just be present in the now and see what comes next. And for Dr. Jeff and I, there's all kinds of exciting things always going on as far as what's next for us. We don't know sometimes, but I'm sure it'll be fun, whatever it is.
Well, none of us knew what was next when we were going through January, February, and then all of a sudden March. Woo! So sometimes you just have to roll with what is and be hopeful for the future. So we've got a few people who are going to go get your book on Amazon, and a few people who've said they want to join you on that cruise.
Oh,
which
great.
Sounds like a lot of fun. So I really thank you guys for sharing your stories. Any other comments, last words that you guys want to share that we maybe haven't missed? Any last questions from people in the audience?
How can we support you? I mean, you're just the queen bee running this whole show. How can we support you, or what can we do to assist you in all that you're doing to bring light into the world?
Well, doing a virtual event has definitely been a huge learning curve. Today has gone pretty well. Had a few little glitches right there at the end with so I'll have to redo one little video. But so the whole motive behind this expo, my 3 words are inspire, awaken, transform. Inspire people to know that they really are awesome, because people get stuck in this little place of being, oh, I'm not good enough, or they go into self-judgment, just the same way you said when you went to pick up your son and you're like, oh, I'm going into this self-judgment place of I shouldn't have done this, or I should do this. We do all that should things, but I want to inspire people to know that they are incredible, and I want them to awaken to the possibility that they have their answers, which both of you have said that you guys are guides to help them find their truth within, because we all have our own truth within, and then help them to find tools and resources to inspire them to become their highest and best selves. That is why the Expo exists. Empower, awaken, transform. So having you present today and speak about being enough, and that you are divine, and that you are loved, and that is something that the world needs right now to hear in the middle of all of this, and to not go into the scared place or the afraid place of something could go wrong or something could hurt me. Because if we know that we are divine and that we are enough, and that there is no, that we continue on, then what is there to fear? We can face our challenges and move through them. I mean, this has been a challenge for me as a host of a live event, to go, how do I still do this? But I've had the challenges of technology and a learning curve, but we made it happen. And the next time we do it, it's going to be even better, because I've learned a few things. So I think Allison, which was one of the earlier presenters, she was like, wow, you just climbed a mountain. I'm like, yeah, now it's a molehill. So let's do it again, because this was fun.
Tina, one of the things I tell people when they're struggling to find their answers, and one of the things they struggle with is to try and sort out whether they're listening to some divine message or whether they're listening to their own voice. And one of the things I help them come to realize is that if they conclude that they're listening to their own voice, it's still divine. Follow it. Follow your heart. Your heart knows the answer.
That is a beautiful response. Like when I got the letter from the Expo Center saying we're going to be closed until May 15th, you know, there was like this panic in me, and then it was like almost an instant knowing we're going to go virtual. And it was like, we're going to do that. And then, you know, I make the announcement and I start moving forward. And then there was like, you know, the community was like, how do we do that? I'm like, there was a little bit of some bumps along the way. And I just kept going, nope, I just know that that's what I heard. And I know that that's what I have to do. And even when I can't figure things out and we're not making it, you know, maybe there might be bumps along the way, I just know this is what we're going to do. So that's cool.
It's that knowing that makes all the difference. That's the only thing you can trust, is that inner knowing, and then just taking the next step. And I admire your courage, Tina, to say, hey, I'm moving forward. Even if I don't have all the answers, I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to make it happen. Trusting that I'm supported by the entire universe because my intentions are good.
There are so many people that have come forward to help me and support me and teach things. Like Linda Forrest has taught me how to run all this live streaming software. I cannot believe what I've learned in the last 24 hours, 48 hours. And, you know, I have all kinds of people on the back end who are doing things. I've had people from around the U.S. who've reached out to me and offered me support and guidance. So you just have to step forward and face those things and move past them. It's all a learning experience. And we will be in person next year. We do have a date for April 17th in 2021 at the Expo Center. We will be in person.
That's awesome. Well, we're simply here to learn. That's you know, somebody said, what's the meaning of life? I said, well, we're here to learn. The meaning of life is to learn, and we're going to learn. And the entire universe loves us enough to provide those situations. So it's been so good to be with you. I know you've got to move on to what's next, and in fact, we may be a little over time.
Yeah, you guys were closing out the day, so we are closing out the day tonight and saying goodnight to everybody. There's not much happening tomorrow. Most everybody has moved over to Monday, so Monday is another jam-packed day from 10 a.m. to like 6 or 7 in the evening. We'll be doing this all day again. It might be a couple things tomorrow, but
if we're closing out the day and you don't have a hard cutoff time, do you have a couple minutes for one last thing?
I do. Yep, that's where I put you guys at the last of the day on purpose because I knew we'd go over. So nope, there's no hard cutoff time. Go for it.
In the emergency department, one evening I went in to see a patient, and he was alone in the room. It was just the two of us in there. He was probably in his late 40s, early 50s. He'd had a rough life. He had long hair, and his beard was shaggy, and his clothes were tattered. He was a homeless gentleman. He'd struggled with addictions. He was the antithesis of everything the world defines as success. And I looked at his shoes, and he had holes in his shoes, and he had holes in his socks, and he and I both knew what needed to be done because he'd been walking out around in the snow and the wet, and his feet were in rough shape. So I filled a wash basin with some warm water, and I squirted some soap in it, and I sat down at the foot of the gurney, and I took a wash rag, and I removed his shoes and the last threads of his socks, and I lowered his feet into the water, and I proceeded to wash this man's feet. And something miraculous happened. When I looked up, that portion of us that is physical or material or earthly, whatever that is, that veil was drawn back, and I saw his soul. I saw who he was. And in the book, I think I said that I was in the presence of God. I felt that I was in the presence of the divine. And I'd walked into the room thinking I was going to serve this man. And I realized afterwards that he was there to minister to me, because I realized that his divine nature was not unique to him. It was a mirror to who we all are. And it changed the way I viewed every patient and every soul since. And it changed the way I viewed myself. We are divine beings here to have an experience, and we're all here to help one another. That's who we are.
That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful.
I love that, Doc. Thanks for sharing that story, and that's what I'm going to take with me tonight. Is that we're all divine, no matter what circumstances we come from.
Yes. You are enough. You are divine. You are loved. Thank you, both of you, Jeff and Jeff, Dr. Jeff, for being here. And thank you to everyone who's been watching us live today. Check the schedule in the group. There's a sign-up form where you can get all of the videos. All of these videos will be housed in a member area, and you can log in and get access to everything. Just in case you missed the first part of it, it's okay. You can get that later. So thank you all so much. And we're going to say goodbye for today.
Bye, everyone. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.